One chance, one dream, one match, one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one expert.
And welcome back to the grind as we're taking away yet another day of RESEU. It's entering into day number 4. More elimination games. We're going to have to say goodbye to 2 more teams in the tournament, and we will also see 2 more teams advance into playoffs today. I'm Phi. It's Cole Extra McHenry next to me. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, we got a really exciting day, like you said. It's elimination matches that mean a lot to these teams. It's qualification matches that will get them more and more reps, and a lot of exciting rosters looking to show up today here. There's no question about it as we take a look at the schedule, see what we're going up against. Again, those first 2 matches are going to be those elimination matches, which is pretty exciting. Obviously, Static again coming through off the back of a big qualification. Right, and wanting to continue that, but obviously found themselves in a lower bracket. Havu taking a tough loss to Aurora that we got to watch the other day, and looking to keep themselves alive. So, again, a lot of excitement here in some of these rosters, but trying to fight for their life.
Yeah, but on the other end, you also have some really awesome games. That 3D Max Monty game is sure to deliver. Monty showing up with 2 stand-ins, but playing absolutely beastly Counter-Strike. So that's going to be really awesome to look forward down the line. But that's way further into the future here, Cole. That's almost, into the evening time. Well, starting off with your morning, if you guys got your cup of tea on you, well, enjoy this Havu versus Sangal match we've got going on. Sangal are on a bit of, an up and down trajectory, but really trying to establish themselves here in the scene down here in Group C.
Yeah, it's a nice little warm-up into our day here to see and get a little test of individual form there. I mean, again, we kind of just hit on some of the closeness and at least the Rebels versus Sangal game. Very competitive affair, very back and forth. Whereas you look at the Aurora and Havu, that 2-0, and you maybe saw some one-sided nature in at least Nuke, but what I will say about Havu on that overpass map is I think they did show a little bit of that depth and resiliency. We were kind of talking about how this roster is ranked currently 23 in the world, which is kind of a shock for us considering the long-term results that we've seen here out of Havu. But I tell you what, like that T side of overpass, it gave me something to kind of believe that they can deliver more than what we expected because at that turn of the half, I thought it was really done.
Yeah, let's zoom in a little bit further onto Havu if we can, because I really liked Arax specifically on this team. He's always turned out to be a bit of a clutch player, and I think he continued that yesterday. If there's more players to step up next to him, then we could have a true series on our hands. And Uli kind of showed up in that map of overpass that you were talking about.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think Arax was an incredible clutch player, but also just a disgusting opener. He was able to crack open so many different sites, and was, I would say, like you said, kind of my biggest silver lining for Havu in that loss. He was delivering on a lot of different fronts here. And like you said, if they can maybe coordinate the efforts there, add a little bit more input, Otto, again, he was able to step up. It felt like a little too late on overpass, but he was able to have a lot more impact on that map. I feel like there's some really good signs here that Havu could hold their own. But of course, Sangal on the other side is looking to fend off against that.
Yeah, I think this Sangal squad is slowly working their way through the season. They haven't really gotten things going, but this is like their first true prestigious event that they're playing this year outside of the major qualifier, of course. So they really do want to make an impact. And my goodness, to start off their campaign here in RESEU, it was a nail biter versus Rebels, where they actually had the lead, but then got clean swept out. 5 CT rounds in a row came through from the polar side, and Sangel had to sit and watch as 2 clutches also came through, and just the game fell through their fingers there. So a real opportunity. They could be in that upper bracket right now, but instead are facing elimination. And if Havu are looking extra plucky today, who knows what will happen to the squad?
Yeah, no question about it. I think this roster has a whole lot of potential. I like a lot of the pieces here. I think gathering up some of these individuals like Salsel, who's someone that I have really liked to watch in his scene play out, and now on to a more international roster is I think a pretty exciting second opportunity for him. Xfloud as well, like very similar story. Obviously, we've seen a lot more success out of Eternal Fire, but back when he was playing on this squad, I felt like he was really effective piece that could do a lot of work. So obviously, when some of these other players, like we've even just saw yesterday, QB getting kind of plucked out by Fnatic, when you have to find those adjustments, I think Singal have always again been like another team, like maybe to a lesser caliber like Monty, where you can still bounce back into really strong form, even though you get some of your better pieces taken away.
Yeah, and I mean, you say that, they're not necessarily like Monty. I don't think this team has proven themselves necessarily yet with this lineup. Again, this is their first truly prestigious event that they're playing. Now, the results have been up and down for this team, but I think this team does have pieces. Like, you also have Gangino, who is, coming back in from the CIS talent factory that that the region has to produce. So, a really strong unit with the right pieces, but they just need to come together at the right time.
Yeah, and bring a little bit of life into it. And I think again, like Havu is going to be a team that is going to give me a good test as to where Singal is. Right, I get a roster that has the potential to pull off some big upsets, as we've seen from the latter part of 2023. But definitely a team that has struggled as well over the last year. So if they're able to show up here and deliver some strength versus this Havu squad, that'll be a really good sign. But of course, in the vetoes, there's no question where Havu are going. If it's open there, they will pick into Nuke as always. Ancient going to be picked out there by Singal. I don't think that's a massive surprise. Then we finish things off on Overpass.
Yeah, Ancient definitely going to be the comfort pick here for Sangel, but we have to look towards Nuke. And Havu had some pieces working for them on that map. Again, it was Arax just able to crack open ramp room every single round, it felt like, versus Aurora. It gave his team chances, but the one problem was it was just Kenzie outside finding multi-kills at every step of the way. Maybe Sangel can turn out to be a bit of an easier opponent. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the fundamentals of Havu on Nuke looked really good, right? We were talking about them getting down secret control. I think one of the biggest deals on Nuke is the way that you're able to establish that outer yard control. Like you said, Kinsey was a bit of a menace there in terms of punishing some of that, but again, once you get down secret control, if you're able to take ramp room, which is something that Eric's was able to do over and over again, it was a really cool winning formula that got them a couple of T-side rounds. And like you said, you're not going to go up against Kins. You're not going to go up against one of the most exciting riflers in Russia playing out right now in the tier 2 space. And so that's going to be a bit of a luxury for you, is that you don't have to deal up against that Kinsey effect.
Yeah, I will say, though, that, again, this rifling core that Sangel has to work with is deadly on a good day. And I'm happy to see that Xfloud has been playing some excellent Counter-Strike as of late. I think he is going to be in charge of ramp duty if I get my positions correct across the map. So Arax might be in for some trouble. But honestly, on this Sangal team, it's Xfloud has kind of been liberated from some of his roles that he's been trapped on in Eternal Fire. I just remember that team where he's just locked in and you're playing every single anchored site, no matter what. So a lot more freedom given to a very talented player here onto Sangal, and we'll go ahead and see if the other guys can help him out.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I think he has definitely leveled up his game as you would kind of expect when you're given a little bit more liberty there. Obviously, playing all of these anchor roles here from his old squad, it was never an easy task. You're also having to set up some of the, like, again, like best riflers in your country as well. So, you kind of understand the role, you understand the mission, but it's good to see that he has been kind of leveling up his game on this squad and getting back into form pretty quickly.
Yeah, and the Sangal squad as well, picking up some of the younger Swedes out there. I guess LNZ not necessarily a young Swede anymore. He's Linus or LNZ, however you want to call him, has been around the block, to be fair. So there's a small share of like experience going into this team. It's not necessarily all complete youngsters, but definitely a couple players have been plucked from the pugs.
Yeah. I mean, no question. It's a good shout right there, talking about LNZ and what he has been kind of able to do in the past. I think a pretty exciting prospect again to play out in the tier 2 region. Again, you're getting that experience from a player that you wouldn't really expect. He's got like tier 1 competition underneath his belt, which I think is a massive deal for a squad like St. Gal, who are looking to come through and have those pieces already manufactured in kind of a rebuild phase. And I think that he's going to be invaluable for that.
Yeah, again, a little bits and bobs of experience helping out here with Sangal. I guess the same could be said for Havu, but it's like it's long term. Otto has been in the Finnish space for like coming on like 6 years now, coming on 7 years maybe even. So like Otto's seen a lot as well, but it just feels like the success just hasn't materialized. There are some pieces in this Havu team that could really propel them to the top. It just needs to really come together. Like you have Arax, he's able to clutch things up. Otto can have a good game here and there, but I don't think here and there is what this Havu team wants.
Yeah. I mean, again, like we've seen the peak of this roster. I feel like over there in Espo, and it was pretty incredible. It was a cool run from them, of course, kind of playing on home soil. But now it's about like finding out a way to manufacture that success more consistently, right? Not just Flash and Pan events here and there. And so it'll be the big question here. Ramp rush rolling through though, and Guinho needs to readjust his scope as he's already getting chased on down.
And then Xcloud is also going to join him, but he's going to step forward instead for the fight. Now Xcloud has come through in rotation and pops the first head, flying through the windows here. Now the double doors swing open though, and that puts him in a weird spot, but Youngster and LNZ come through with a second and a third here from the young Swede, and Sangal come through with the pistol.
Oh my god, sharp aim right there from Youngster out of the gate. I really like Havu just getting so active on that ramp rush right there. And again, that's like the fundamentals that we were talking about really working out. But then an individual just breaks you down. They do a great job of trying to pressure control and take double doors, but Youngster gets involved there, and while they're able to overwhelm a couple of these Singal individuals here, they can't get it all done. And look at this, quick shots coming through there, no troubles. I mean, just the precision coming through is beautiful.
Again, the plucked from the pugs is the word I use for it. He's going to be challenged again here for Youngster. He'll get ran down by a couple of Glocks, but that's all. Gangino and Youngster have not necessarily had the wide-ranging experience of, Xfloud, who's played at Pro Leagues, and even LNZ having to go through the ringer with the NIP main roster as well. These guys just kind of fresh into the grind. Hot out the pan, basically.
Yeah, and into a pretty cool spot as well. Again, where you can play with some of the individuals that have that experience. Which is a great opportunity for them. Arex immediately doing what he does. And still looks to crack open the ramp room, but he's bested by Gangino, who just flies through a smoke. MP9 goes 1 for 1. So at least a good trade comes back.
That is an insane play to be making. Right there from Gangino. Just running through smokes to start this one off. And Arax starting off the game 0-3 is not what you want to see. Again, that's the player who just broke open ramp room every single time versus Aurora. He's been such a clutch player for Havu. It's the next port of call. Looks like we have 2 players making their way in through ramp, and LNZ not good with the FAMAS, but that's the bomb that Saucel's cutting off, but he doesn't want to stick around for it. And instead, he's going to maybe try to make his way down the vents, but it could be to his doom, or maybe not. Xfloud, though, charging down the stairs with Youngster. Banjo, it will get traded out, and Youngster continues his rampage. Drags back the advantage for Sangal, and down the vents to his doom. Saucel holding 3-0.
I'm a little bit worried that they're going to have to worry about a just incredible rifler showing up again in the server and just deleting any sort of like advantage that you have. 'Cause that really was the case when they were playing up against Kenzie the other day. It's just getting deleted. Everything that you had gained, everything that you worked so hard for, this ramp control, right? Eric's maybe goes down, but Banjo's available. He can get you something on the ramp room. All just to be immediately nullified because Youngster just runs you down. Ramp rush again.
LNZ in position, and it's 2-0.9. Gingino's also just gonna put his numbers in, and quick 4-0 for Sangal.
Oh my goodness, this is such quick counter-strike coming through from Havu out of the gates. If you were just waking up and still sipping your coffee, you better be at the edge of your seat here by now, right? I mean, this is 4 rounds deep. We have been in the server for so little time here, but it's just been non-stop high-octane counter-strike here from Havu. They tried to catch Sangal sleeping, but they're wide awake. They've been up. They've been doing their jumping jacks.
So's Gangino. He's going to take an outside stroll this fine morning. Picked up the AWP, playing out from red. He's gonna fearlessly step forward into the line, spots a leg, and lure him forward, and there goes the opening kill. And there's no response here from Havu. They just have to accept the disadvantage.
Shrug your shoulders. It's also just a large bit of space that you no longer really have. And no one's there to fill that void either. So repositions already rolling through here with the op. In a better position to even further defend this A side. If that is where Havu want to end, which is kind of seeming like they're poking and prodding around these parts. Nice toss.
Ooh, wow, perfect.
It's also, he has Butterfingers. He missed the catch though, but he doesn't miss the headshot.
And Youngster as well, still playing up top. This just feels like a losing effort right now. Uli has to hit a monster entry. And look at this from Saucel. Readjust his angles. And Uli doesn't even get the chance to enter. Gagino's just going to take him down. Or even gets the play. Havu don't deal a single point of damage in a full gun round, Cole. That is worrying.
Well, he did 7 right there. Youngster took a little bit of fall damage, at least. But, yeah, I like how we got to see that from Youngster's point of view. He's just sitting there waiting. And it looks like there's always going to be an execute rolling, and you never know when. And then Saucel, before the execute even comes through, just takes care of 2 players. And he gets a Molotov towards Hut. They never make it out of Hut or Squeaky. They never make it very far in the outer yard. It's just got to feel a little bit brutal here. Cross. Oh, just about avoid Xfloud for now. I have to wait out the utility, and Gingino gets off the line just in time.
This is the most success that Havu have had in a bit, but it's going to quickly get cut down. As LNZ's one burst drops and knives out for a couple other players. That is an AK for retrieval. But still the advantage lies in for Havu. They have to find another avenue in this round.
I need to find some sort of weak point on the map right now. I don't see a lot of that where they're heading. Xfloud joining forces, even Gingino holding the flank, holding the back line. They pretty much have all their bases covered here, especially with Saucel Rather, youngster holding the Vince crawl, right? He's holding the squeaky lurk.
On an
There's not a
angle.
lot of good options. And, ooh, that's a shadow.
Shadow spotted. Door swung open as well. And look at that shot from XCloud. Gonna go for the straight up plant, but not happening today. On LNZ's watch. Uli will go ahead and get a Tech 9 kill, scoop up an AK, and I mean, what do you even do in this situation? 1 versus 320 seconds. The AK save could be fine, but it's might as well throw yourself at the wall and give target practice for Ganginho. 6-0 here for Sangal.
This is a terrifying start. Sangala just playing so well off of each other. Perfect rotations. As I was saying, like, everyone's where they need to be. If you have X-ray for us, you're saying, like, yeah, double up in the lower site, have a little bit of extra support for your player in the back of Silo Youngster. And you can see XCloud stepping out perfectly. LNZ denying the bomb plant. Youngster was kind of covering the squeaky door lurk again. This feels like they're checking all the boxes right now. And they're already in secret here. XCloud in a great spot.
And it's just going to be too perfect.
Gonna work.
Yeah, this is going to start off poorly. Havu have not been able to even get past the first hurdle in every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, where's he gonna rotate to? He dove down into the A side instead of going ramp, though.
Yeah, LNZ with no backup, so wisely he has to back away. And we'll have to concede the control. Of course, no backup in the form of Ganginho, but XCloud joins him down in the lower site.
They concede ramp here pretty quickly. They're willing to do that. Again, to kind of shift up the rotates. Havu still need to work around this man deficit that they have running.
Okay, this is the disgusting off angle from both LNZ and XCloud. Smoking to the right side. Perfect molly just to lock him out. I mean, Havu are going to have to think twice about going to this lower site.
He has another Molotov as well if he wants to throw it down range or flash through it. And okay, they get something that they're looking for right there. An overextension, but Eric's flies up the ladder. And so the success doesn't linger.
Oh, but XCloud, he can't find his own kill. So Uli will get his team access into the site. And so Ganginho a little too late on the play. Swings open the door. Is he going to hit this shot on auto? This is going to be a very tough one to hit. And, well, it's auto who will connect, but Sauce finds Banjo, and players start to reveal their positions across the map. Otto could get ran down. Uli just barely there with the coverage, and he does come through with a second headshot. A 4K required for Havu's first round.
That's incredible right there. Uli able to step up absolutely when it's necessary. Needs to be able to have that impact. As we said, he was kind of one of those rising members when they were standing down on the overpass and had a little bit of late impact there to get them back involved in the game. And feels like when they were in that deficit, when they were in the man down situations, he had a lot of big kills rolling through. Havu finally on the board here. Late into nuke, but maybe with a little something in a row, they can get back into this thing. Uli getting activated here.
It's possible, but they have to find multiple win conditions. And a molly going in towards secret. Nade even to the smoke. Can't stand out there for too long. So Puo will make it down, but look at this LNZ. Gonna pick up the off angle and catch him dropping and then readjust for the next. Clean aim here from LNZ. Really does come through with a trade, however. Dude, get just a little bit worse. It depends for who. XCloud. This position certainly unexpected. But Arax is covering this garage angle. Oh, but Ganginho wins his duel, and things start to go sour as last two players spotted out by XCloud.
Yeah, that's really valuable information right there. He does get immediately nullified, though. Ganginho gonna make a rotation. How diligent are you on the clear here? They've kind of split up right now. LNZ's down very low, so maybe for the best. Otto not given anything, though, right now. And Eric's makes his way towards single door, so a little bit of life given to this one. Otto has a tough fight ahead.
Yeah, has to swing the scope around. Will make his way down the vents. However, actually get himself in towards the single door, in with a chance. But LNZ has a util set to play with. Crossing out into the site. Arax does nail the shot, though, as the door swings open, gets him in. And Zossel is going to get washed, but the jiggle peaks are better. Arax now in a very tough spot out in the open, and Zossel's going to nail his shots. So close, but a missed shot will cost him.
Wow, yes, also so diligent to chill out so many different angles right there. Otto not able to deliver. Eric's doing his best work to pull that one back here. Finally introduced onto the server. He gets his first 2 kills, which is a pretty stark difference from what we've seen. But yeah, you can see Sossel's extra diligence goes a really long way. Throwing the aim off at every step. It's a good sign to see Eric's get finally activated here, but it's not quite for a round just yet.
Yeah, again, it's just Sangal getting too many opening advantages right now. It's Havu constantly playing catch-up, but this round is different. Entry kill there from Pua, top end, but knife out for Uli. Surprise! He's out in the open.
Ooh, it doesn't last long. Good news is they have a little bit of a heaven wrap already. I mean, it's so incredibly quick here for Pua, but also there's a flank going in. LNZ's ready for this.
Wow.
Yeah, just in time as well. The B plant is rolling through. There's a little bit of hope, and Banjo picks up an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, Gangino couldn't hold on from the ramp side, and this AWP needs to put in work. It can. He sees a shadow. Shadow spotted, but too many players, too many targets. Banjo's going to be in some trouble here, but he does nail the shot. Gets a chance to rescope, but Youngster's faster on the draw right now. Sangal are going to move to 8-1, and we could be in for a quick one.
Nicely done. Quick trades rolling through right there, and again, like you said, I mean, what was so necessary here for Havu is to see them lift off in an opening exchange. You know, you don't want to start around 5v3 again and again and again. And you'd think right there, like finally an opening duel, but they quickly turns around with a little bit of proactivity from Singal. Get down the vents, they get onto another post plant, but they just can't seem to get the second phase of these rounds here and close out because they just don't have the numbers to do so a lot of these times.
See if things can change. 8 stack in towards Mini, but it's also who switches up the angle. And Uli's down very early on. Again, just nothing to really work within the early rounds for Havu. Look at this. Saucel just keeps going. He almost gets Arax. Fortunate it was the first bullet there, but now on the cross,
Oh,
Gangino takes his sweet time with that shot.
Got him crouching outside, and
Oh.
Eric's surgically removed right there. X-Floud. Line that one up as well, just the same. That HE sales right on in. So as we said, it's just another problem here. It's just the same old. As they start off with another, like, just brutal deficit.
Now, when is X-Cloud going to pick a timing to peak? That's the question. How good will X-Cloud be? Oh, peak up top there. And yeah. Oh, Youngster didn't even need X-Cloud. He just got both. That's just the dominance that Sangal are having right now.
What a field day. This, I feel like for me is, again, one of the bigger problems here for Havu right now. This is, it's kind of always been a map that they've lived on here. You know, this is their map, their favorite pick. And if it doesn't go right on your T side, it can be very difficult here.
I mean, it was the T side that went well versus Aurora. To be fair, they got to get something done on a round like this, for sure. Gangino not even going to fire a shot off on the cross and just goes in for a collateral. It
God.
just, nothing can go right, goal. Everything can go wrong. As Sangal plaster Havu once again. It has been brutal. Like, Cole, I want to say, Sangal don't even have, let me just count it up real quick. They have 7 they have 22 deaths across their entire team. So they are averaging 3 players alive every single round. Right now, just about. Quick math.
Wow.
Which basically, that's just, like, Habu just aren't getting any kills. That's the problem. We're gonna see a fast play, and it might work. Arax leading with the MAC-10, and Youngster's gonna get ran down. Bait of the smoke will get a kill back. This might be something that Habu desperately need. But there's a kill. What on earth? Where does that even happen? All right.
I'm in squeaky. But look at, I mean, there's 9 HP for xFloud and Gagino. Surely can't make this happen.
Surely. A second flashbang. It doesn't connect on Apua. And Uli as well. Collect his kill.
No.
Oh, no. Smoke defuse is happening as we speak. Arax will stop the catastrophe, but it's still a 10-2 half.
Saved right there by some good spam and a really good A execute that closes things off. Havu will give themselves a second round here. Great flash out of the gates coming through. And entry was even better. But it is still only 2 rounds at the end of the day. Like you said, I mean, T-side looked pretty good. The fundamentals looked pretty good earlier for Havu. When they were playing up against Aurora, it just felt like they couldn't deal with some of the individual output. I feel like this time we've just seen a little bit more of a struggle to figure out the fundamentals of Nuke.
Yeah, I think a lot of the individuals having a field day right now for Sangal. The same. Like LNZ, Youngster specifically, dominated the early part of the half, and he's going to continue on the pistol. Just crispy on the aim. Uli will get ran down. There's a pair of dualies, though, and Otto will collect 2, but now onto the A site we go. Bomb to get planted, and shots here connecting for Gangino. It's just Arax up top in heaven, but not clean on the shot. xFloud spins, headshot, 11-2.
Just, I mean, again, dealing with the out-of-yard aggression so easily. Singel have the perfect read. Jumping on top of Silo right there, finding 2 players back red. It's so easy to isolate these duels. And while Otto does a good job to try and pull this thing back, he's then got to deal with 2 players lurking their way out A. And you've already shown your hand, Havu, when you kind of fight towards it out of yard with that amount of resources. They know so quickly. Force Spies, of course. Try and stabilize here.
It's going to take more than stabilization, I will say that. It's going to have to take
Yeesh.
some miracles, Cole. Shot out from xFloud. Now look at this. 3 players, head-on collision coming down in secret. And xFloud, oh my goodness, his aim is just so crisp. Instant headshots for every CT. And Banjo coming down in rotation, but it's a little far gone for this. I mean, look at this. LNZ. Is he about to clear out Hut? I mean, he absolutely is, right? Look both ways before he crosses the street. Oh, there you go. Uli's down. 1 versus 5 for Banjo, and Uncle, not much to say about this. He's just gonna walk into xFloud. This corner is just disgusting. And he hits the headshot on the swing out. This is too much. This is too much, Cole. It's 12-2.
That's so perfect from xFloud right there. That's his sharpness shown in full effect, though, for sure. When you're dealing with swinging MP9s right now in CS2, I think that for me is like one of the hardest things to do in this game, is to actually punish a CT swing with an MP9 and like a pretty close choke point. And xFloud handled it. Made it look easy. As is this map here for Singel. Faster A play here to try and end, or down the vents we go. Why not? We make it down successfully here.
Ugh.
Only 1 does, though.
Only 1. And he can't win his fight. MP9 at range will actually work out. So Havu are not quite finished with this one. However, LNZ has made his way through. Towards the lower site. Does have to deal with an MP9 back at the silo. That's its own task. Oh, shoulders. Those should be spotted, though. And Pua could be in some trouble. Lob in an HE. And Lindsay has got it back. Oh, this round's not over. Round is not over. Arax has to win his duel inside a secret. He's playing an off angle. A tag there from Otto will also help out. And the round. So Havu will come through with a bit of a force buy effort. And will keep themselves in the game. So, some shots rolling out there from Havu. It's something small. But I think they need just more than a singular round to take away into the next map. Especially with Ancient coming up next and just a more confident map. Here from Sangal.
I think it causes any frustration in the closing stages here. Ooh. Matrixing those bullets there. X-Flat able to avoid the spam. Again, you know, mission number 1 of Nuke is accomplished here. It's to get someone down towards secret. X-Flat is able to check that off the list.
Wait, Pua just made a ton of noise running down that ramp.
Somebody rotates sold over already. Otto, he's committed.
It's only Otto. Otto on this off angle. It's just the one and done line. Well, he gets the one, but then there's a second. The trades are off here from Sangal. It's just awkward. Not what they were looking for. Otto comes through with a triple kill. Necessary here for Havu. X-Flat to swing the door. We're thinking about it. And Pua also just doesn't really know where to look. Other side of ramp, but flicks over for the shot. X-Flat pops out right into Uli. And hey, there's a second round there for Havu.
Yeah, I mean, you said 1 and done. I was with you. What about 3 and done? That's pretty impressive right there, Otto. That's just backed into a corner right there. Put himself in a really difficult spot and managed to make the best of it. A little bit of life in these guys here. We weren't sure if it was going to come through. But don't worry, they're still very happy. Guinho smiling, as you can see from the graffiti.
You know, that's our form of emoting. We don't have none of that. CS. Oh my goodness. Guys, this is, don't lose this round. For my sanity, they can't lose this round, right? Oh, the shots are they're awkward from Otto. And Youngster gets an AK. He's on 14 HP, that's an inherent problem. And they'll get flanked out by Banjo, but... Oh, the Glock's got 3 kills.
Glocks. Never want to lose to Glocks. Or a manager.
Coach. To which, we're talking about teams losing to coaches. That's what Ecstatic had on their side.
Were they playing with the coach the other day?
3D Max were playing with the coach. And they lost map 1.
Lost to a manager, a coach.
Now fast outside though. For Sangal. Say fast. It's a high amount of manpower. Oh boy, Uli. Okay. Molly's gonna be dropped in towards secret. Player's gonna be able to dance around it actually and beat them to the play. Otto is a little late on the angle. And the footsteps definitely been hurt. He's gonna walk into this and get traded immediately. That's the op on the floor. B site gets to be opened up, and even X-Flood scoops up an AWP.
That's effective trading right there that we have kind of wanted out of the last couple rounds. Much better, much more according to the plan, and with the speed in which they've gotten down here, they could actually just walk into B here with a little extra utility. LNZ, they're going to lurk out. Jiggle showing up, and that's an easy dismissal from Yuli. Now it's not so straightforward into this B side anymore.
Yeah, especially as Youngster now falls. They got the 4-on-4, but the extremities drop. Now Arax even gets in the mix. Now xFloud is back-to-back with the player here, and Bua will finish him off. So there goes 4 in a row from Havu. And Sangal will have to wait a little bit to get this map across the line.
They will. I mean, again, missed opportunity right there. They could have just barreled it into the B side. But they have a little bit more emphasis on the lurking presence instead and lose out on that opportunity big time here. Right? You find the player who's in charge of doing a whole lot of work at covering secret, especially if you find it as the opper. If you take down the opper in secret, that means you do probably have a window of opportunity into that B site. But again, Havu have quickly been able to at least stabilize a little bit here. Fast A play though, never easy to handle. Pistols running through a smoke is going to be shut down.
Yeah. This one somehow xFloud squeezes 2 kills out of that, but that's it. So, you know, technically speaking, Cole, Havu are at the halfway point of this comeback. I won't say that the rounds, not necessarily all of them, have been exceptionally confident. There's just been a couple mistakes in play there for Sangal, and I feel like a timeout they're calling in right now could iron that out.
Yeah, get it back to a healthy dose of reality here. You know that they're in a much better spot. Try and close this thing out here. I tell you what, those comebacks can really fly by in MR12. Not to say that there's anything guaranteed, but halfway point. You've done 5 rounds before, and you do it again. We'll see if there's any sort of realization off the back of a timeout here that Sangal can work off of.
Let's see, again, back to the outside wall. Uli to lob in a grenade. It's off the curb there, however, so it doesn't break the smoke as he intended. Oh, but the spam will sure connect. And xFloud drops immediately.
Make it in towards secret with the bomb. Got a couple lurking individuals. Youngster actually a lot more proactive and ready to collapse on this ramp room here, and for good reason. There isn't, I don't believe, a lot of resistance in this direction, so. How much space can he take by himself? He's not going to go too far forward, though. Doesn't want to push the limits. He doesn't want to put it into an even tougher situation here, numbers-wise.
With Uli taking tags outside. He almost finishes off. But look at that auto! It nearly has a collateral on him. He walks forward. And it's a sudden, 10 versus 5 as Sangal are dropping right now. LNG stuck outside with the bomb and he gets finished off. Havu just triangulate here. And they're gonna march their way up to 8 rounds now.
Now it's starting to look like the individuals are back here for Havu. Otto's starting to connect a lot more op shots right now. He really was struggling in that first half there in some of the post-fight situations. Some must-hit shots, but you can see just in time, proactive enough here. Yuli was getting crept up on, and if Otto didn't make that play, it very quickly could have spiraled. Man, oh man. I think Sangal are in need of a bit of a wake-up call here. xFloud flying outside. He's got the hero rifle. He's down already.
This is a far advanced position, but the problem is Sangal need a way to get the rest of their team into the play. How is that going to happen when you have no utility and grenades? xFloud has to just make some magic happen in terms of that positioning. see the same question is being asked by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, you might have to help out here a little bit in the ramp take, is what I'd imagine. Still interested in maybe just cutting off rotations. You're gonna break the glass. That's gonna put him on notice.
Yep. Well, it's gonna be in some trouble here in just a moment. And, well, xFloud resurfaces, though, and the kills are rolling in! Uli now leaves xFloud in the 1 versus 2, but xFloud has him pinned for sure. And Uli takes the moment to escape. 20 seconds. And look at this positioning here from Arax. It is just perfect right now. Bomb is going to be out here for xFloud, and he's going to fall. A good effort there from Sangal, but just the trades not perfect enough. 3 rounds for overtime, Cole. It's been 7 in a row.
Yeah, again, comeback that has just flown by as Sangal have not been able to find much. I mean, again, so many times we talked about being able to get down towards Secret, but never being able to get involved in a post plant here. And that's absolutely wild. All off the back of an MP9 round here. Havu have pulled it back piece by piece. Man, oh man. Again, it'd be a brutal comeback here if they complete it. 3 more required. Oh my god, Uli!
You cannot be serious! xFloud has not had a fun time through these smokes, and it might continue, but a perfect flashbang and a double entry. Will this silence the comeback? Arax round the smokes. 1 kill's good. He gets a second as they run on in, but then LNZ and Saucil find 2 back. Arax is positioned now in the 1 versus 1. LNZ, he is so darn low. Arax will win the fight. Havu, stay alive.
I mean, delivering in the clutch right there. Arax gets it all done by himself. An A-side defense where his teammates, his rotation, his help all falls, and he's the only one standing in between them. And they dive through a smoke. They get feasted by him. And in a 1v2, he completes the mission here. Had no help on that A-side outside of the opening pick that Uli got straight through the smoke. And my god, Sangal, their best chance to close this game out has just been ripped away from them.
Oh boy. They got a double entry there from LNZ. Like that was it right there. But they truly felt the need to jump the gun through the smoke into hut. They wanted to commit to the bit.
That's what happens right there when you're getting, 10 rounds in a row pulled back on. You got nothing going your way. You get so eager to be a hero. It costs him dearly. I don't know if they have another opening gambit like that. You have another LNZ double. Give him something to work with here.
So a single smoke. Get dribbled in towards Mini, and I'm an access point. Silence here for Sangal across the map. And Otto making no secret of him leaving. Arax now even steps forward and he overextends the mark, but a double kill from Uli is gonna keep them alive, and a triple make it. But into the A site we go. Bomb is down outside, is a huge problem, however. But LNZ scoops it up and gets down. He's into the A site. There's gonna be a plant.
Ooh, he gets the numbers punched in time, and they double up. Both players in hut. Again, another opportunity, a rare one to play in the post plant.
Otto making noise up the ladder as well. Nade gets lobbed in. Saucil in a great spot. No, now that he's been spotted, though, that's a big question. Flashbang gonna dribble out. Uli gets blinded up. But Puha will come through with the trade, and we need every round of regulation.
Hold it back all the way to the brink here. Havu are unstoppable. Retake is flawless. No trouble breaking down that round from Sengal. Yuli again delivering here.
The pullback. What a shot.
My God. Oh.
Auto there too. If he falls, then
So much
Saucel,
more winnable.
yeah, Saucel doesn't need to play his hand from Squeaky anymore. He can do whatever he wants with that Squeaky position instead of having to face forward and fight the mini players. Now a crunch coming through though, trying to speed it up right into Youngster. There's a 3K, and Cole, the comeback might be over. They need a 2 versus 5.
Oh my God. Youngster has had enough. They try and turn up the pace right there, but get hit right on back. Youngster gonna try and figure out where Yuli is as well.
On the site.
Oh boy.
Yuli will clean up the first kill. Now all the utility can come
Oh,
through.
no.
Oh, what is happening here? The thing is, both of these CTs are trapped outside, so they need to pull off a retake in the deficit. But an HE to the smoke? Can he deny the play? It's not good enough, and instead he just exposes himself to Saucel. Uli goes down to 40, met with mollies, and, well, an exciting map of Counter-Strike as 9 rounds in a row. But it means nothing in the end if Uli can't clutch this up. And walking out into the site. First kill's good. Instant trade. And that is all, Cole. There will be no overtime. Instead, a 9-round comeback, but not the 10.
Wow. What, just crazy whiplash right there. Look at the speed up, but you try so hard to fight back into this game just to be shut down by Youngster. Kind of the way it all started off as well, where he was able to deliver so much impact out of the gates here. And he's the one that has to close. He's the one that has to dig deep. All the experience that we talked about on this team here, some of the more experienced individuals, and it's Youngster of all players to say, enough is enough. Let's close this dang map out. And he gets the job done.
You know, a little, I would say, depressing there for Havu. But, I mean, in a way to say it, they've actually, you know, they played some solid CS towards the end. And, you know, you had the players turn up when necessary, but, you know, just not enough. And you always ask yourself the question, would you rather lose a map 13-2 or 13-11? And Havu will be asking themselves that question as we move on to map number 2. Ancients coming up next, and it's just comfort there for Sengal. At least something to take into this next map as we head on into the break. Map 2 up next.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And we're back aboard with RESEU. And, well, I don't know what to say about that one, Cole. 13-11, but the scoreline doesn't tell the full picture of a 9-round comeback that fell short by 1 round. And one player, youngster, turning up as well here for Sangal. But that was a huge lifeline that has just been expended here for Havu.
Yeah, I mean that's just so sad to see it come back so far and it all to be shut down at the very last hurdle. It's never where you want to be. You'll be thinking about that, like that call to lobby crunch for quite some time. Was it the right one? Do we have the right read? And sometimes it's not even about the right read. It's about finding the right kill right there. And Youngster decided he wanted to shut that round down. And again, now we're going to be hopping into a real strong suit. It always has been for the Sengal roster, an Ancient, a map that they've been very comfortable on here. And then you look kind of meanwhile at Havu, and there's a 4-game loss streak here where they've been losing to some like academy teams, some local Finnish competition on this map, and that's not a good sign heading into this second map.
I mean, the one thing you could say is that the local Finnish competition always are just trying to read the book on how do I beat Havu, basically, because that's the only team they really need to beat. So at least that's like the nice thing is the asterisk on that, but overall it just hasn't necessarily. It's still not a good performance there from Havu against teams that are objectively, in the grand scheme of Counter-Strike, not as good as they are, or at least not as good as that they should be. And so Havu, I think, still have this uphill battle, and he was still shown in that map completely. That could have just been an 11-3 or an 11-4 with a couple of mistakes here and there that got the comeback rolling. Like, we could be here just talking about how that first map was a blowout and Havu have no chance.
Yeah, 100%. That's why we probably aren't right now, is that they were able to really bring it back. And honestly, every time I count Havu out, I feel like they've surprised me. Like when they were playing up against Aurora and they were hopping into Overpass and we just watched them kind of get blown out on Nuke, I was like, there's no way. And then they lost 8 rounds on the CT side of Overpass, and I was like, they're not going to do anything in the second half. It's going to be a really quick series, and we're going to be over. But they fought back. And so again, it's tough to count out this squad. We know that they've been going through the ringer, but maybe they can surprise us, give us something good. Again, it's just not been a lot of recent success on this map, and I think that they know that.
So kicking off On towards Ancient, and I think they're looking at something a bit pacier, but the brakes for just a little bit. Sangao will snake their way up.
Got a
the
single
main side.
defender. It's just one man in Yuli on this B side.
Some would say that's bold.
Does make you think you have like a massive read here, but left and right smokes, they're already down. Long and short, if you like those terms. And the site's going to be claimed here. We're just going to be punched in, and we're going to start a 5v5 pose plan at the very least.
There's no kit. So there's a problem, Cole. There is no kit. Like, Havu have to start this retake immediately. They can't even wait for these smokes to completely fade. And even then, there's another pot flash to just try and interrupt. There's one flashbang to the sky. And Xbox does fall early on, but that's just the first hurdle. Now, Genginio can't quite connect his shots, but Youngster in these pistol rounds is always a threat. And LNZ just being annoying to clear out of the corner. Now it just comes down to Saucil. He does play his hand, though. And sticking onto the bomb, though, Otto needed to go all the way. And again, Cole, with no kit, no time, no round. Sangao with another pistol.
And a bomb. Otto tries to run away, but you got to get a lot farther than that here. Sangao will close it out. And like you said, Youngster is just so devious on these pistols. He just won't relent. I mean, that you really see some of the precision in his aim on these pistols as well. I really like watching this guy get to work. He's been doing so much here. We get to see it on full display right there. They just walk right into his crosser. My God, what a second shot right there to Banjo. Shots on the money. So is the round here. We got a full eco for the second.
And so, pack of wisps. And, they gotta make a decision. You gotta go through the molly or not. And, now they're nice softened up for the LNT Mac 10. Sky High goes Uli, and some brutal wall bangs from Xcloud. And nowhere to stand here, buddies. And Banjo just get ran down.
You can't lose the eco if you just nade and wallbang them out of the server and don't peek them. Pretty tough to lose. If you can't see your opposition that's taking you down. But at least, you know, again, flawless on the eco. 1xbet odds after the map is actually closed out. Haven't shifted too much. But still heavy favorites here for Sangao as they hop into their own map pick. And on the first gun round, the oh-so-common fast A.
Oh, boy. Oh, but crossing out in the open doesn't matter. Wide swing for the trade there with Genginio. Big plant, but Uli spam, that's better. And LNZ also can't land his shots just yet. Only also gets extinguished by the smoke. LNZ trying to cover, but instead he falls through the smoke. No one seems to stand. Oh, but Xcloud, if he had an AK, it might have been better. But Youngster can't connect the spray at long range, and Sangao will drop in the post.
Nicely done. I mean, really well handled right there. We know how hard it is to get the numbers punched in on that A side, and how quickly Havu take them down on the spam. And the presence of mind, of course, there. I mean, it's so common to have a mid-lurk on these sort of plays right now. Every team is doing it. So you can see the preparedness from Havu to deal with that mid-lurk as well. Sangao have the right idea. I think they have a good, game plan, at least to try and pressure that A side for the first gun round. I think a lot of teams, they do love a good on a bonus round, just trying to run it out towards that A side, but shut down. I do realize I have to fight a little bit harder to take that control. Youngster flying into the fray right here. So is Arax. It's could be a very fun head-to-head here between these two players. And Youngster down 30 HP. Oh, that spin was so close.
Almost got a buzz cut there. Going with the edge of the smoke, though. Didn't commit to the swing, and Youngster punishes. hesitation from Havu. And it's gonna hurt. Uli at least will drop Youngster. And hey, LNZ continues walking forward. Like, these are small opportunities. Uli's gonna walk forward on the site, though. And last player gets spotted out. Time to bounce out of there and leave. Get far away from Otto over towards that A site. Sangal looking good for their third.
Yeah, best case for Otto is that he saves his full belt. So not too interested in giving that up for free. Your numbers have just been punched in, and it's also is gonna go down. Surely. But they are so aggressive on this hunt here. Poor Otto's not gonna expect that. I mean, how could you? It's a 2v1, and Youngster is on the opposite side of the map from the bomb.
This is Sangal just still playing a very brutal style. You see the very non-committal setup there. And I think Arak's a little bit segmented off from Hua and a little uncoordinated in that current moment. You know, Havu had decent positions, but the execution wasn't quite there. And execution, that's what Youngster's been doing for most of this series. Now a little pistol group up in towards A main. Oh, Uli!
Okay.
Oh, he was cooking for just a little bit. Even LNZ goes down to 10 HP. Look at those guns for retrieval for Banjo. But Youngster's not going to let him have that. Oh, but there's a Desert Eagle. There's sometimes a chance, but not today.
No, not today. The old scroll wheel jump doesn't catch him this time. Instead, it just throws the aim off, and we'll close out a comfortable. That eco. A little bit of good damage here, and some definitely nice shots there from Yuli. Give him something to think about. Back into the gun rounds here. We go. Zalzal flying out towards middle. No smoke for the molly, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to tank his HP right there for an opening duel. Still the shutdown. Great utility from Otto to blow the smoke open and answer back.
There needs to be the reaction, though. 2 players spotted in middle. Youngster already creeping up. Yuli's going to drop this smoke in, but that is far too late. That is just Youngster ravenous right now for this kill. Jiggle peek there. Perfect headshot. And they're in. Deep control even established. Arax, he's inside of cave. And Ginyo realized that possibility. So does X-Floud. But he goes swinging for the fight. Will actually lose out on the duel. Advantage sways back, but Otto leaps through the smoke. He tries to get into it. But nothing good. Even the jiggle peeks there from Arax punished quickly as Youngster just comes through with 3. Trying to play around the smoke, get funky with it. But Sangal say no.
Youngster, like, he's just so hungry right now in this map. Wants to deliver on the T side, and he sure is getting away with it. You can see the entry pathing in that last round, the crosshair placement to start it off. You throw that smoke, it's a deep door smoke, I believe, and it's like, at that point, it's all just to kind of feign some presence there, make you think if maybe Singal were further away that you could get away with that, but guess who was walking up in your face already? It was Youngster, and it was already too late. There's just so much confidence from Singal on this T side that we didn't really see too much on Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke kind of played very, I'd say, default, right? It's not necessarily like a huge style. It's just, you know, we're playing Nuke. We're going outside. Now they're just walking up, contacting here into Donut. Almost caught with pins in hand there, but now all the angles and facets of the site saturated with util. Nade to the smoke as well, and perfect spam there from Youngster. You have Otto back sight and quickly handled with another early lead for Sangal.
They're cheesing. Having a good old time running through here. I've only really lost that, I mean, again, like, the perfect spam that Havu landed on the first like bonus round for Singal on that A side, and then outside of that, these gun rounds have been pretty quick and dominant. Sharp shooting from X-Flout as well. Another play you have to worry about heating up on this T side alongside Youngster. Hey, as I said earlier, that A side play was what worked out really well for Havu, and they're gonna throw it at him once again.
Oh. The good old classic. Mid's empty, guys. A's empty.
Go again.
Oh,
Yep.
laser beam shot. And someone's got to pick up that bomb.
I wouldn't want to. Get me as far away as possible from that thing. Sazzle. That was his one opportunity, maybe to plant right there.
Yeah, and he's going to run short on it, but LNZ wins his duel. But fighting in towards the donut side, Saucel comes through with a couple, and then the off angle taken, dancing around the site, more headshots delivered. It's just Auto 1v2. Perfect flashbang as well. You're gonna need sunglasses for this one. Auto trying to push forward, trying to get lured into the line. Saucel's just gonna stick the plant though.
Whoa,
His
whoa,
barrel
whoa.
got spotted. And Auto misses the shot, and both players out of ammo. Oh no,
Richie.
Cole. It is messy. It is messy, but Auto, no way. There's just no way he can win this, right? Pistols out. LNZ out in the open, down to 3 HP. I don't even know how that situation happened, Cole. 7-1.
Did he land a shot too? I think LNZ had enough HP to still tank one shot with the USP, but only one shot. That was it. Singal will shut it down despite the best efforts coming through there, right there, despite the awkwardness. Some missed shots and opportunities, but this is how he does it. Saucel clotheslining everyone. As I said, no one wants to be the one to pick up that bomb, but he does it, and then he takes down everyone that would spam a smoke, everyone that could possibly take him down. Excellent recovery there from Saucel.
So this round geared up to be a little bit more systematic. Oh, even the double HEs. That's gonna hurt. And Arax still taking some damage, but damage in the mix will allow Uli something extra. LNZ will not let him survive for much longer, and Gangino breaks open the B site. Round's looking pretty cooked here, Cole. Sangal are gonna get off to just almost unbeatable lead. You'd have to think. Yeah, it's now 8-1.
Would have to agree with you, except for the fact
Okay.
that Havu
Okay.
pulled it back on the CT side of Nuke.
Okay.
They have dug themselves into some pretty deep holes before and have almost made it possible, right?
Almost.
Yeah, Ancient's a different story, and almost doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah. That is... that's the key word. But Hafu have been allowed to have this early map control. And for good reason, I suppose. Walking out. Pre-aim. Oh, he was almost there. X-Cloud was almost that guy. Now Auto, he goes for the repeat, gets punished. Arax nowhere to hide. Uo, though, does swing through. Does come back in with a trade. And the question is, where do you go? Uli's going to be tested here on the site. Saucel played a Jiggle Peak game, almost drops him immediately. Clearing corners now. Uli, he needs the double. Youngster will stop that from happening. And Pua so low. There's another headshot for Youngster. 1 versus 2 tossed in for Banjo, and he has to start this one off on 19 HP.
I mean, Youngster's playing too sharp right now. The headshots rolling through from him. The trades are too much. The entries are too much for that matter. And Banjo left to save the day with no health. I mean, yes, actually kind of being unaccounted for at the moment. The Youngster will probably get him on the side, or no, Saucel will instead. Either way, it works. And Singal move their way up to 9. There's another gun round that just gets swiped aside. That's a gun round with a man advantage as well. Oof.
3 with the AWP. It's just
Youngster.
just insane positioning there from Gangino, and then Youngster walks through the whole site.
Yeah, I mean, he also just hard clears that Hubby corner to find the opening duel back in return. Got a cheeky 13 kills, but all of it just so impactful.
And it continues. A to the smoke here. This also does go down low. LNC might get kicked for the amount of team damage that he's doing right now.
He's borderline.
That's a 30-minute cooldown right there.
No matchmaking cues for you after the win. We have this after our league matches that we play. We play some cooldown matchmaking. Where we kind of slow things down, wind down our night with some MM.
Isn't
Their
the
full,
warm-up matchmaking game right now for Singal? Boom,
looking
roasted.
like it. Boom, roast.
Yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily a nice thing to say on the way out right now. There is something there from Hot Auto, but this is the
Oh no!
1v5 attempt. Grenade still striking true, I guess.
There's no relief. You want to maybe give this one a try here, because you got so much money. What doesn't really matter. I don't know. Yeah, it's looking rough. This does feel like a little bit of the first map warm-ups rolling through, but Ancient just not showing up for Avu whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. I'll lie. I mean, on the one end, though, for Sangal, is that everyone is hitting shots right now. Watching Youngster frag has been a treat. I will say that. But overall, we could be seeing Havu exiting the tournament on quite a whimper here to a Sangal team that came so close versus Rebels. So close, but not all there. They're looking for some revenge.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Sangal are a real contender here to make it out. Could get the rematch versus Rebels, depending on how things close out versus Aurora and Rebels. That'll be a pretty exciting game. But yeah, I mean, Sangal could build a lot of confidence off this and take that into their next series, their decider. Everyone, the whole squad lined up here, waiting for this. Just one flash from Gangino. There it is.
Oh, they missed their doors, Smoke Cole, so just disrespecting it. Going on for the inbound, though. Otto gets his kill. Potential lineup there as a 3-man defense opens up. And finally, some good news here for Havu. Get it on the clock. Oh, but Slide almost hits the shot there. And a great grenade. Well, xCloud has a chance. It is slim, but a chance.
Believe in an xCloud clutch.
I sort of do. Missed shot there, though. Tech9's going to have to be out. Buon's going to go for the swing!
No.
xCloud has just nailed the no-scope. He's on for the clutch. I don't want this pain to continue, Cole. Auto, gotta get your gun out. Gotta get your gun out. And he will. Swings out, scopes up, and finally will put an end to Sangal's insane run of rounds. 10-2.
Yeah, that was the same half scoreline that they ended on last time. 10-2. They were able to bring it back all the way to 13-11. But, again, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that Sangala 2-inch should let that slide again. It's like cloud. Just unreal. Otto's, second delayed right there. That could have been disaster. To avoid catastrophe. A little bit of a mid-fly.
Here we go. And well, Sauce will use every single footstep. And 3 CTs going to be called back in to assemble a firing squad. They'll get into CT spawn, but at what cost? is the question. Banjo, he needs the double here. He needs to stop them from rotating in. In the meantime, though, Saucel has made his way out in towards Donut, and he could... It's not like a miniature backstab on the site players. While these kills still coming through from the Finns inside a red room, Saucel wasting no time in on the retake. It's just Autumn now inside a temple as everyone gets cleared out here. Sangal. Everyone goes down in the red room. And Saucel's gonna finish off with the defuse that he started.
Yeah, nicely done right there. My favorite part about that run is that Saucel quickly calls in for some extra help, but doesn't give over Donut ever. Like, again, the best post plant you can play on the A site is to get yourself in towards Donut, plant for it. And they don't have that luxury there, Havu. Instead, they've got to kind of avoid it and do this weird little, like, CT spawn fight that you don't want to do. No one wants to take those duels up against a full squad, especially when you're getting crunched in on mid as well. And also, you know, pressured from Donut. So, great presence of mind from Saucel. Just a nice little bow to try and wrap this series up for Singal.
It could be right here. Straight A play. Ingenio around the side. First, second as well. And that's just plenty on the play. Youngster and company don't even need to do much. Put some extra damage on the back end from Saucel. Who will be fortunate to get in the plant, but Arax falls with some perfect smoke spam. And it's a 2 versus 4 post with no donut control. And they're just getting hemmed in. It's all of the Bua has to spin between too many angles, and Youngster's got him locked up. Back again at 12-2 here for Sangal.
Themselves another massive lead. Just a little bit more to close out. Incredibly comfortable. Again, Havu show up to another event here, the kind of online format, and it might just get bounced out of the gates. It's looking all but guaranteed at this point.
So, one last ride here for Havu. Do we have another one of these comebacks in ya? Or will we just fall flat again? It's going to be the flying through mid. Saucel needs to get his gun out. Youngster's going to take first contact. He'll drop. Saucel struggling for the kills. And once again, at this abominable scoreline, Havu are in a 3v5.
Just gonna say it. Havu are back. Don't count these guys out when they're down 2-12. That is when they wake up.
This position from X-Cloud is really strong.
It's very strong here. They're kind of still playing as a pack, though, and he's too low to find a big multi, surely. But we'll see what he can do. I think there's going to be a kill in mid soon. Yep, there it is. They're looking for a little re-aggression there.
Oh my goodness, hold on. You say he's not good for a multi? Okay, okay. Goes through, and Dino's out in the open, so... Well, this game still has more to give. Cole, do Havu have another 8 in them?
Ooh. Oh.
I like this.
So they had the rare emote. The rare bomb spinning emote.
I'm an incendiary shaker. I'm not sure about you.
Whoa. Or. Yeah, I mean, again, don't count Havu out when they are down 2-12. Because they'll give you 11 at least.
Or at most. I'm not sure, Cole. We'll have to see. If that's the case. It's still in with the force buy. Like, Sangal's still giving them the best opportunity to close. X-Cloud spotted, leaving. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can see X-Cloud. You still have to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not lackadaisical at all about that. I think he could have been if LNZ, like, he got timing. But X-Cloud's still very prepared. And things don't start off well. we'll see how they finish as the real plays over towards the A side. Eric's just looking to be in charge of a bit of aggression. But this setup is just not fun to deal with here.
Double setup. Like, this is dream situation. Like, Aguinho, typically good for one. Fires off at the shadow, though, a little early. And so there goes a quick 2 kills into the site. Jumps the gun. And there goes Xfloud. He falls next. And so a big advantage there for Sangal. Oh, it's not done yet. And oh, it's really not done yet. The MP9 at range finishes Arax. And now there's a smoke in a kit. There's a smoke in a kit. Uli's going to go around the world, but Kull, he's going to have to play his hand in just a moment. Both players moving in through Temple. Uli is going to get himself in towards Red Room and CT spawn. At some point, we're just going to drop a smoke on the bomb. The defuse about to start on up, and Saucel even clears CT spawn. No comebacks today for Havu, as they will see themselves out of RESEU. St. Gal continue to look for revenge.
Oh, I mean, just a dominant affair coming through from St. Gal. No struggles whatsoever on the second map coming through. Obviously, again, let a big comeback slip on their opponent's map pick, but you can shake that off when you look as dominant as you do in the very next breath, and denying Havu a lot of success coming through into this this series. And again, it's a tough run. Havu, they showed us a little bit of strength. They showed us some maybe development even in the map play. I would venture to say as much when I talk about overpass for this squad, but still more work to be done. Still more work to be done on Nuke specifically that they keep on picking into in this series, right? They picked into it both times, got blasted on it. I'll come to comeback is a little bit impressive, but got blasted on it both times, and it's a bit scary.
Yeah, I'd realistically say that Nuke should have just been a blowout, right? I don't really like calling 9-round comebacks a solid performance, because at the end of the day, if Sangal just cleaned up a small mistake here and there, it could have just been a 13-4. Like, the grand scheme of things, Sangal were all over the play, and it took some individual efforts to really even make that map of Nuke close, and you kind of just saw the comfort here on towards Ancient for this Sangal team. And it's really strong. I really like watching this Sangal squad, because all of their individuals are truly a treat to watch. Youngster this series is truly a prospect.
Yeah, I had a blast watching Youngster. I've got to watch a little bit of Sangal last year, and obviously, again, it's a roster who's gone through a lot of changes as of recent, but they're doing really well so far to get back into things here and become more of a stabilized tier 2 team, and that's exciting. And again, like, Salsa had some really good individual moments. Gigito's opping just looks really consistent. It looks like he's doing his job well as more of like a systems passive opper, and I like what they're getting away with here.
Yeah, Sangal, a really strong unit, and they're going to advance forward. They are going to be awaiting perhaps the Rebels down there. If you can take a grand scheme of the look over at Group C right now to see where these teams land, if at all possible. But they're awaiting that winners match between the Rebels right now and over in Aurora. So those two squads are going to be battling out. We'll have to see if Sangal get their rematch that they want, but we have to say goodbye to Havu. But as well, coming up next here on the stream, we have a Group D match coming up as well. And you can take a look at the overall bracket here. Aurora versus Rebels will be going down later today. But Ecstatic and Perivision is going to be happening down in that lower bracket. Ecstatic, major qualificant, or I'm trying that English phrase again. I should look it up if it's even a word. But they qualified for the major, and they're playing up against Perivision. See if they can avoid elimination there.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be their bounce back, right? Perivision have just looked far too weak coming into this year. I think for Ecstatic, again, a team that has been able to lock themselves in a spot at the major, a massive deal, to slip up to Perivision right now. I mean, maybe we can see some marketable improvement. It would be hard to imagine that Perivision come in looking worse than they have out of the gates, but again, that match of like a kind of tier 2 team making it to the major. They want to actually perform at the major as well, and lifting off a little bit here in the RES or European series is important for them.
Yeah, I have to say the same here in the lead up to the major. And for Perivision, a lineup that is absolutely stacked with names, but somehow doesn't have results. We're going to check into that team just after a bit of an extended break. So we'll be back in just about an hour or so with Perivision versus Ecstatic. See you guys in a bit.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And thanks for sticking with us for the break. We're back on in with the RES EU series. Very first one coming around, and we've gotten to say goodbye to our last team of the day. Our second elimination, BO3, is taking place here, Cole. And, well, it's in Group D between Paravision and Ecstatic.
Yeah, maybe at least for me, a surprising team here. But when you look at the just stacked competition that this group really does have, Static taking a loss to 3D Max, a roster that has been on the rise as of recent. It's no big shame here. But then you look at the other side of things here. Paravision going up against Monty. And Monty just looks still a little bit class. They still look just so incredibly well. And they were playing again with two new additions that I imagine they'll be keeping around long term because of how good they looked out at the gates, how exciting they did look. And you have Kavim on this squad here playing absolutely incredible in the series that they were able to get to work on. 116 ADR in that last matchup, but Paravision still unable to really break through.
Yeah, Paravision is a bit of an odd team now. Like, no shame to them. I think Monty were looking a light, but this team, they formed together to try and qualify for the major, Cole. But I'm going to say there has not been any results. And you look at these players, again, I said it last time we casted this team, but these are players that are tier 1 material, right? And they're unable to pick up a single map. They've played, 4 maps, officials, by the way, and they just have not been able to progress through open qualifiers. They got themselves into this event at least, but they have yet to impress.
Yeah, it is just a bit of a shock for me that we are seeing this level of struggle from this squad. You kind of expect Jerry to be able to build new projects, but again, maybe you are putting a lot of expectations on a team that is fairly new. Again, you mentioned it here, but these players joining forces together very recently, and I think that has kind of come at a cost as to maybe not really fully able to establish themselves just yet, but I expect them to come through eventually.
Yeah, I do agree, but you talk about how this team needs to get rolling, but again, I think just the players on this team should be able to class this level of competition. But I'll save my criticism for later. Maybe they can take it all the way with the series win over Ecstatic. This team qualified to the major, Cole. And I won't say that their loss to 3D Max is shameful or anything like that. They are a solid team over there at 3D Max, but maybe we expect a little better from these guys.
Yeah, I certainly expect them to be able to build off that confidence. I think you're dealing with a massive accomplishment when you qualify to the major. And then you come into this event, and it's a little bit rocky, right? I don't think there's a massive shame in losing 3D Max right now in the online format. I think a lot of teams struggle with that roster. They're very effective, very, very long-standing. But, again, it's all about, building up some energy off the back of it. And, it's kind of a similar problem. I would say a little bit more worrisome when you talk about Amcal and their campaign here in the RES. They got bounced, right? And maybe for these major qualifying teams, you're coming off the back of a absolute high, a big deal, right? And then you come back and you have to play some online Counter-Strike and get reps rolling, and it can be a little demotivating when you do take a loss.
Yeah, I do agree here for the guys over at Ecstatic, but I don't think I really, think of it as too big of a deal. I think again they're getting reps. And I'm not gonna not to, spoil their major qualification, but wasn't necessarily against like the toughest teams. I think the most difficult opponent that they beat was probably over there in the form of Guild Eagles. I mean, it was a Monty team that kind of was piecing itself back together, right, with SDY out of the lineup. So, Ecstatic, I'm not sure how we should rate them just yet here, Cole. Let's go ahead and see what the maps are going to look like, though, between these squads to actually see how we're going to rate both of these teams. We think Ecstatic should be able to take this one just based off of the form factor from Paravision, but that can change from day to day.
That it certainly can. And we will, out of the gates, get the map that I will say they look the best on so far out of their entire campaigns, both like round count wise and just kind of watching them play out. It is Ancient that they pick into here. Again, we're able to get 10 versus Monty. Last time they played it out, I don't think that map was at all close.
No.
I still feel like Monty were pretty dominant, even though they did hit double digits. But it was pretty impressive what they were able to bring on the CT side more so than anything, because on the T side, it was a singular round one on Ancient.
One round on, their map pick. It's just one T-side round. That feels very brutal, especially for a team that has been, in the chamber for the last, month. They haven't necessarily gotten any invites to these events or haven't played out many of these events. So you're kind of looking at this team who probably has been trying to build up a bit of a strat book, but maybe the lack of officials is hurting this team, and the lack of sort of like the grind mentality. When you get in, you get used to playing Counter-Strike day in, day out. I'm not sure what the level of work is for Paravision. Not to say that they aren't working, obviously, but it's a mentality to get into that flow state of learning Counter-Strike and picking back up.
Yeah, and I tell you what, like if they are working here, things aren't certainly clicking in the server for them, and I think that's the biggest deal, right? You just want to get a win underneath your belt, especially in an official capacity. You want to get a win, and maybe that can be like the big spark that ignites a team, because you want to prove that, hey, this project, it has something to it. And I think everyone looks at this roster and they say, hey, this project has something to it, but again, they haven't been able to put it down on paper just yet, and that's the biggest deal for the squad. Once they do that, I think they might be able to actually unleash a little bit more and show us something, but who's to say that's going to start right now versus a Static?
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Counter-Strike's trying to do well to reach to the top, but Cole, there are winners and there are losers, and some teams rise and some teams fall below the rest. Paravision do not want to be one of those teams. And I at least want to see them, stay competitive, at least get a map against a team that on paper, they should be evenly matched. You think like a Jerry team playing against a squad that's kind of, hanging around the top 30, top 40, Jerry should be able to lead these group of guys to a victory here, or at least a competitive series. And that's, I think, what I want to see here out of Paravision. They haven't been able to break into close qualifiers, and it's been a rough seas for these past couple of months. So this would be a bright spot if they could do well in this series.
I think so as well, 100%. I mean, it is actually a pretty fun storyline talking about Jerry versus a Static. Like, I feel like we've seen a lot of those head-to-heads in times past. And maybe that can offer up some familiarity for Jerry, and maybe that can bring some calling effectiveness coming through from them, and we can see a little bit more. But again, what has been like a massive issue, like obviously it's been both halves considering the one-sided nature, but these T sides, I think, from what we've seen, look a little directionless sometimes, and it feels a little bit rare to see those sort of problems. So Paravision, I think, really need to target that weakness right now in the individual game, and once they do, and once we know Jerry can kind of bounce back in that department, I feel like we could see more work. But yeah, I mean, talking about like the young individuals here, Art Frost on this squad, we watched him play out the other day, and it felt like some shots not connecting in the same fashion there. Player who probably wants to build up a lot of confidence off the back of like a really tough, like, you kind of understand it. You get dropped for sheer one of the best stoppers in the world, but then you watch some of your old teammates win some big events, and you're like, okay, well, I want to get back to that point, and you want to get back to that immediately, and it's hard to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Art Frost wasn't necessarily utilized to his full potential in certain situations. I feel like he was just kind of on the wrong side of the map. Yes, there are some missed shots here and there, but that's gonna happen. Art Frost's still talented. I mean, at least I can remember he picked up a 4K. At least in that little miniature comeback that Perryvision were putting together. But we're talking so much about Perryvision. I mean, we can also pan over to those over at the side over at Ecstatic. And honestly, you talked about how Jerry might have this familiarity, but that was with Manx in the team, and that guy's gone. And it seems like this team has still leveled up since then.
Yeah, what was impressive is that they're able to still like be a team that not only makes it to these lands, but is now qualifying to like majors, man. Because when we watched this roster with Manx over the last year, they were able to like consistently make some big lands for this roster and consistently like keep their like world ranking high, keep a great form overall. And I felt like, after like a static with the old Bird from Sky roster kind of departed, I thought that was going to be, really tough to bounce back from. I thought, Bird from Sky was kind of a big identity for that team. And then Manx picks up the role and starts really developing the team. And then they have to get a new IGL after Manx, and they're still able to make it to the major. Like, the fact that this roster can roll through with that sort of consistency is always something that I will give them a lot of credit for.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I know the consistency that they're able to find even throughout these roster changes. So it's just a real solid stuff, and a bunch of like new talent to the Danish scene as well. There's no recycled players, so to speak, here for the guys over at Ecstatic. They're all very young talents, kind of grown throughout their own region. So it's a really awesome team to see formulate, and it's again just homegrown Danish talent. You don't just see like the same guy, the remnants of Astralis, picking it back up together. The reason why we're rambling for just a little bit, because there's some little bit of tech issues in the server right now. Jerry's just trying to restart his PC, but we're getting ready to go as soon as possible. But with that out of the way, yeah, it's some really awesome sights to see here for Ecstatic with some homegrown Danish talent.
Yeah, I know. It's really cool to see. And again, kind of, especially when we talk about like the major that they're heading into is in Copenhagen. So it's just such a massive deal for these guys to even make it there. And again, like performing well is going to be even more important.
Yeah.
Because if you want to play in front of the crowd, you got to make it to playoffs, right?
Yeah, and it's super weird because Ecstatic are like the only full Danish team that are competing at the major, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't call Heroics a Danish, or actually they're Norwegian, I should say that. Norwegian organization. I mean, yes, a Danish core, but like there's no Danish national team necessarily playing outside of Ecstatic, so it's really cool to see them make it onto the major, but they do have to prove their worth to the scene that, hey, we might be able to make it to that stage. It's one thing to make the major, another to make playoffs. And they're taking away Ecstatic versus Perryvision here in a bit of a surprise elimination game. Art Frost is going to push forward just a little bit. Got some mid control through Perryvision, but no kills just yet.
The red room here. Some valuable real estate if you can work efficiently off of it. Frost, though, going to take that first point of contact, and he sure does hit. Right there like a truck. They do clear red room, but they've lost a little bit of the ground towards the B side here, as X5 needs to find multiples. He is only good for one, and Patty
away. What? He just strafes around the entire site and just bops Kickard on the other end. Walking through the smoke here, Patsy. Try to hunt this kill on the Queenix, and unable to find it. How did Patty do that?
It's absolutely wild right there. Patty getting away with so much. Fantastic defense right there coming through on that B side. And I tell you what, this game's going to be real fun right now when you look at some of the names. You got Patty and Patsy. I already fell into that. You got another one. I'm trying to blank on it.
Jerry and Queenix. That's my favorite one. I don't know. But...
No, Queenix and Kicker.
Oh, right. There you go.
Yeah.
Need to connect the dots here, and connecting the dots here on the site. Just a couple of Glocks. Uh-oh. Someone's got a FAMAS. That's gonna make things a little weird. Someone's need to get the bomb. X5, back turn, and the MP9s will clean up. Courtesy of
They have
Kraken.
multiple bulldozer MP9s on this team.
Okay. I see them.
Skins are almost distractingly yellow. It's like you're kind of firing up there as the FAMAS was picked up, and I was like, oh my god, that pretty yellow color.
I mean, Colt, you know who owns this organization? I'm not sure if you know. You know.
That's true.
A particular skins aficionado is the owner. Look at all these. I mean, Kraken's got the full yellow loadout. We'll hold on to the skins, though. Patsy, what is happening in this one? Just non-stop aggression around the map. Fly through a smoke for a double.
Both maps so far have kicked off with some absolute fury. There's a little bit of damage done in return here, but they're going to need a whole lot more than just damage. There you go. There's something. Nadios gonna find a kill, and actually Queenix is taking way too much space right now for this to be comfortable at all. He's gonna be able to clear out mid now, and that's gonna facilitate maybe even another rotate over towards that B side.
Patsy, no, can't be seen. So Queenix calls mid clear. Two players slink into the B site, but you can't really get yourself established. It's too risky to cross. Doesn't matter to Nodios, though. He will get himself established into a solid position as Kicker tries to walk up and clear the site. Perfect off angle. Dealt with. Trade. Oh, he stops firing there for a moment. Jerry down at 6 HP. The flank formulates. Art Frost goes down. Plant out in the open. Jerry gets off of it. And even might get to safety. A Molly touches down, though. And Colt, it's not planted for him. The knowledge should be there that they're both inside a cave, and Queenix knows. Instant headshot to Patsy, and it's not planted for Jerry, and the HG strikes true. Can't hide behind this box.
Wow. Those safety right there. And you've got Patsy out of the gates right there with such a furious double kill. But a static pull it back piece by piece, a little bit of CG side proactivity. Goes an absolute long way right there. And Queenix able to complete the mission with that flank that we kind of highlighted early on. He got away with just such a great bit of timing right there. As soon as Jerry fades away from kind of covering A and middle, that's when he steps forward and re-clears mid. And
wow,
what a great start. But again, adios, the rest of the squad able to shut it down.
Just positioning is what won the round there, despite the raw firepower from Paravision, from Patsy. Wasn't enough. A-side execute on the way. Salazar, this op should be good for one, right? Or maybe not. It misses the shot, and he's trying to hit these extra flicks. They close the distance, but then there's a collateral. Oh, man, it makes up for all the misses, and then Queenix flies in and gets the double. This is mission critical, Cole.
Oh my god, he gets away with it. Oh,
Queenix
just disrespects everything. Not a care in this world. 7-0. He's unstoppable. This is a static. You think it's all going to go wrong there when Salazar starts sending a couple past Paravision, but redeemed by the collateral. At some point, if everyone is flooding out A main, the targets are impossible to miss.
But it's on the third shot that gets the collateral. Like, how? Yeah. How was that a collateral?
I didn't even see the second person. I didn't even see the first person that hit. I don't even... What was that? It's absolutely stunning right there. And again, out middle. A little bit of grace here. A little bit of space. That's a nice shot right there to kick things off.
Running Tech 9 to the bane of every anchor's existence. And even X5, big backstab. Like he completes the flank. Problem is, he only does have a Tech 9. It's not the... It's a good weapon. Not the perfect one at long range, though. Especially on half HP. Salazar's gonna walk forward, try to take an off angle. Flashbang pop. And everyone gets blinded up. A huge backstab right now, but... Look at this. Oh, Nodios. Oh, gonna get blindsided there by X5. 3 versus 5. Is the positioning again here from Ecstatic, and the shots as well. Kragan with a triple, and as soon as the round looks so beautiful, Kragan destroys this piece of art. What can you say?
Devastation. I mean, is Jerry even... No, he's not. No, he's not. He doesn't have bomb. He's left by the smoke. Go and save.
What?
2 Tech 9 entries that look instant. Like a round ender. Right there. But again, just nullified. There's a lot of hesitation right now. There's a lot of fear in Parry Vision. You've got X5 working through this masterful flank, but he flanks A instead of B. I think that's a big deal right there in the communication breakdown, because we have the whole squad, Paravision, the entire team is posted up waiting for pressure on the B side, and X5 goes and clears out Temple. And it's like there's a severe breakdown right now, and it's just ripped apart by Kragan. Look at the quickness here. Wow, oh my god. Just instant devastation right there. Once you think you have yourself a chance.
And, I mean, the thing I like about this defense from Ecstatic is it is constantly moving.
Yes.
And, well, it might not be moving for much longer if Paxi has anything to say about it. Fly out middle. Dragon gets himself established, though, in the cubby. Such a power position with the flashbangs raining in. There's a 3-for-1. That's a real round ender right now.
Oh my god. You're right. It's a living CT side right now, every single round. Development here. You can't really comfortably take space right now, and you certainly can't leave space open because it feels like Static will just take it right in return. Flying through the smoke. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Phoenix, no relief. You leave for a second, and they follow you.
Hey, this Ecstatic team is so deadly. It's like they're hitting all the right pressure points, too. Because, you know, a moving defense can go very wrong. You know, you can move right into T's that are just waiting, lying in wait in these mid-rounds, right? And that 3 versus 5, who knows? Maybe there's a T just holding middle. As, say, Kragan went for the jump up. But Ecstatic, understand the art of timing. And Kicker is left to save. This is going to be dominant 6-0, Cole. Where have I seen this before?
Yeah, this is... I mean, again, their map pick here as well. I can't even blame Paravision a lot for the timings and the pressure points. Like you said, it's all the right moves here for a Static. There's no question about it, but they have had a couple big man advantages where things just kind of break down, and it feels oh so familiar. It just feels like we are watching the same team play out again. Hesitation kicks in. You don't want to, you know, actually enter into a bomb site. The defaulting is not panning out the way you want it to. And you'd think at some point you might be able to realize that Paravision calling in another timeout to try and figure out how to deal with this pressure, how to deal with this CG side proactivity.
And I mean, for now, it just has to be Tech 9s. And just a straight A play. Back to Salazar. And this angle is nice. You can see the shadows. He has a pretty safe fallback. But of course, you need to nail the first shot. You need to get that very first kill. So smoke's line. They just missed a smoke. They missed a smoke. One of them's going to be dropping in towards CT, but there's no donut smoke, Cole. So Salazar gets the fall back for free, and then helped out by Kragan. But the Tech-9s will be able to entry up the site. It was looking dire, but still in with the chance. Oh, we're going to underhand a grenade. That's just a little chip damage. A boost up as well. Stop the fallback, or possibly so. Patsy still playing around the site. X5 as well, once again on the backstab. But moving targets with the Tech-9. He'll just go for the body shots. But Patties flicks around for the double. Retake is in here for Ecstatic. Unless Patsy has anything to say about it. Jumping up on top of the site. Gonna start the spam up. And down to 3 HP now. Defuse gonna be kicked off by Nodios. And Patsy has to go for the reload. Patty knows. And it's 7-0.
They're just tough post plant that just falls a little too chaotic right there. And again, like, Perry Vision pulling some right moves. The flank looks good. But Patty just too strong on the retake. Just too sharp with the rifle work right there. And the missed opportunity to lay claim. A 3v3. Get a little cheeky Tech-9 round in the mix, but they can't quite squeak it through there. So tough, right? I mean, Patty just doing such great work on that retake. Fast speed play, let's try it.
Okay, it might work out. Salazar doesn't connect. Some wall bangs. Maybe to answer back, but it's Queenix that falls eventually. Jerry continues pushing forward, but he goes down. Okay, there's a quick trade. And surely this is where it ends. But look what Kraken's up to. Going around the world, and look who's exposed. I'm looking at Art Frost right now. He's tunnel visioned at the moment. And Kraken about to resurface on the big flank. Oh, come on. You know you want to go for it. You can do it.
I'm surprised. I'm gonna play the exit game here instead, and you can do a lot of damage on your way out.
Wait a minute. Oh, if only Art Frost,
no.
if the kill came through on the Art Frost, there may have been a difference there, Cole. Not the case. Paravision will get their first T-side round.
Oh, you're 100% right there. That kill comes through. They would have even attempted that. I really think they could have had a chance. I'm surprised to see Kragan stop where he does so far back, but either way, everyone goes down on Paravision and they save a single gun, so money's still a bit of a deal for Static. Some of these rounds have been close. If Paravision can somehow manage to find get two in a row, could quickly turn around for them. They could switch the narrative. And a tough T side could quickly turn a little bit easier once you're up against USPs.
It's possible, but the indications that Paravision can get 2 in a row, I feel like that round comes off the back of a small gimmick. Maybe some fortunate times as Salazar, couldn't connect for the entry to make it a 4-on-4 if that was closer. You never know when the retake might come through. For now, we're just gonna fly through the smoke. No one on the other side just yet. Nodios, though, toying with grenades. Needs to get his gun out. Not in time. And so the B site gets into trouble. Salazar, another missed shot. Some critical misses that are coming through right now, giving Paravision chances. And Kragan is just going to slink away and probably just call this a save.
Get away.
Couple missed opportunities there for Ecstatic. This could have been their round.
Salazar, I mean, when he's not getting redeemed by collaterals here, he's had a bit of a tough time with that AWP. I can't lie. They do it. They do complete the mission. Gather themselves a couple rounds in a row. But with these 3 guns saved, it's still going to be more buying up here for Static. The faster plays, I think, from Paravision, even if it's patchwork for a T side, you know, if you're just going to call out rushes, and that's the best way that you can coordinate is these off-spawn calls. We'll see how much they can get away with it, but it can redeem a lot of, like, the struggles in a default if you don't default.
I guess I guess you're right, Cole.
You know? Just, if you're getting picked apart, maybe we just rush everything as a 5. Just do the old death ball maneuver here. They take a lot of damage in this mid-exchange. Kraken's not a man I would want to mess with right now, but Patsy says otherwise here, and the trade just not available yet.
Patty as well joining together with Queenix. And on the fallback, he connects the headshot to stop Jerry. An impactful duel there from Queenix. He moves to 11 and 2. Paravision, though, they have a mid-round to work with. But this has not been their strong suit.
Pixel angle there. Queenix, he gets some light, or smoke down rather. Really is going to secure a lot of space here. It's about 45, and they've just taken the main.
Look at this.
The only route around this is through cave, though. If they do that, they're going to hit something.
It's the active defense here. Oh, kicker. No idea, but oh, Nodios wasn't prepared for it either. And Patty, he was busy starting a big flank. Well, he still is. Backstab available. 1 kill. The second. Ready for the third as well from long range. Patty sprays them all down. 8 to 2.
He's just too good right now to hit, like, slip up right there. You think, oh, you take down the low HP bar, it could very well be a trade, and then bam, Paravision out of the round. In contention, but no, Patty doesn't slip up at all. Composed with the rifle. Strikes on the flank. Delivers beautifully. Here's what you're talking about, though. This mid-exchange here. Off the back of some excellent utility. Queenix able to mop up just nicely. And Patty, look at this. No trouble. No trouble at all.
All right, Salazar's going to be back up to the test, though. And again, Paravision with the strat where can't call our default bad if you don't default. We're just going to straight up hit the A site. Smoke goes through, but Salazar does nail the shot. Then Queenix picks up the slack. He's even going to get ratty behind the smokes. Moving around as they boost up. He takes another with him.
One of the better looks here, at least for Paravision here, having a 2v3.
Oh, but
Still
kicker.
very doable.
Who's being made? Oh, gotta clear his behind him. Oh, no. Kicker doesn't check his right. And it's an easy kill for Nodios, and he knows where Art Frost is coming from. Like, he just keeps pushing forward, never letting them get any space, and even sees the shadow. Art Frost can't react in time. It's 9 to 2.
Just, devastating here. And now into rest. Salazar able to connect on some of these op shots more crucially. The rest of the squad just playing so well. Queenix, another multi-kill for him as well. Rifle core here of a static is so strong. Anyone able to step up in any given round.
Here we go again. This time it's Patsy trying to leap forward, but only gets the dink.
Just the Galil, man. That's tough.
And they're just gonna send it. They're just gonna give it their best go. Nodios while blind. 1.5. And even Salazar now. There's no smoke for the cross, but splits the goalpost somehow. But then there's Patty. There's always the extra man here. There's another multi-kill out of him, and it puts Jerry up into the clutch. 1 versus 2. Tech9's out, but nothing connecting as another triple kill for Patty. 10 to 2 here for Ecstatic. This looks like their map pick. I'm going to be honest, Cole.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, Static coming through here. they do have a lot of reps on Ancient. Not a lot of wins. Sometimes they do struggle to actually claim some victory, but they do got a lot of maps played on this map. But again, I think the bigger concern is that Paravision have shown consistency in the lack of a T-side on their own map pick. Back-to-back times here where we've seen either one, or I guess in this time they get two. But like 3 rounds and 2 map picks on the T side is not enough when you're starting off on the T side, right? And still some concerns here. Pistol necessary though.
I mean, that's to say the least here for Paravision, but Static have looked solid. They have the right strat. X5, though, gonna pop in with the flashbang, but perhaps a little too early. Doesn't get any sight lines on a player. Bomb to get planted. 5 on 5. The retake starts, and not to the greatest. Shave down to the 4 on 4. Jerry, though. Smoke fades, and he can't get the kill. Kragan has just been so sharp. But X5 answers back. Nodios, though, the same. And Heartfrost through CT spawn. Nodios too good on it. Now in the 1v1, though. Both players low. Both players needing headshot. Both players reloading. Round the site. Patsy running and gunning will get it. And does have time just enough on the clock for the defuse and at least a pistol for Paravision.
Whew. A sigh of relief coming through there for Paravision. Is Patsy able to chase down that kill? Nadio's almost buying enough time. So good in the clutch, but just couldn't quite get the shot that he was looking for. And Patsy able to deliver a 3rd round. But still, I mean, you know what's going to happen here next, right? The guns are going to come out here. We're going to deal with a very scary forced buy opportunity here. Patsy just 1 bullet away from death right there. 1 Glock body shot, and I think that would have done the trick, but able to save his team probably what would have been certain doom on this map if he doesn't win that.
This walkout right now from Ecstatic. It's actually going to be difficult to spot. Nodios has already made his way up to Catwalk and Jiggle Peak game. Jerry will not go down on that. Oh, but he will go down to Salazar right through the wall. Oh, that's brutal. And look at this. Shift walk into Donut. X5
Space they're going to take.
X5 is none the wiser here. Gonna be Jiggle peeking, shoulder spotted, he's dead. And that's the round.
Save.
Paravision, call a save instantly.
Understandable. No opportunities to get into this round here. They just perfectly work the map. And while we were talking about, like, earlier, Monty playing without their old IGL and not on their own map pick, right? The unfortunate part about Ecstatic is they've got set defaults. They've got experience playing together. They got a major that they're preparing for. And they're not going to come through lacking on the T side. That is for sure. So Paravision do not have that luxury today of playing with a team that is hours old. A team that's newer than you. No, Ecstatic are already established in that sense. And it's not going to make their job any easier in the series.
I mean, at least they still have Art Frost on an AWP. That is just the one silver lining. But, like, Jerry getting spotted on a fallback into getting 100-0 through a wall. Nothing can go right, it feels like. They're going to have to fully invest back into the force. Jerry has to pick up dual Berettas just so he can afford a smoke. Out mid for Patty. That smokes in CS2. That was supposed to extinguish the molly, right?
You'd think. I feel like actually somehow worse in CS2.
Oh, it's just gonna be a fly through B, isn't it? Molly, and the perfect coordination. Even more information now as Kickert's been spotted. Both players locked out of this site as the smokes dribble in. And Perry Vision, all they can do is spam these smokes. Or break it, perhaps. But that just deals more damage to Jerry, where he just goes down.
Oh my god.
Tough stuff, and then Salazar through the smoke. That's the offer, by the way.
I feel like
Man.
that's the most fitting round for this team sometimes, man. It's like we just 50 damage naded our teammate to blow the smoke open. I understand the sacrifice of a pistol for a chance at the op, but just looks a little bit silly in the end. All you can do is laugh here as Paravision just get away with absolutely nothing.
This is kind of like the debut for Perry Vision, like their debut big tournament. They've kind of run it through a couple of open qualifiers. And all I can say is that I'm surprised that, you know, from what I'm seeing a team that just doesn't. I have to levy some criticism now that they're, you know, down 12-3, but it feels lost. You know, Arfrost nowhere near the play. I'm not sure, Cole. I was hoping Perry Vision could maintain a competitive stance, but this is their map pick. And, well, the scoreline speaks for itself. A play to Artfrost. Gotta prove your worth here, man. And he does. First shot's good. Second as well. Artfrost doing what he's meant to be doing here with a third. All right, all right. I'll shut up, Artfrost. Have your moment. He's on for the ace. Salazar is even going to give him the chance is the question. Molly, the flames, obscure. And Patsy will take away the liberties there, but that's what you have Artfrost for.
Are they back? Is Perry Vision back? Is Art Frost back? That's the question on all of our minds here. 'Cause, I mean, that's a real highlight reel. That's kind of what you want out of your opera, right? This we saw Salazar in a couple of these positions, and he gave us a big collateral, but that sequence right there is what you want out of your op. Just 4 clean shots, 4 beautiful peaks. That's what this team is capable of.
You know, Cole, it'd be a
not.
fitting end right after that, right after a sick highlight. And that's it. Map's done. It feels like it. 3 versus 5, a couple low HP bars, or at least one in the hands of Patty. And still an Artfrost in play, but it's back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Such high highs. Could be just right back to the lows, though. At least they're grouped up, but another just little swing there. Even with low HP, they start to realize there's a little bit too much presence on this dang site. Let's go ahead and back out.
Yeah, Ecstatic say, I'll pass. And, I mean, I would too with how Artfrost is playing. He comes back to middle, but he is far too late. Patty does have the op and had a chance to just end the map right there with the kill in X5, but stay alive for just a bit longer. Flashbang tossed in. Ollie to the back of Donut as well, and Kragan takes the off angle, the double setup as well. This just feels devastating as X5 jumps knife out into Kragan, and Patty cleans up. Cole, it's a 13-4. And the doom and gloom continues for this Perry Vision squad.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the last series, but how much do you really count like 9-round comeback like failures like we saw when Monty was playing up against this squad? And again, Perry Vision roll through another just 2-round T side, and all the same concerns that we were talking about just a couple days ago still flare up today. And it hasn't been a long time since they last played this map, so how much can you really improve on it? But still, we're not just yet seeing that improvement.
Yeah, I want to see that improvement, Cole, but I'm just not. It's just not there. I'm more so flabbergasted. This team with, you have Patsy again, a big stage player, right? You have Art Frost, who again is showing his stuff. Like he's very much alive as a player, but just never was at the scene of any of these plays or never got the chance to be activated. Jerry, a long time, an internationally recognized IGL who has been at the top of, at least this realm of Counter-Strike for most of his career. And X5 is just a nice talent to add to the mix. Kicker, solid rifle, you would think. But, all the pieces are there, but it is just not coming together.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little flash from Art Frost that I think we were excited about, right? But that is just one. And we've seen flashes from Art Frost. We've seen flashes from Jerry even on this team, from a lot of the individuals. They just can't seem to really coordinate it all together into like a good formula. And as for a static, it's the complete opposite there. The riflers here working off of each other, it's just beautiful. The CT side that they had, very like just living, proactive, and it's going to put them in a good spot in the series.
Yeah, Ecstatic are feeling really good as well. I think they just played a really clean game. And if they can continue that, quick 2-0 and perhaps earn themselves a rematch versus 3D Max or Monty, depending on how things go in that winners match going on later today. But for now, we're going to toss this one off to a break because this is not the end of the series. There is still another map to play, but it's going to get a whole lot harder for Paravision as we head to Vertigo. We'll be back in just a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And so, well, another, more so depressing start there for Perivision, a team that is trying to really get a foundation underneath their feet, but they simply can't right now. Ecstatic, got to give credit to where credit's due, though. They played a lights out CT side, a lights out Ancient, and now as we move to map number 2, it's their pick. I just want to see a competitive map here out of Perivision.
Yeah, me too. I'm right there with you. I think again, like at this point, I just want to see like an individual have some sort of like pop off game that can develop them into like maybe a map victory, maybe even a close map here, because they haven't had a whole lot of that just yet. I want to see like competition out of this Perivision roster that is yet to surface so far throughout their entire iteration, right? Because we have not seen them stay competitive with any team that they've played so far. And again, they have the individuals, they have the players to do so. Absolutely. Unfortunately, they have to do it on a statics map pick, and it's a map that they've established themselves on for years now.
Yeah, it's deadly. Now, the one thing that I think Perivision can take advantage of is that Salazar did not have the greatest map, despite the 13-4. There were a lot of asterisks. He was carried by every other player on Ecstatic who just played perfectly, I would say, throughout that entire game. Like, I don't have any notes to take on the other 4. But that is one thing. That is the sole thing I think they can take away from it. If they can, hone in on Salazar, messing up the 50-50 shots there, then maybe. And hey, we saw a bright moment from Art Frost, so that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I'd like to give them the chance there as well. I think Art Frost, if he's obviously like I would say the better opper in the server here. If he's able to prove it, if he's able to work some of that magic, and it might just be the case that he needs to start calling some of the shots here. I don't know how much like influence he's able to bring to the table, but at this point, like you said, you got maybe one weakness that we saw from a static. And you tried to abuse it, and you got away with it sometimes in the little T-side rounds. But at this point here, I think you really have to identify that target.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difficulty is, it's hard to identify targets for this Perivision team because they just felt lost across the map. It just, it's their pick of Ancient, but they didn't want to default, or they couldn't default. And we just started them, like, you made the joke that, like, if you can't default, just hit sites. It almost felt like that was the decision-making process. And that's actually what started to work towards the very end to get them up to at least a 10-2.5, but that's just at least, right? It's some very worrying signs across the board there for Perivision, besides Art Frost having a cool highlight.
Yeah. I mean that's just the thing here is that they're hopping into these like their own map picks, and it's been a while since we've last seen this team play before this RES European Series, right? And they can't default. They don't have like a default established. It's been enough time in between these two HLTV officials that they've played where you'd think they'd have time to develop that on their own map pick, and then you see that they're resorting to like again off spawn calls where they just like have to run it down. They have to rush because if they split up and try and work the map, they get isolated, they get picked apart, and it breaks down here. And for Perivision, it makes me think here that you have to question: is there work being done on these defaults? Is there work being done on these map pools? And so far, the answer is no, at least in terms of the results.
I mean, you have to give some credit to Ecstatic for their defense that just found every hole in the default and just picked it to shreds. We saw Kragan and Queenix just take over middle and just expand to the extremities. Like they were just like a parasite corrupting every single part of the map from middle. Like they just spread out all across and had influence on every single part of the map, which like really cool stuff from Ecstatic right there. But there was just no solution to those two players there for Perivision. So as we move into this map of Vertigo right now, what's different?
Yeah, what's going to change here? And I mean, again, they don't have any officials logged on this map, so you're also talking about like a team that's coming kind of with a fresh look, at least in terms of like this iteration of Perivision on this map. And if your map pick kind of went that way, is it going to change? Again, I think it's going to get a lot more scrappy. I think Perivision may be identifying that the defaults might not work out a little bit earlier. And either way, good news is they get to start on the CT side. At least you hope that's good news, I guess.
At least you hope it's, yeah. Well, we'll have to see. For now, Patsy hears the thunder stomping of 5 players up the ramp. Art Frost doesn't react in time, though, and he's armorless, too, so he goes down in 4 body shots. Easy does it there for Salazar. Smokes dribble in, Molly to headshot. Even a couple flashes lobbed over, and that plant should go in pretty cleanly here, unless Jerry has anything to say about it, but he's just been spotted, and he might be eliminated. Salazar will do the talking there. Kicker at long range, has to do everything, and he's out of ammunition, but he does get a second kill there. He gets anything extra there for Kicker? No. Now the 2v2. Wrapping around the sight, though. Salazar keeping it crisp. And now a 1v2 for X5. Both targets might be on his plate. Kraken spots him out. Now it's the wild goose chase. Just playing between the angles. Salazar. Oh, he's being so elusive. And X5, he doesn't even have a kit. There's no time. Ecstatic come through with the pistol.
And guess who we said? I mean, not with the op just yet, but Salazar not missing on the pistol round. And so that kind of a small weakness. X5 will gather an extra kill there towards tail end. Why not? The small weakness that we kind of highlighted out of the gates. You know, Salazar wasn't playing super confident, missing a lot of op shots. He started off this game with a fantastic pistol to kick things off.
I mean, yeah, we had our criticisms, and the offers and pistol rounds trope continues. Alright, so we got 5 USPs and a single MP9. Sorry, 1 Desert Eagle to back that up as well. So it's a little awkward in terms of the damage there. X5 not able to find any kills with this MP9. So solid disadvantage here for Perivision. A little boost up. A Hero MP9. Not the weapon I was expecting.
The move. Elevated angle. How diligent are static? They're clear as you'd expect. A lot. But 1 low HP bar. Oh,
You can't let him pass.
The
Dude,
corner and
you
find-
can't let him pass.
Oh my god.
No. 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 I can't let him pass. I'm sorry. That's a sad face for me. Like, yes, I understand, like, okay, maybe my teammate below has got him covered, but, like... And we also had the benefit of the doubt knowing that he was low, so 1 burst would do it.
Right.
But... yeah, that was extra cooked. And that's... Cole, I'm just sad. I'm just sad. Yeah, let's see if it changes at the gun round. That's all I'm gonna say. I need some hope.
Yeah, I think if you're sad, kind of imagine what it feels like to play in the server here, because it can't be in good stead here. Perivision, I mean, not to like harp on them too much, but they just recently have just taken nothing but dominant losses.
Yes.
And their start, right? And you know, sometimes you talk about the honeymoon period for teams. This is the exact opposite. You get nothing going for yourself. And I think that's a tough way to start off a team here. Really hard to lift off when you can't find wins, and you can't even really find rounds sometimes.
Well, that's something. That is something. Anything extra here? Patty connects, though, and Patsy does come away with a double. Almost a quad there as he finds Patty on the way out. And a 2 versus 4, and perhaps a breath of fresh air delivered by Patsy. However, Cole, I regret to inform you that the only B defender is Art Frost.
Could be okay there with this flank rolling through as well, but all right. On the weak side and a very passive setup here for Art Frost as well. But the round's on a timer. Flank is formulating, and it's still not even able to really lift off here. The numbers punched in, not quite denied by kicker just in time. Air Vision on the board for the first gun run, and I tell you what, that is exactly what you need here with a player like Patsy. Nice round like that. That just looks clean. Just looks like you're ready to deliver on this A side here.
Nice start here, especially like Patsy coming through with the triple kill. Desperately needed, and almost gets the quad through the smoke as well. We do have a little force back. Ouch. A good grenade. A second one that follows up as well. All these mid players feeling quite brittle. And even another HE striking true here for Parry Vision. And here's Art Frost on the line. A boost up? Are you kidding me? Oh, but the flick is good. Art Frost will not get first bulleted today. An opening pick for Parry Vision. Flash. Oh, Art Frost in some trouble. Gotta scope up. Crab walking away. There's another flashbang. Perfect call in. And back to the 4v4 we go. Unless Nodios has anything to say about it. Considering walking through the smoke right now for Patsy, he gets deleted instantly. Kicker, back of the site though, will equalize. X5 as well, feeling the pressure. Get this from Patty though, crossing out. X5 prepared until he swings into 2. It's all across the map here. Ecstatic need to keep their bearings, but Kicker's gonna take it away from them. And then the flank developing from Jerry. But oh, Salazar's ready for it. What a baller! Now, in the 1 versus 1, trying to toy with the angles here. Kicker with the swing! Salazar with the clutch! Oh, and the pain continues for Parry Vision.
Well, Salazar clearly ready to step up in map 2. As he just devastates Parry Vision with that clutch right there. The isolation just perfectly played onto Jerry right there. The kicker try as you might, but after that kill, you really start to believe that this is going to be locked in for the likes of Salazar. Again, one player we said maybe you could try and capitalize on. Having a bit of a tough game, losing a little bit of confidence has built it right back up in the second.
Oh, boy. Oh, we've got the rechargeable Zeus. It puts Parry Vision on a full eco. That feels brutal. Hey, let's see if Patsy... Can we get a smile, a little laugh? I mean, Kragan in this position will be very tough to Zeus. Yeah, about that. Not happening today. And so, marauding MAC-10s. Trying to put in some cleanup here, as that bomb will get planted in nicely.
Does it's all about away from exits there, and well, Patty will walk right into it. X5, you got something for us with another MAC-10 chasing you down. Timing doesn't really work out for him well.
Oh no,
don't do it.
No. This team, no. This team has already gone through enough.
It's cruel. Just cruel.
Merciless stuff. Our Frost at least gets $600 for the op fund, so I guess we'll be happy for that. Terrorists win. With just absolute brutality.
Just brutal is the best way to put it. Yeesh. Back into another gun round at least. And again, like you said, Art Frosty built up some nice cash flow.
And there's
Gonna have
something.
an AWP.
Nothing for that off to shoot at just yet. It said it will be Kickert who finds the opening pick onto Queenix. Oh, but he's about to get jump scared by more players flying up the steps. Kickert does not dissuade Ecstatic. They're going to get into this site for free. Bomb as well in tow. Now a flank does develop in the form of Patsy. Oh, but it's starting to get tough already. Down to 20. Patsy needs to get activated. He needs to get these kills. And he's being watched. Dragon slinks forward. Just crab walks forward.
Oh my goodness.
And then Patty just executes Patsy. Turns that S into a T or something like that. I don't know.
Close enough. Yeah.
Shows him
Who's a better
the,
Pat?
yeah, right, the Pat E.
Or the Pat C.
Oh, no.
My god.
No. It just gets worse. Nice little play there from Kicker, but quickly answered back. Ecstatic. They're just fearless right now. They're just playing with so much confidence.
Almost feels like they just wanted to bait Kicker into like a false sense of security right there on B. Let him have that opening duel right there, but then they walk behind Queenix. And in that act, and you can see that Kicker caught completely off guard, but more importantly, the site is fully claimed. There's no rotations. There's nobody there to help. Post plant made easy. Was never really lifting off there for Paravision, who didn't have any utility. Anything of that nature.
It's tough. I mean, some cool stuff there from Ecstatic. Just, that really is the strength of this team. I think even as the brand has stayed through the entirety of it, it's just been their mid-rounding has been exceptional. Throughout, even through different IGLs. It's just kind of... I mean, honestly, Cole, I think that's just Danish Counter-Strike. I'm not gonna lie. Nailing the timings there, and Kicker gets caught. So, what are Paravision going to bring to the table here? Art Frost hardly got to use his AWP. And, well, it was just taken away from him in the last moment. It feels like everything that could have gone wrong here for Paravision has gone wrong. Losing the AWP. You just have... Yeah, your anchor getting caught out in mid, despite having that opening pick. Oh, Patsy, I remember one of those rounds, decides to walk through a smoke in middle. Nodios destroys him, breaks open the B site. Like, every little play that Paravision try to make just gets shut down.
Yeah. It's not the first map we've seen that happen today either. Same thing was rolling through on Ancient as well. You got a couple Tech 9 kills. Static, I have a gift for you, and it's a flank. Or a retake. Or anything to just make sure Paravision can not establish themselves.
Man. I don't want to spend this whole broadcast, like, criticizing Vision. It's just, they haven't played many officials, so we're kind of seeing the story of the team develop just a bit. But yeah, it just has it hasn't been what they're looking for in this debut tournament. So maybe things can still pick up. Of course, I still want to maintain hope. And shoot, I mean, we are in a time right now, Cole, where there are plenty of super teams that are not doing very well.
Right. And this is a bunch of exciting players coming back. A lot of redemption stories for a couple separate people. I mean, Patsy, obviously, a big one. Talking about, like, his experience coming through. Post switch up from Liquid, right? It felt like a very temporary situation there over on Liquid. Stuck around there for a little while. Didn't work at all. It went very poorly for him and the rest of the squad. You come back into your scene and you want to build back here. Art Frost, again, we talked about it, but winning, a prestigious event such as Kato for his old teammates. But obviously he wasn't part of that. So it is like a big redemption story. I mean, even Jerry, who finally leaves a team for such a long time of playing with fours, over 5 years, and now you want to build a new project. Do you have what it takes?
Let's see it. Now, Ecstatic are trying to work it towards a bit of a stacked B site. They're just gonna light up that smoke.
You're doing a jump in MP9 play here?
We actually are.
Like on overpass.
Not the...
I don't know how they're not making any noise, though. It's actually interesting.
It's Patsy stands up every time he jumps. So
okay. It's cool. It's very hard mechanically, I feel like, to get consistent. You're just saying jump out every once in a while.
yeah. Well, it's not gonna matter much here. It's just straight B execute in the mid round. But this place is stacked up, and that's a nice opener. Kicker gets some ground. As well as back of the site here, X5 problems. Salazar goes down, and the stack works out. Puts it down to Kragan in the 1v4, but he's just too low on time. Vision stack up a site, and Ecstatic walk right into it.
Actually done right there. I mean, even if it doesn't net them any sort of kills over towards that A side, it's a great way to kind of spot things out. Just clear, even if it's not going to be landing you any kills. It allows for the stack to be maintained for so long. And finally, a big round right there. I feel like a cohesive call out of this defense. And it is saved. A static. You fall. They will be able to continue to put some effort in your kicker. That's a beautiful shot. That's how it all kicks off right there. And that definitely helps.
Yeah, a lot of utility damage as well prior to that. Lets them fall apart quickly, so credit where credit's due, but setting their sights elsewhere. Just trying to turn up the jets towards the A site. Just kind of see what's there. And faced with a lot of utility, we'll say, I'll pass. Setup still very much here. Jerry and Patsy, a trio as well, joined by Art Frost. I'm gonna fight that. Kragan, Firewalker, only for the moment. He's forced into the open. Jerry's got him, but there's a second player here. Kragan moves with them.
Ooh. Gonna collapse on this ramp setup, though. Not ready to concede just yet, and they will find themselves nothing.
It's a problem. That's 3 players committed. There's no one actually entrenched here on the B site. So as the execute comes through, Kicker, all you can do is sit and watch from Generator. He wide swings. Well, with Arc Frost, at least to get there, but then Nodios caps it off. The flank is starting, though. And Kragan, he's planting away from it. He recognizes the threat. Swing out, and a headshot's there. Just leaving Patsy. Walking forward, Kragan, he gets himself to danger. But now it puts him into the 1v1, and Patsy on 4 HP. And he just falls easy. 1v1. Done there for Ecstatic. 6-2.
It's the quickness right there, the presence of mind. Just walking over towards danger and perfectly timing it. Being so aware of the flank possibility. And I like that Nadius is taking space towards CT spawn. And he's just saying, hey, Kragan, it's probably both of them at that point. Ecstatic. Just instantly bounce back. They just so quickly redeemed themselves with some effective execution right there. Really well placed. Nate's second towards Sidal. Salazar gets a double to start this round off.
I cry. I just cry every time, Cole. Oh, and Kragan even comes through and... Oh, it makes the situation even worse. How do you even come back from this? It's the desperation force, Cole. This is the round that needs to get you back into the game, and you open up by getting double naded.
It's crazy that it kills 2 as well. That's like 2 perfect HEs thrown right there for the double kill. And they're still so careful about avoiding the stack. And instead of like Patty going on a solo mission, he just waits for his team. He groups up. And they will walk in to an empty bomb site. Free of charge, Static will claim themselves a 7th here. Best case is a save for Paravision. This best case is a 2v4, but not in this world.
Just another round that just makes it exhale.
It's exciting for a Static, I'll tell you that much. They're
Yeah,
looking good
I
as
know.
ever. Double HE right there. Again, 2 HEs, $600 that you spent for 2 opening kills. A 5v3.
It's a really nice reaction to what was been going on towards ramp, because
Yeah.
Paravision always playing 3 towards that ramp side, and also, you know, Patsy just trying to be relentless from that side hall position.
Oh, wow.
It's just... there's a triple nade, actually. But 2 was all they needed for 2
Yeah,
kills.
they were both gone from the second one, which is impressive. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you would have needed 3 to get the double kill. But 2 perfectly placed HGs will do the trick as well. And like you said, great reactions here. Kicker, trying something here. Getting aggressive. Again, still so much presence on this A side. They've got mid to lurk out on. Nadios is taking space. Another great reaction here. Is he going to be able to win this duel? He is. And it's going to leave Kicker alone.
It's a clean headshot. It's a great spray control. And it forces Kicker
Wow.
to leave the site.
Oh my god.
Cole, this feels like a save already.
They're so scared about Nadios. He just ran away. Staying alive might have forced a save.
There's no way. There's a single kill. No plant denial. You gotta give this a go. Like, there's just... But they're not. They're just not gonna do it. Jerry's gonna stick around because he's got an MP9. Not much to lose. A little boost going on in spawn for Art Frost, but that doesn't lead to results. Man. It just took 1 kill. And that's it.
Yeah, Nadios, man. It feels like they're pulling on all the right places. You feel a lot of pressure. You've seen a lot of pressure towards that A side and on B in the early round. So Nadios really taking a lot of space. He's out middle pretty deep at 1:30, and it's a tough fight to win, but he gets away with it, starts it off well, and then Kicker, you know, you gotta choose your battles, right? Do you want to challenge B, or do you want to challenge the mid side where you know the player's low? But you got to take a fight somewhere because you got no rotations coming. No one's coming to help you. And Audio's just single-handedly winning that round right there for his squad. Adi up to no good here on A.
Wow. And Ecstatic, another aggressive setup towards ramp. This time it gets to space. You know, they're continually testing the waters. And now they finally notice something different. They make the move. Patty as well. Oh, swinging for it. He's confident in the headshots at the moment. Calls for a flash in as well. 2 mollies. Dropped into the site. Jerry has to extinguish. Art Frost smoked out. Like, nade to the smoke. Hope and pray someone swings with it. But instead they focus all their attention on the Patsy. The Thorn taken out of the side. The X5 is going to try and play a cheeky game. And it's not going to work. Kragan swings out. Instant headshot. And another bad beats round here. Looking like it for Perivision. As Jerry gets knocked off his angle. Desperation shots through the smoke. Bomb's going to walk onto the site uncontested. And look who's already packing his bags. Well, Jerry... at the back of the A site.
Oh my god, just that insult to injury. On the fadeaway there. Audio says, you're not going to get away with this. And you can send everybody to hunt here. As long as they don't get the fuse off. Everyone can hunt. Because next round is the last. Take him down if you can.
Cooked. Like, Art Frost is very dead. And, I mean, if Kicker finds this 1 kill... Okay, he's going to take his sweet time about it.
Oh, no,
oh, but they turn back. Okay, 6 spray transfer.
Wow.
Like, I'll give it to him. You know, that's the stuff. Oh, he might not survive, though. He has to run away. The off out. Oh, missed shot. No, and he doesn't survive. Insult to injury is literally the, you know, 3 words to characterize this game right now, Cole.
That it is. I mean, if you want to talk more about what Ecstatic's doing really well here, they throw a full execute on A to bait out some side hall re-aggression. And it works. They bait out the utility, they get all of the re-aggression rolling, and then guess what? They still have enough utility to get away with another A-side execute. Very Vision, there is just no right answer right now established from them just yet. It's only been individuals here. It's only been Kicker with some nice rounds, and Patsy with a big 3K. And Queenix is just too far forward,
Dude,
man.
he just shift walks up the whole thing. This is disgusting amounts of space creation off the reload. Oh my god, he's gonna walk forward and hit the headshot too. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, B site's open, guys.
You guys like post plants?
All right, let's get
Hats
the boost
come
together,
rolling
guys.
back here. Oh yeah, I like this. What do you see from here though? Right now, nothing, because that smoke is down.
He's trying to nail the jump. All right, we're just gonna, guys. We've got to go for the retake. No one has a kick, guys. The bomb's halfway ticked. We haven't even gotten past the first stage of the retake. Yep, this one is gonna get mopped up real quick. There has just been no contest on the entirety of this map. Ecstatic playing a hell of a game.
Even add a series to the equation here to make matters even worse. Salzar, you will go down with the ship as the rest of us static, but no worries. Smiles on everyone's faces here on that T side. Paravision just left to scratch their head. Again, Queenix wins the round in one foul swoop. Doesn't even stop there. Takes it all the distance there. Those 1xbet odds show exactly what the Static are made of right now.
Yep.
There's no coming back from this for Paravision. I have not seen anything in this roster that has given us that sort of faith, right?
Yeah. You know, it's not one of these blowouts that we're seeing that it's like, oh yeah, this team is like definitively worse than the other, like in terms of like overall player caliber. Because, you know, in these kind of events, you get some of that. You know, you have like a team that is just entering in the grind, the space, right? You know, play against an established name, like say an Ecstatic, and boom, they get swept aside, you know, shown the door, and all goes as expected. But this is not what we were expecting out of, you know, this, again, this Paravision team with the name value. And it's just been Ecstatic have just walked over the majority of these rounds in some really clean fashion. Like, Queenix gets a free walk up onto the B site. Dicker gets boosted. Queenix is aware of this possibility. Between the angles here. Queenix is just going to tuck away at the back boxes, and now Kragan even falls. So things get weird, but they're trying to split the wrong side of spawn. They're trying to move in towards elevator, and Patty cleans up a second. Queenix also on the B site, and rounds done as well, Cole. All the pistol rounds.
Why do they have a B lurk if they're gonna go into elevator? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, here we are, Cole. It's 11-2. You've lost a pistol round. And you know, I can ask that exact same question.
This is bizarre. It's gonna be back to the drawing board for Paravision for sure. I don't know what is needed here to you know, get these pieces clicking, working together, but and you're certain that this is gonna be a pretty quick series again. Our two teams that have been eliminated quickly today in Group C and D.
Like, they're not even going for the 4 spot. And
Wow.
Salazar just pre-fires the smoke, and pop goes Patsy. And util sets going through. Oh my goodness, one burst of the MP9. There's a 4K. Wow, is all I gotta say.
Easy. Chop, chop. For a Static. And like you said, not going for the 4 spy is fine, because we'll at least get one key side investment out of them, but yeah. Second map, Salazar are able to step up. There's Kragan as well. Farming up those sweet ecos.
Patsy is gonna, yeah, he's gonna get up to some of his usual, you know, running through smoke antics that we're used to seeing from Patsy. And he might get another here on a Kragan. And he does. Salazar on the FAMAS falls, and Patsy is gonna win the 3rd round here for Paravision, and basically has been the sole engine for this team. If you remember the triple kill back on ramp to get him their 1st round, I guess he's back again.
You're getting a lot done there. It's nice. Again, as we said, it's good to see that they get at least a gun round. It's like the one thing we asked for was like, okay, let's get a good like individual performance from one of these players. Patsy has given us some individual rounds here and there. Whoa.
That is
Crazy angle, man.
what? That is like some Levolution angles right there. What the heck?
We have a pretty wide crosshair gap for that, though.
X5 5. I respect the effort of trying to go for the hunt, but you have just armed a player who historically in his career has a 60% headshot rate. So good luck.
I want to give him an AK. You don't want to give Patsy an AK either. He is on the money in this round. A lot more tests to be done, though. Another timeout. I mean, Static pretty disciplined here. They call a timeout on pistol. I'm using a second one right now. Which is surprising, because again, you kind of think this is in the bag, but I guess you can't really be too careful.
You know, you don't want to overcook it.
Yeah, right. Just play your game until this is over, right?
Yeah. I think the goal here is just to walk it in. And, you know, Ecstatic have an op, and Perivision don't. So as long as that you get Salazar in the right position, he should be able to deliver. Especially when Patsy gets up to the little shenanigans through smokes. We'll see. It looks like we're seeing Kicker trying to get activated over there towards the B stairs. Perivision's going to start to sprint up towards ramp, as Kickert's position will just be a temporary one. He's going to join up with the rest of the pack.
Oh my god.
Kraken, that is incredibly bold to stand in front of that. He's going to swing wide and get deleted promptly. Now Nodio, smoke fades, off to the side. Patsy gets a second for Perivision. So 3 versus 5. And it's probably going to call in a save, all things said, unless Patty wants to do some fishing through smokes. And with nothing connecting, it's time to back away. So, Perivision with 4. How many more? How many more can this team get? I mean, this round kind of courtesy of these little extensions from Ecstatic. I mean, a bold swing, I'll say, from Kraken. But it's also nice to see Cherry able to handle that fight at long range. But they've got many more chances to go for that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Full opportunity, and the saves are just solid. Not going to be able to break in. 3 guns saved. I think, for the most part, if Static want to close this out, you know, figuring out how to pull off on this ramp side is going to be key. Right now, they're just getting a little bit too isolated, getting a little bit too confident. Understandable, though. It's just, again, no question that they should be playing pretty confidently. Said Jerry handling business. Nadi is trying to fill the gaps here unsuccessfully. Oh, well, we are into it quickly, and it's Kicker. We'll deal with Queenix. Another big kill. Start things off.
But no commitment at the moment from Perivision. It could cost them. Patty up top, holding the boost. And Patsy will fall easily. Goes right back. Rifle retreats to the site as well. Still ready to battle. Still wanting to get activated. I really like this from Patty. Gonna get close to Crane. Oh, but Jerry's prepared. And all the P2000 do can pop off a couple shots. There is a tag through the smoke. But,
Ooh, close.
very close. Jump saves Jerry there. He's on 38. Planting that bomb. It's time to back away once more. And all I can really say about this round is that it's another.
Another one.
Another one for sure. One of the rounds.
You get DJ Khaled. on
He
the
already
mic.
kind of already did his thing in Overwatch. I will say that. So
Forgot about that.
I think everyone wishes they forgot about that.
They find the gun. Just get disposed of. They couldn't find it.
Oh, it's
no,
got sent off the map.
There you go. What a great replay right there.
Answers your question.
There you go. So no extra rifle retrieve, but really not the end of the world. As long as you save this op, it's fine. You got another good gun round. We'll see if this is the round that a static close on, or if it's another one. Paravision. The quickest way you can avoid hearing that line again is if a static close right now, right here.
Nice little set play in the middle. Clears out that portion of the map. Paravision begin their move up the ramp, and of course Patsy's going to lead the charge. Procedural control is into play. Patsy, though, starting to creep up the ramp. Here's behind him. Ready and raring to move. Salazar's going to eat a grenade. Doesn't feel so confident now. Good molly, though. Will that force them forward or backwards? It'll keep them at bay for a couple moments longer. Oh, Salazar could get caught off guard. Depending on what kicker swings. A great flashbang, though. Kragan can't quite readjust in time. Salazar, yeah, he's going to go down easy. A good take here from Paravision. At least a bright spot. Maybe this team isn't done yet.
Not yet. Jerry jumping up even to confirm even more damage. Nautilus down. Static again on this A side. Can't force him back there. Great execution, great utility, and even better positioning. I like kicker just kind of waiting. On this side, I love the flash that they throw to take that space as well. Very diligent stuff here. Couldn't ask for that to go much better for Paravision. I think this is the best look. Taking this A-side control here, working a static back. I mean, genuinely the best T-side performance I've seen out of them so far.
In this whole tournament. Honestly, it's probably one of the best rounds they've put together.
I mean, in this whole tournament, and also, like, in this team's existence. In this core's existence.
I guess fair enough. Those are some words, and yeah, they might be right. Just have to get past a couple 5-7s. Get to 7 rounds. Look, they're at the halfway mark. Will Patsy be the player to get caught here? Dragon on 5-7 duty at close range. This is optimal position. Oh, but he might have just missed the timing on that. Or he's just gonna back away. Oh, just barely. Chased down by the grenade? Question mark? Nope. He'll survive. But only for a few moments longer, you'd have to think. Some defensive smokes, though. You come through, and the pistols start to filter in behind the 4. He's gonna be squirming through the sight. There goes Nodios, though, looking to catch some players with nades in hand. I think the rest start to drop. Patsy, we will be in trouble, though, and there's a rifle salvage, but it's off to the B site we go. But Queenix flicks over! Kicker didn't have head armor! Oh, boy! Into the site. Queenix, he's already made it, and they're gonna double back!
Oh, the hesitation starts to set in right now. The panic. X5 knew he couldn't beat him to the punch here. Knew he didn't have that. It needed to be kicker holding off the rotations, but he couldn't. New lease on life here.
He's making
Zart Frost
those
runs
in the-
solo side hall.
He's solo. He's gonna get easily traded. Salazar, all he needs to do is survive, right? Plant on the site. And X5 is gonna jump on top. There's no time for this. There's no time, Cole. Oh, they're gonna lose the game on time to pistols. Oh boy. Oh boy. Paravision will be eliminated here from the RES EU #1 in Group D at the hands of Ecstatic. Yes, it's a dominant performance. Yes, they were underdogs, but I think the biggest thing we have to say here, Cole, is that it's a surprise to see this on such a, star-studded lineup's debut.
Yeah, I really like the names of this team. I like all the stories that this roster has come from here. A lot of adversity for a lot of these players joining into this Paravision roster, but it's just not coming up their way here out of the gates, and a lot to be concerned about with the recent results here. I mean, I think that Monty first map that they played was the only time that this team has hit double digits, and that was one T-side round and a whole half of Counter-Strike. So there's some concerns here, some serious concerns right now as to what is being brought to the table with these 5 players, and it unfortunately in this event is going to be back to the drawing board that again bounced out pretty quickly here.
Yeah, but at least, Ecstatic continue progressing forward. And you know what? They showed some really good Counter-Strike today. I got to give them credit for that. Like, you saw some rounds where you see a double nade stack over towards side hall. Some great lurks coming out from all of their players. That ancient CT side was a masterpiece. There's a lot of good things to take away here for Ecstatic as they move forward. They played a tough opponent in 3-Day Max just a couple days ago. They got 2-0'd, but both those maps very close. And I think they're looking here for a bit of redemption, depending on how the future matches today go.
I mean, obviously Monty has already shown that they're a pretty exciting team as well. They made some great changes for the new roster additions that have been put on Astralis and some Dayoung's recent departure as well. So the fact that we really don't know that the 2 teams that are going to make it out of this group is very exciting, because it is a bit of a stacked group.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the games we have today, because we're going to be deciding 2 teams that'll make it to playoffs. Group C and Group D are looking to get decided, with Aurora taking on Rebels. I love this storyline of the Rebels, trying to really capitalize on their Katowice performance, taking down, God forbid, M80, but also a best-of-1 victory versus Cloud9 and solid performances versus the best teams in the world. Let's see if they can keep it up against Aurora. And later on, it's 3D Max and Monty, apparently the unkillable team. It would so seem.
Yeah, it's definitely the matchup I'm most looking forward to, seeing how Monty do versus a roster that I know is in a lot better form than Paravision currently. Because Paravision, you were able to dominate them, you were able to bring a lot to the table, but we did see a little bit of worry in the T sides without maybe as much direction. So looking forward to that game for sure.
Yeah, so that's gonna do it, at least from us, myself, Cole, and Garrett by Sheer. But we are going to be taking a bit of an extended break. When we come back, it is going to be the winners matches going down. And Jay and Dweg will go ahead and take those away. So just hold on for just a little bit. The best matches of the day are on the way. Peace.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the West European Series. It's now time to close out the day with 2 more best of 3s and our winners matches to close out the upper matches of the group stage themselves. Group C and D up in action over the course of the day, and now we'll decide who the 3rd and 4th teams are going to be forward to the playoffs. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for the second halves of the day, and I have to say, mate, that these ones can also be just as entertaining as the previous winners matches. They have delivered some moments over the last yesterday's proceedings. Today, I think, is going to be no different.
Yeah, I mean, I look at both of these matchups that we're going to have for the second half of the broadcast, and I think there are clear favourites for both. But even with that, we know that these kind of games can be really competitive. We know that these kind of games aren't going to have much in it. And I think for both Monty and for Rebels, they want to kind of prove that they can hang and that they can still put results up.
Yeah, certainly some initially impressive results in their opening matches. However, maybe the eliminations of Harvu and Paravision might recontextualize things as we look towards our 3rd and 4th matches, of course, for the day. We get to Monty as the final match today against 3D Max. The penultimate match is going to be Aurora and Rebels Gaming. We got to see a little bit of Rebels on their opening match, Dwayne, you and I have to say that they probably could have gotten away a little bit more cleaner, I think, overall. But I don't think they're going to get away very clean against Aurora in this game.
I just mid, to be honest, from Rebels. I think they came into that series against Sangul being the heavy favourites. I know, obviously, they hadn't played an official since Katowice, but there was a lot of good backing going into a kind of matchup where Sangul have been quite rough, been quite inconsistent. They come out on Ancient and they pummel them. They just absolutely tear it up there. I think they're 11-3 up at one point. They go into map number 2, their map pick, and it feels on paper that it should be quite a comfortable 2-0, not really being stressed a massive amount. And then in the end, they got tested. They got sent all the way to map number 3. Even that was quite competitive after a fairly solid first half performance from them. So certainly some scares in that Rebels series, because there was a moment where it looked like Sangul may have just been able to upset the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was sort of looking at that going into that Anubis, honestly. Like, I had a lot of big fears there for the Rebels camp, but they did get past it in the end. It's a complete contrast to Aurora, who smashed out Harvu, who they themselves also fell very easily earlier on today. So, not too surprising to see Aurora doing that in terms of their matchup. And I guess just focusing on this CIS-based team first and foremost, these guys have been on a tear in the last 6 matches they've played so far.
Yeah, it just feels like Aurora are cooking. And again, they're one of those teams where any time, in any era of this sort of roster in the last, 18 months, 2 years or so, I feel like as soon as I start to underestimate them, that's when they prove everyone wrong. That's when they just get into a grand final. That's where they go and win something. And when you look at towards the tail end of last year, it was a bit average for Aurora. It was a consistent year, but was it that successful towards the end? No, not really. They've come out of the gate now after dropping Celta, after dropping their coach, and bringing up Belchnok as a stand-in, and it just feels like it's win after win after win for these guys.
Yeah, I wonder how long he is going to be a stand-in for them, because I think they really impressed during the East EU Masters. Obviously, the Challenger Melbourne event was the key one, I think, that has a lot of eyes drawn towards them, because they had that epic lower bracket run. They ran through Forza. They ran through 9 Pandas on the way to that spot going to the land down under. And as a result, they've got a lot of momentum coming into this matchup, with the victory of Harvu also in tow from the opening match of Group C. Now with a chance against the Rebels side, who seem to pale in comparison to what Aurora have been doing so far.
And that's just another thing to add with Belchnok is that he played with Kenzie together for a few months 4 years ago. Outside of that, he hasn't played with any of these guys before. It's not as if they're maybe familiar with him. It's not as if he's sort of been in and around at least some of the cores or some of the individual players. The fact that he's almost an outsider. Yeah, okay, he's sort of developed in the scene and we knew what he was able to do on Omega and we saw it most recently with Perivision. But the idea that you've got someone as an outsider to the players in the teams and you're putting these results up so quickly, it's only going to be a matter of time until he gets signed. It's only going to be a matter of time until Aurora make that happen. And I think for Rebels, you've got to look at this draw and be scared. I know for your own sake, they showed a lot in Katowice, but that's one event. You are going up against a threatening team in Tier 2 right now.
And credit is a hell of an event to show up in. I mean, no doubt about that. You can't take that away from the Rebels side. But coming down to rest, I think we expected a lot more out of them against that Sangul side earlier on during their opening matchup. We had a lot of a key hope for them being the favourites in that particular series. It didn't quite end up working out that way, as mentioned before. So now coming into this with the expectation set for their online performance, with the expectation set for Aurora's online performance, I think we've got a team that might very easily struggle versus a squad that actually are threatening to take the whole thing.
And to be honest, if you were following the Tier 2 landscape before Katowice and towards the tail end of last year, you'll see that Rebels were taking a lot of losses. They were losing to a lot of teams in the online Tier 2 atmosphere. It was only Kato that really put them back up in a positive position. It kind of showed that, oh, okay, they can hang, they can prove upsets against Tier 1 squads. The issue now is you're going back down to the Tier 2 scene. Can you keep it up like they did at Katowice? And I think it could be tough here for Rebels. I mean, personally, when I look at your HLTV ranking at 31st in the world, that means that you're a top-end Tier 2 team that can go deep. And to be honest, I don't think they're one of those teams right now.
Well, maybe it is an inflated situation. We talked about that with Pero in the past and where they stand and how disappointing they've been off the back of their RMR runs. I mean, look, there's certainly a lot of conversations and parallels to draw right there. For Rebels, they've got a lot to prove still in spite of their recent Tier 1 successes and against a team that have been well established in the Tier 2 scene for the last year or so. I'm very curious to see whether or not they can mount up to this challenge. Map vetoes, Dwayne. How do we feel?
Well, Overpass will definitely get banned from Rebels, and Vertigo will definitely be banned from Aurora. I think Rebels go into Nuke as well. As for Aurora, I don't know which direction they go. They normally actually pick some of their opponent's strengths, or weaknesses, I should say. I mean, even Ancient coming through is a little bit surprised. I actually 100% thought that Nuke would come through as a map pick, and actually, it comes through as a third map decider.
Is that a positive for them? I mean, that definitely seems like it's encouraging. The fact you've got a separate map pick and one that should typically be your standard map pick is the one to end the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ancient for Rebels is quite inconsistent. At the same time, they looked very good against Sangal on it. Now, again, it was Sangal's map pick, and we saw that Rebels were up 11-3, I should say, on the T side of Ancient, and then closed it out right towards the tail end. Again, for Aurora, it's actually quite funny. You look at their map pool in the last 3 months on HLTV, and they pick Overpass, they pick Nuke, they pick Ancient, they pick Mirage, they pick Inferno, they pick Anubis. They basically pick every single map in the pool outside of their Instaban of Vertigo. So it's very difficult to know which way Aurora are going to go. It's very difficult to go into a series against them and get an idea of what's going to be played, because right now they're playing everything.
And therefore, it means that if you pick into a map like Ancient for the Rebels side, there's no guarantee it's going to be a strong and stable one for their own part. I mean, it is still their most played map in the pool. That much is certainly the most played map out of anyone by quite a mile. But you just got to compare the results that Aurora have been winning. One of their matches against Koi during the Melbourne qualifier, that was a 13-6 result. One of the many maps that they've had in terms of their win streak over the last 6 matches. X and Nita have fallen towards them. Guild Eagles have fallen to them twice. They pushed big in G2 quite the distance. Even got a victory over G2 in the last 3 months. So we're talking about a team that have had some very impressive track records on this map, and therefore, even though you might have sort of won out in terms of a vetoes at the tail end, I don't know if it really wins out in terms of the map picks.
I mean, another thing to even consider for Aurora, that game against Koi that you just spoke about, the 13-6, that was a 10-2 half of the end of the 12 rounds being posted at the half. And when you kind of consider opponent's map pick, you're going to go on that CT side. Aurora have shown depth. They've shown depth in their map pool. And I think another real scary prospect is not only that lower bracket run in the Melbourne qualifier, but the fact of the teams that they're beating. I mean, even with the Havu result, Koi and 9 Pandas, that's 3 teams back-to-back in which the series have looked comfortable against top 30 competition. And it's not as if they're being sort of pushed, right? It's not as if they're being threatened in the series. They have all looked comfortable against some of the very high-end Tier 2 squads.
That's what's so scary about this win streak, and that's the reason why I think we're saying right now in the position that they're in, Aurora are threatening the whole tournament, and as a result, they are coming into this one as favourites. I see Rebels definitely going to have a very difficult time about this. I have doubts as to whether they're going to get a map pick involved in this, because again, that depth is on display so efficiently. You just described it right there. It is it can't be understated how deep this squad can go, and therefore, again, I'm kind of eyeing up potentially a 2-0 here.
Yeah, I think that it's a possibility. Again, for Aurora, I look back at their last year campaign, they get into a lot of grand finals in these online events. And kind of looking at the track record they're in, they're not looking here at the group stage to put up impressive events. They're looking to go deep. And I think if you get that 2-0 against Havu, if you can get another 2-0 here against Rebels, a team that's just outside of the top 30 on HLTV, you look at this entire competition and say, we could probably beat everyone that's here.
And certainly could be at the Rebels side. For me, in terms of my prediction, I'm going to go 2-0 towards the Aurora camp. They just look too strong at the moment. Dwayne, you joining me?
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one. I think this could be a tough series for Rebels.
Wonderful scenes. Let's do it. Pistol goes live for our third match of the day. Deco, Domes in Flake, Hisarek and Casey desperate to hold on control for the Rebels side, but Belchnok, the man of the moment, the stand-in who stood up for his team, keeps it an even man stance. Meanwhile, the Rebels will change tact, go right into that A-bomb site, and should secure the plant here.
A double backstab in towards A main could be intriguing. Nori's got to try and pull some attention away, or maybe it's the A main players to pull some attention away.
Belchenok and Nori can get those kills. Casey and Olymp rolling right into them, and SNX now in the 1-on-3. Takes his fights now known here towards the donut entrance. Gets his 2 picks, but Nori keeps control of the situation and will win the pistol for Aurora.
Very stable in that pistol round from Aurora. You consider the opening exchange out there towards mid, a very heavy fight from the T side, a very heavy counter there from the CTs, and I like the way they play that 3v3. Rather than the Temple player of Nori providing some distraction and maybe attention to be drawn to him in Temple, the A main players come in first, and you can see there for Olymp, he just wants to try and take space as soon as they come into A main. He wants to get in there at Temple, and not hard clearing that close left-hand side position meant that this was just such an easy pick for Nori.
Yeah, nice and effective. Even though there was that little bit of disruption thrown in there in that 1 versus 3, still Aurora come out on top. Let's see if they start as they mean to go on. Certainly have the faith in them doing so. Pistols taken, follow up against the Force by the Rebels side. Is going to bring as many weapons as they can with the Force by loss bonus and bomb plant bonus. Flay, the first man forward to the fast rush here on the A site, has not been seen thanks to that smoke, but the CTs form up for the retake again.
Deco's in a good range here with the ump to try and get some damage off. Puts a lot of damage down towards Kisarek. They break that smoke in from Donut, but don't pounce off of the back of it.
And 2 players have been tagged extremely low, though, so these kills could come in real easy, especially with Kisarek continuing to press on at this smoke, trying to find an aggressive angle. You have got Lackey that does find Flay. That's one of the high HP players taken out, and the Incendiary means that that one low man over at Temple will not be able to do much in terms of the site defensive. Olymp's closing in, though. He's just been seen by Kenzie. The timing couldn't be more perfect, but Olymp wins that fight. They've got to get on that bomb real quick. Belchenok and Nori get a couple of kills back to a 2 versus 2. They hold back 1. Belchenok with his pick in. SNX spray through, does force Nori off the bomb. He's just seen above that smoke and will go full into the return of Rebels.
Nori just needed to stick that whole thing, tries to get off it right in the moment. That was a lot of chaos. Late lurk from Olymp came in quite successful, got watched but still managed to kill, and I think right towards the tail end there you can see that Nori couldn't even find the bomb on that first tap. Very uncomfortable. Time was ticked quite far on that bomb. And right towards the end, I mean, Belchenok does as much as he can to try and at least bring back that round, but in the end, it's SNX. And remember, he was in that 1v3 in the pistol, didn't quite close it out, go into the anti-force bite, and he does close it out. Oh no.
Very fast again against the pistol players. The stack in towards this A bomb site, doing so much damage. Kenzie finally gets a couple of kills out of it, but Olymp is there for the responsive. The scout's only so good to take presence, and he will get overwhelmed. The Deagle of Lackey now needs some heads, gets none of them. Very fast-paced rounds from the Rebels, and on this occasion it does work out for them. 1-on-3 for Nori, caught down by Casey. Very fast stuff in the early portion of this map.
Hashtag set the pace. This is quick from Rebels, and right there for Aurora, I actually thought they were going to steal that instantly just off of the basis of the stack. Now, normally speaking, you have 1 player at tree, absolute max. The idea that they've got 2 players there getting a lot of damage down didn't quite set up Deco out from Donut. I think 1 kill with that scout could have changed the entire complexion of the round. Not to be very close and very fast from Rebels. I wonder if this continues for the majority of the T side.
Might be their way in. Once again, heavy-handed towards the A-bomb site on both sides of the board here. Rebels flashing their way in already. Matt Tenner Kisarek will get 1 pick, take some tag damage. That Molotov forcing that 1 player out of the way. Back at big box, Nori caught off. Next up to task, Deco does get a couple of USP kills. They haven't accounted for him here at the temple entrance. What's going on?
Well, it's just getting baited into a false sense of security. They get those first opening picks and no one else is playing. Everyone is tucking. You got a big box tuck, a default tuck, a CT tuck. Aurora might still be able to win this. This is a very winnable 2v3.
Mac 10 and Galil set in for the CT side. Deco might get caught up with his USP indeed, switches out to the knife at the wrong moment. Now is going to pull attention away from Belchenok, and the Mac 10 continues to close in on the back lines. Belchenok has fought against the AK and won that particular fight. SNX now alone, has no idea of the inbound flank. He's checking both the entries, but not back at ramp, and Lackey's closed in. They have stolen it with a straight up eco.
That's a very good setup. It's a very good bait, because if you are Rebels, you know that you're up against a full eco. You've dealt with the anti-force buy. They are going to be on a very light buy. And when you get those first picks towards A, and you're jiggling big box, you're trying to spot towards CT, you don't see anything Temple, it makes you feel as if there isn't any more happening. But Deco, I mean, he just gets away with so much damage, doesn't he? He gets, what, 2 picks and almost a 3rd kill just with that USP towards the big box position.
Never thought that silencer can get so much damage, but here we are. Rebels showing no mercy to Aurora. Aurora returning the favor. Gun set back in to try a very different default. So heavy-handed towards that A bomb site. This time in over at the B lane position. Flay takes that first shot back on Kenzie's initial peak. Neither player will go down.
Oh, there's a lot of contact coming through from lane. Anti-rush nades going down early and then retaking nades. Nori getting caught by the flash. Excellent timing there for Kisarek just when the Rat players try and come in.
Yeah, both players are blinded. Casey's traded places with Kenzie, but Kenzie's the man to win the engagement. Advantage still maintained by Rebels, extended by Kisarek in his peak. And Deco and Beltranok have to fall back and save.
Well, it's real weird there from the Rebel side. You've obviously got an Incendiary and a HE that comes through from the in-game leader of Lucky. And rather than kind of sitting back and waiting for the approach, just that single flash outside of the B doors up towards ramp completely blinds the 2 ramp players trying to walk down. And you feel for Kenzie because he's kind of that 3rd player in the whole setup, isn't he? He's out there towards cave. He can't really assist out towards ramp on the trade, so maybe try and lock him in as they come up to the bomb site, but the round's kind of over after that double entry. Rebels adapt to that well and give themselves a 3rd round. It's not to say that it hasn't been very back and forth. It's been quite testing in this opening sort of 5 rounds of the game, and it does mean that it could be quite crazy. It could be quite a manic first half performance here.
If the speed at which it's come out from the T side is anything to go by, then yeah, I can concur. Aurora don't have a lot of cash and savings, can force the buy back around 2 more extra rifles on Kenzie and Nori. Lackey rocking the deagle for this one. Those 2 safe weapons going to be invaluable to them. Deco takes his over to the B bomb site. Beltranok sat back aggressive in mid. Pressing on as the T is trying to establish their own default sets. They're expecting Aurora to press the issue here.
A good space being created out towards top mid here from the shelf line of Kenzie. Lucky is very defensive with that dig. Rotations are going to be very slow. Deco can rotate out from CT, but it's going to take him a while.
Lucky only gets the tag on Casey. No casualties taken just yet. A couple of players tag particularly low on this T sideline as the AWPs trade blows. Deco on Olymp, Flay on Beltranok, 4-on-4 for the retake.
This is a tough retake. Unless a kill presents itself in quickly, it's not going to happen. I mean, Kenzie's even anticipating a late lurk in lane, and that's just not happening either. Deagle
Lucky looking to fight. Kisarek is watching it. AWP there for extra support. Lucky just trying to bait out that AK to make a mistake. Will peek off the back of it. Damage done. The kill gets found. The second player at main, though, unaccounted for. They got utility. They have now. Flay still picked up Nori out towards the CT spawn. SNX is going to take Lucky as that smoke gets thrown. Kenzie can get 1 pick back over towards Donut, but time is stalled way too far here. The AWP of Flay is going to sit inside the bomb site. Deco's just trying to evade his AWP shot. Pistol pulled out, but the AWP wins that fight. He'll still go down as Rebels will take 4.
Now that entire round kind of comes off of the basis of Rebels walking into the open bomb site. You consider that Aurora have brought quite a lot towards B. You've got Kenzie trying to position himself aggressively onto the front side of Cheetah, up there to Shelf. Deco's got the AWP out on B too, and it's a heavy stack towards B. Lucky's the only player out to the A site, so as soon as it gets overwhelmed, it's difficult to try and work that retake. 4-2. Rebels, even with the craziness, have still been able to get a pretty good scoreline, and they'll be able to extend it as well.
Already the M4's been mowed down by Olin, but again, those USPs are doing as much work as possible.
And the issue is no armor, right? Kenzie's gone down. Even though you've got a rifle, the aim punch is going to hurt for everyone else.
The situation's still dire for the CT side. Four-on-4 situation. The Rebels held back passive. They still think Aurora have something up their sleeves. It's a slow walk out from mid instead, which will see nothing. It will create space like before. The Rebels have an open and free B bomb site.
And when you consider what's happened previously with light investment, there's still a bit of threat, even if it's not a massive amount. Kissaret getting the short and the molly down towards default. Out towards Shelf, the M4's got a peek, and the M4 does get one. How much more? Oh, nearly a couple of kills there for Nori.
So another CT that can grab that M4 and still continue to try and do damage here on Belchanok. Does try and fight with the pistol at range, and there's damage against the T-side line. I mean, again, it's not impossible that Aurora could win this. Deco's being a little bit careful about his position. Casey might be the first port of call. And again, 10 points of health for him. This is going to be a pretty easy pick if they get the shot off first. Shoulder seen. Blows go back and forth. Now they're going to try bait him into an aggressive fight against Belchanok. The AWP watching will get Deco in the end, and Belchanok, his best bet now is to save. He still presses and still takes damage. SNX will fall. Time's a little bit too far ticked, though, to make it into the bomb site to get these 2 kills. He'll try. He has found a kit, but he backs off in the end.
That's a very good eco. That's a really good eco to come through for Aurora. Just holding on to the one M4 from Kenzie that's got armor. Everyone else is basically on USPs. And you get away with the M4 being saved again. And 3 kills. Man, this has been a crazy start to Ancient.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches. Even when those punches are with broken hands, they still do all that they can. Oh, well, they worked in here. I mean, even the idea that you're still working in with a pick against the AWP at the very end of the round, Belchanok sticking around for just enough. It means that the buyback of the T side is extremely weak with no loss bonus. Have to rest entirely on the bomb plants to get bonus cash. AWP in for Flay. His nade sent against him, and Kissaret will take the majority of that. Well played by Nori again with the placement. Rebels going to walk into this B bomb site again. They're waiting passive. At least there's only one player back out towards his long position, but he mows through 2 players. He knows that SNX is on this bomb site as well. Sees his head, does get caught off, but Kenzie's there for the trade. Olim suddenly left alone in a 1-on-4.
A very good setup out there towards B. 2 players on B early round. We know that Kenzie's the cave player, and because it means that Nori's on the site, draw them in. Hear those footsteps up towards Rab. Look to overexpose the angle just before contact gets made. Make it uncomfortable for the T side, and there's that dynamic duo. We know Kenzie and Nori have played together for a very long time. They play bomb sites together. They are the dynamic duo on this team, and the damage that Nori sets up allows Kenzie to get involved, for Lucky to press on towards lane to also find 2. Aurora will be very happy with that round. And another thing to add, even from Kenzie's point of view, is I don't know what difference team-wise Belchanok's been able to provide, but he's been farming. You look at his individual stats since Belchanok's come into the roster, and Kenzie has overperformed since before. So that's obviously getting more out of him and probably filling more gaps on the CT side to allow Kenzie to show what he's made of.
He's not the top fragger of the board, but there's still plenty covered off across the rest of the CT side. Belchanok and Nori at 7. Lackey and Kenzie at 5. Only 8 rounds deep. Only Rebels have managed to match up to their fragged around counts.
And
that might start to change, though.
The Aurora team, I think when we look at it on paper in comparison to other CIS Tier 2 teams, they don't really have that many superstar players on paper that you look at and go, geez, like, he's insane. Like, obviously, Deco, a lot of people have rated Deco very highly. But when you look at the riflers, I actually think between Lackey, Nori, and Kenzie, they're very underrated. They are not the riflers that a lot of people talk about in the higher regard on this Aurora team.
There's only one rifler for Rebels, at least in this round. Play with the gun. And Tech-9s on everyone else, a forced invest around this near hero setup. Press on against Belchanok in his own AK with plenty of players backed up towards the donut entrance, and actually Kissaret does manage to find that frag. Was a kill with utility and generally low HP across guys like Flay, and Kissaret also being tagged up heavy. Deco's now ready to receive them. Good shot onto the man. He goes falling and sees the shadow as well, but the jump face throws off the aim just enough to get the pick back. Nori is there for a responsive bomb. Will go down just about here. The Rebels now leave it all in the hands of the AK. 3 kills to gain, 6 HP to do it. It won't happen. They get a bomb plant, but Aurora get the round.
And that's really well played there for Aurora. So obviously that's a super aggressive maneuver in from mid. You smoke off Donut, which is quite unusual considering that you're taking Donut, but it puts a lot of pressure onto Belchenok. He tries to jump flash that himself and kind of turn around. Lucky does some damage, but right there for Deco, he just knows I need to slow this round down because rotations are coming. So position that AWP to look towards Donut, then get it out towards A main. And look at how they don't give respect. Look at how they don't just allow the T's to take the bomb site, get the bomb down. As soon as Deco falls, mate, they keep swinging. They keep putting that emphasis up. And it means for Rebels, as soon as that bomb goes down, there is no post-plant positions. As soon as the planter gets the bomb down, he's just got instantly. And then Flay is in, what, 6 HP or 1v3? That's just never going to happen.
Yeah, Aurora doing everything they can to make this difficult. Rebels are feeling that hurt. Bomb money does allow at least a half buy for the next round. See what they can get with these upgrade pistols. I mean, they played a very fast kind of game, so wouldn't surprise me if these 4 Tech 9s just end up rushing straight into that bomb site. All heads are turned that direction as well, so that might just be the call.
Aurora. I've got to make sure that they're clean against the anti-eco. Quick. 3 on B, though.
Molly's and the breakaway out towards this cheater position as Lau can see a decent kill. They continue to pick up the pace, but 2 kills at the AK. 3, in fact, as he closes down Flay, Olymp, and SNX. Nothing they can do here. Had to be pacey because they weren't going to win on firepower. This will be a 5th round for Aurora.
And that was very clean, coming through from Kenzie. You could even see the way that he's pre-firing, knowing just with the sound cues and obviously hearing the burning damage that they're going for an aggressive top lane take into cave. So get that AK out for as much damage in as possible. And remember, this is 3 T-side players running at you, and you've dropped, what, just over 20 HP? I mean, that's pretty nuts.
Strong and stable. Name of the game. 5 apiece. Aurora, all 5 alive. Rebels can at least build back into the buy up here for the 11th round. Aurora have come into their own. It was a bit of a difficult start for them. Rebels pulled ahead. They were still taking a lot of damage on that T side, though, thanks to Aurora's efforts, and that damage has eventually paid off. 2 AKs on the CT side. Plenty of punch to their attacks. Let's see if Rebels are going to slow things down. Again, it's a lot of early utility over that lane position onto that B bomb site. No action for it. The action might come down towards main over on A. Belchenok's M4 was forced away by utility.
Oh, this is just such a fakey round for Rebels. Heavy B with util, heavy A with util, and now not really anything. Just a little bit of a default off of the back of it. Boost up the AWP, bit of a walk behind this ramp smoke. This is a very unorthodox round.
Well, that nade does do damage, but SNX and Flay get both the kills on the B-side defenders. Plant will be secured instantaneously. You've only got Nori hoping for a wall bang, but SNX is behind that harder cover. He's absolutely fine. Kisarek lesser so. Advantage turned back to a single man. The Aurora continue to commit.
Well, there's a late lurk coming through from CT. Keep an eye on Olymp and just how much impact he's going to be able to find from Red. Oh, this could be watch from Deco, actually.
Timing is everything here. Sneak in as the CTs also start pressing the issue. Belchenok tries to hold his nerve. Flay watching with the AWP. Deco seeing Olymp. Catches that kill as Flay gets Belchenok. M4 on site. A bit manic. Low HP against the next player of KC. And now Deco's been seen. Lone player left in the clutch. Can land that first kill. SNX also goes down. But Rebels have stalled for enough time. They'll hit 6.
Hey, what is going on? This is a really weird round. I mean, again, they're putting pressure on A and B at the same time. It's a decent contact. You got 2 riflers walking ramp with that AWP towards a big box. And I suppose when you get 2 entries on B completely undetected, it feels like that round's going to be closed quite easily. Olin would have been quite frustrated not to be able to create impact and cut those rotations out from A as soon as he got in from CT. I mean, for a moment, it actually feels as if Aurora might win that retake.
Well, Dwight, I don't envy you for having to try and break this one down at the end of the map because this has been the most manic and wild game I think we've seen so far. Fast rush again into that B bomb site. Kisarek caught off by flashes. Kenzie's going to try leaning in for it. Didn't quite spot him. Nori might be a victim. Kenzie, however, takes it right back with Deco support. They mow through all attackers except for SNX, who does get one frag. No more than that. 6 apiece at the turn of the half.
It's crazy that we actually didn't even see many defaults in that entirety of the first half. There was a lot of extreme pace. There was a lot of sec executes coming through for the Rebel side. It just didn't feel at any point in that half that they were comfortable on just slowing the pace down, working the mid-round. And I don't know if you can call that a success. I mean, they were up 5-2 and they only got 16 rounds in the end.
So much work put in by Aurora, though. Contrary for them. Wonderful stuff, even when they had no real firepower to play with and they had no weapon basis. They were always on the Rebels' backs. Now they go to the T side where they could really punch that aggression as their ticket into the first map. Deco, first frag on Flay, Glock of Lackey trying to combine with several players out from lane and elbow. Eventually they do win out that man advantage, forcing Kisarek back. Alongside SNX on that A-bomb site, B is completely open.
Well, B should be the call. Now, the reason for that is Belchnok was towards the bottom of the B doors, and he spots nothing. Very good bait there for a moment that Nori actually is undetected out from mid. So this is something that if they try and come up towards Shelf, they're not going to know that Nori is still here.
Slow push. Kisarek. When's he going to get revealed? When will Nori go for the peek? He's seen the gun barrel, just barely wins out the headshot. Belchnok's going to group up with him. Both players will move together. But where will they move to?
It's SNX and a 1vx. He's been very good at clutches over the course of this one. We saw what he was able to do in the pistol round and in round number 2. This is his chance once again to try and win a clutch for Rebels.
Going into the A site, that's where he's holding from. We'll hear those footsteps. 2 headshots is all he needs. Leaning in, Nori's low HP, the forward contact. Belchnok seen in the back. USP thrown off a little bit. The plant can be secured. A resmoke comes in. He's going for the full-blown ninja, and that's not going to work out at all, my friend. Aurora, take the pistol.
Whew. Okay, there was a lot to unpack there as well. First off, the red smoke gets missed because it gets body blocked there from Rebels. And Aurora actually got some very good trades out there towards mid. And once it slows down, that's actually where it gets a little bit more uncomfortable. I mean, right there in the 3v2, feels as if they're just going to work up B together. Kisarek will be very angry that he did not get that fight down there to the bottom of Xbox. Rebels not looking to force buy, which is surprising considering how manic that first half was from them. I thought they'd be really keen to try and create some chaos and force buy into this next round.
Maybe try and go a bit more strong with the regular rifles. USP is across their entire board. Deco's hunting to pad his stats. 2 kills to his name. He does go down in the end. Only the Galil lost, so that's fine. 2 more will take its place. Even Flay falling through the wall bang. SNX caught out of the back lines of the site. 2 ahead now for Aurora, but as I said before, Eco goes to guns, and that's what they'll bring out on the Rebels camp.
And this is where, for Rebels, pressure's going to build if you're not coming through in this opening rifle round. This could be potentially a 10-6 scoreline for Aurora. And I think at that point, that's when you know that the threat of the 2-0 is really going to be for the CIS squad. And dealing with that anti-eco effectively, only losing a single body of Deco. This rifle round is key for the Poles.
Initial utility does damage to Flay and Kisarek. Compared to the 2 points on Kenzie, it's certainly a decent enough start for Aurora by comparison. Molly sent forward to drive them even further out of the way. They are just walking the mid-control.
Belchnok's creating a lot of space. And close towards red. Early challenge towards Cheetah as well. Now, Belchnok's got options. He can either wait here and cut rotations from Donut down from mid if they take B, or try and squeeze himself into red and start pressing towards CT in the late round.
Wall bangs attempted. Galil's Working to that B bomb site for Aurora. Rebels have 3 players on the defense. Can they mount up to the task? The AK of Nori will try to lead the charge. Casey has not been seen yet. Now he has been, and he gets that kill. Starting things off for the CT side. A double up, not quite as plausible though. Olim does catch Belchenok on his backstab. Now the main T-side force needs to go in with the attack. SNX, he's still waiting for Lackey to make a move ahead of that smoke. Might wait for it to fade, in fact. Damage being done back and forth here towards the central site takers. Kenzie in the open could get caught as Olim goes down to that nade. Flay responds. SNX gets Lackey, and it's all left to Deco. Versus 3, 15 seconds to do it with. Does get that first kill. The next 2 could well line up. He's going to go in for it. Now goes to go for the bomb plant.
Try and get that extra money. Try and open it up towards ramp. SNX can deny, and indeed he does. That whole round basically comes off of, can Belchenok find success? You've got a prod in there from Red that unfortunately does not work out successfully. He gets caught out from Olymp in there at CT spawn, and there's a lot of time wasting just because SNX actually held onto a smoke for the majority of that round. As soon as he puts it down out to cave, Lucky can't maneuver. Lucky can't split there onto B. He has to respect it. He has to play behind it, and it puts more pressure on Kenzie and Deco working up ramp basically by themselves there on B.
And that's the half start for the Rebels. Mentioned no bomb plant bonus for Aurora either, so they'll start to hurt in the buy state. 2 AKs, 2 Galils. Not the ideal setup on the T side, but still Kenzie can make it work on Casey. Good start. Second pick, not so much.
Even that walkout towards A also gets cancelled, so Aurora worked so hard for that opening man advantage of Kenzie, and now they've just blown it away. This is a perfect opportunity for Rebels to tie up the scoreline and go one further.
Early money troubles in the early half for Aurora. They still do find SNX. That's 1 frag, and AK now in Lackey's hands. Got to be wary of the cross being locked out by Olim. He does get smoked off in the end, but not before he takes 2 more players with him. Plant might be the best that Deco can go for here. The cash bonus. Going to continue trying to fight. He's got a minute to go, but in the end, the CT is a little bit too quick, a little bit too overbearing. Play with the closer, 8 apiece.
I don't think Kenzie was anticipating a double cave setup. And normally, if you're playing 2 on B, you're going to have 1 cave, 1 site. And if you're playing 3 on B, it's normally 2 site, 1 cave, even still. So get that first kill in from cave towards Cheetah. Look to try and work that smoke, and you've just got a cheeky cubby angle being held. And then Olymp just drives in that distraction, drives in that crossfire between him and Flay. Tie up the scoreline, look to go 1 further. Aurora, it hurts. Because again, when you're working on a force buy, when you're not working with a lot, when you get an opening man advantage, it feels like it's a good shift into the round. And they just weren't able to do anything with it.
Dead set. Should be broken by Rebels in this round, though. No sneaky force buys or unexpected investments from the Aurora side, who might continue to pick up the pace here. Gonna wait and bait out that early utility from the elbow position. Lay and Kissaret putting the HEs. I think 2 of them went down, plus the incendiary nade. Quick in from Nori, turned away, expecting a flashbang to come through. Eventually it does, but Flay's been allowed to get the Quadra. The ace denied. Doesn't matter. AK stays. Rebels on 9.
And this is where it starts getting very touch and go. 1 round difference. Economy states are in an okay position for Rebels. It certainly could be a lot worse. I mean, 1,400 loss bonus. You're working off of the basis that you are pressured. It does help that SNX, Kissaret, Casey, Olymp have some decent money around them, that they won't be double eco if they lose the round. But another tactical comes through, and this is probably a position in the map where both teams feel like they can win it. Both teams can look at the situation and say, yeah, we should be taking Ancient. So it also makes you wonder who is actually going to come out on top. I mean, for Aurora's sake, it's not helping that we haven't seen a bomb plant in these last 3 rounds. And if that does continue, you've got to expect the advantage is going to be pushed even further towards the Polish perspective, just off of the idea that they can't keep buying.
The second tactical called in by the Rebels here. Understanding the position that they are now in. Aurora can't afford to make a mistake here. The Rebels, we're not so much in the exact same position, but certainly a similar outlook. At least they've got those savings. At least they have that cash in the back of their bank. And they've got an opening kill as well. SNX again onto Kenzie.
Now onto the Danger Man. Aggressive approach from both riflers, going in for a very early contact out there from Cheetah. It goes the way of the FAMAS, and Flayer's actually anticipating them to walk through that donut smoke. Lackey gets caught off from Olymp. Look at how Olymp just disrespects that molly and gets on the front side of it.
Now just holds this position. No need to press on mid anymore. He doesn't get a flashback in to see where Belchanok is, who will get baited on that Galil. 5 on 3 has been gained, and there's no real actionable response. Not yet, at least, from Aurora. SNX put those incendiaries up, and the T's will start the wrap around back into mid. Blaze ready with the AWP. Onto Nori, sees him, blocks on, swing from Olymp. Does get taken aback by Deco. That's one trade, but still 3 for 1 on the trade.
I try and put emphasis against the AWP. Belchanok might be able to cut some rotations. It's being watched, though, from SNX. This is another timing. Can Belchanok strike?
Yes, he can. Will that throw the player at long off? No. Casey gets the bomb carrier, and Belchanok now has to do the rest of the work. 30 seconds for a 1 versus 3. Seems so incredibly difficult, especially as Kistarek starts pressing. Had that backline held from the B doors. Now towards B lane, gets his last man. Secures the 10th for Rebels.
The Rebels have played very well in this second half. You can see they've lost Pistol and they've lost Anti-Eco. Other than that, they've been very successful. They've been very stable as well in their rifle rounds. I mean, that last one was shaped up nicely with that opening kill from SNX towards Cave. And then for Olymp, I mean, to get on the other side of the molly here, just catches Lackey off guard. Belchanok gets 1 kill, but even Flay just disrespecting any of that mid-take with that AWP defensively in Donut. Another light buy. And Flay with the AWP towards A. This could be a round in which he multis again.
Tech 9's across most of the T side board. All 5 stacked up, ready to go. The smokes are in. The flashes go out. The AWP catches none of that. Mori catches a whole lot of lead, as does Belchanok on Olymp. Spray Flay with a double on the AWP. Not even allowed to get past the big box here at the T side. Shots continue to ring out as they desperately try and close the gap. Finally get a couple of kills, but one more man does fall in the interim. York picked up by Deco as he tries to work into this clutch. 1 on 3 for him. Shoulder bait has cost him. Back on the automatic, SNX doesn't quite get caught off. 11 for Rebels. Aurora, another gun round available for them, but need to lock it in, because if they cannot get this round, it's probably game over for map 1.
It's a decent effort there for the Eco. Maybe a little bit too hungry for Flay out in Temple rather than just falling back and play more defensively. They try and open up more hunger, and it does cost them a couple of kills. For a moment, looks like Deco might be on for something, especially when he picks up that AWP in the 1v3. It doesn't happen in the end. Rebels, I'm liking what I'm seeing in the gun round v gun rounds here in the second half. They should close this down. They have been the stronger team.
Aurora would love to nip it in the bud. AK is on Lackey, pressing forward alongside Belchanok. SNX is again drawn first blood, again against Kenzie. AK of Deco desperately trying to look for that headshot. Meanwhile, Nori's evaded the aggression from Olymp, has made noise. Utility gets caught off, can protect his teammate in mid, but at the cost of his own life, it's a 5 on 3 anyway.
That's a crazy timing, isn't it? Look at this timing for Kisarek. He struggles, but he knows exactly what's going on. He eventually gets 1. The bomb is down in bottom mid, and there's a player towards top shelf. What is happening right now? What is with these timings?
I couldn't tell you, Doig. I could not answer that question. Deco now alone. Rebels have all the control, map and otherwise. Maybe he can get a bomb plant over on A. Maybe he can sneak that in. But everything else is going to come at very great difficulty. 30 seconds. Starts to make a move.
Well, it just shows how on the front foot Rebels want to be. The opening contact, aggressive towards lane. The info play outside of A from Olymp. Kisarek to get aggressive towards Donut. They want to make sure that Aurora are never comfortable. They want to make sure that they are never being able to freeze in the default and start working map territory. I mean, even here for Deco, look at the respect he's getting. Not even offering up a fight from, obviously, the CT line. They're waiting for him to plant. They're giving him the bomb plant right now.
He's not taking it, though. He's going for the fights, and ultimately that's going to cost him the round. Does stay alive, at least, so no after-time frag means that that AK will be one of the key weapons back for Aurora. A small bonus by comparison to the rest of the lost bonus here. We'll get some of the other guns in. The Galil's on 2, another AK for Belchanok. But it pales in comparison to what Rebels are bringing to the table. Map point for them on their own map pick. Aurora definitely had the depth coming into this one, but seems like for this particular map, Rebels are going to come out with a little bit more by comparison. Straight in for Olymp. You're going to get that first frag. They've charged down this lane control so many times here. Kenzie's going to burn so heavily. Olymp's going to look for the man. And eventually, the kill goes the way of the T side.
That's SNX, though, straight onto Kenzie once more. And for Aurora, they just have no map territory anywhere. They haven't been able to take mid. They haven't been able to hold on to lane. And Flay is in a position where he wants to try and disrespect this work out from Elbow.
At least it's an even man stance. Aurora, though, need a lot more. Need to press the issue, need to find these picks, and particularly over at Cheetah, where there's 2 players to stand against SNX and Casey. SNX been so good in this position, and he continues to hold his own. Belchanok caught, Lucky also caught. Casey can finish off Nori, and that should be lights out for Aurora here. This should be map 1 going the way of Rebels. Had a lot of expectations for a simple 2-0 for our series favourites, but perhaps it'll be a bit of a long affair. Deco, 1-on-3, has caught that first pick. About to run right into Flay, though.
Yeah, he's trying to cut one of these rotations towards Shelf, but no one's coming. I mean, even at this sort of range, Orb's in a great position.
Missing the shots. Deco knows that both players are out there at red, so go for the plant. See whether you can force it out.
They're coming quickly, both Flay and the Rifler. Kisrek even spamming, getting close towards Deco, and they're going to double up towards long or from short.
Doesn't know where to go about this, though, expecting Flay to pop out. AK spotted, as is the Orb. Both players move in. Kisrek can get the kill, and the Rebels will hold down the round. Hold down the map, 13-8 for them. They take Ancient.
And it really felt as if in that second half, in that map of Ancient, that Kenzie was just SNX's bunny. Every single rifle round, Kenzie was losing that opening fight in lane to SNX, and the in-game leader set up the majority of the rounds for success there for Rebels.
Yeah, you're right. How many times did we see like a man advantage gained by SNX getting those kills is the question on the front of my mind, because it truly was insurmountable. Every time they tried to attack lane, he was always there for them. And it was one of the key reasons why Rebels were able to springboard that momentum off in those rounds, turn it into complete capitulation over on the Aurora side. They might have had better depth in recent form, and certainly with the opponents they've been playing on this map, but it was the Rebels pick for a good reason, and they showed that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Aurora, they looked a little bit lost in that second half. It just seemed like they weren't able to adapt whatsoever. And I think while the rounds weren't as chaotic as they were in the first half, we saw that for Rebels, it was full confidence in ability to make solo plays. I mean, that round where SNX gets an opening kill lane, and then Olymp just walks all the way through A main, backstabs in from elbow, Kisarek then starts walking out from Donut, starts looking up to red. It shows that Rebels have belief in themselves to make impact plays. It shows that they've got belief to make info sort of advances by themselves. And in all, they looked very comfortable in that second half. That was a very good performance from the Poles.
And now it presents a key opportunity for them to continue on in this series. It will be the Aurora map pick and Mirage up next after the break, but we're looking towards that nuke as the third map. I imagine it must be a tasty time to be a Polish team right now. We'll head towards that break and see if Aurora can bounce back on their home territory of Mirage after this.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Well, not quite the 2-0 affair that we predicted, Dwayne, but still a chance now for Aurora to bounce back on their own map pick. It was still a very good affair in the first half for them as well. They put a lot of heart on the Rebels' side, but it was that CT half that allowed them to really take control of that ancient. Now Mirage is up next. And look, again, I do still believe that Aurora should take this map because the track record they have is much more rich and dynamic, and again, it's much deeper. But there have been successes for Rebels late. I think back to Katowice, for example, the win against Cloud9. That's not a result that you can slouch on.
Yeah, for Rebels, they played really well, especially in that second half. And my biggest concern for Aurora is that Kenzie's been their best player in this recent run of form. He's been the main reason why they were able to qualify to ESL Challenger Melbourne. And I look at what happened out on Ancient. He was silenced. We did not see a good performance from him. And it makes me think for Rebels that if they can keep silencing Kenzie in this entire best of three, Rebels can seriously come up here and kind of prove to Aurora that, yeah, they might be favorites, but we're still a top-end tier 2 team. We're still here to try and get results up on the board.
They can pick out his common positions and play them well and put their right significant pieces in place, then yes, certainly. Casey was doing a pretty good job at dealing with Kenzie during that first half, and obviously SNX doing a great job working the second half as well towards that lane position. So those are the two key players I'm looking at to try and post up against that guy. And at the very least, for Aurora, it's not like they're getting 6 back-to-back wins that are all 2-0s. They have been 3-map series on occasion in some of those results. So, look, I don't think it's the most damning result, the fact that they lost out their opponent map pick. It still was the Rebels camp that went towards that one. Now we're going to much more comfortable territory again. Map that we know that Aurora plays so well in the past.
Yeah, and it's funny enough that basically all of their performances on this map in the last 3 months have been against CIS teams. Actually don't see many European results, so I wonder if that's going to mean something. I mean, for Aurora, they'll be disappointed, because, again, I think I sort of said it in the first few rounds of Ancient, it felt like it was anybody's game when it was 8-9, and then we just saw Rebels run away with it. So I think for Aurora, they've got to show more consistency. They had a good first half, but a disappointing second half of map number 1.
Well, they are on a 3-map winning streak here on Mirage, so let's see if they can extend it to 4. They certainly would love to. Against the Rebels, who are on the CT side start. Only 2 for 2 in terms of their map record in the last 3 months. We'd like to make it 3 to 2. Let's get it started. Second map of our best of 3. Winner, of course, progresses to the playoffs. Pistols in with the Julies on 2 individuals over on the Rebels side. Heavy-handed over on that A play, which is exactly where Aurora are leaning to. Kisarek stands up to attention first. Belchanok sees that shoulder and takes the man down. Olymp is flashed forward. Nori is going to be ready for that man to go peeking, and he will deal with him all the same. Now the utility comes out, and the T's are pouring into the bomb site. SNX, a couple of good headshots, but only 2 of them. Belchanok allowed that trade, and Flay, holding his USP, will get pushed back. Eventually not quite fragged out. Belchanok drops instead. 2 versus 2, making it 1. They've overextended at CT, and Nori has it all to do once again. Goosh down to now 42, 11 points of health. Casey involved, does get his head taken off, but Flay is closing in. Nori needs the perfect headshot. He's seen his man, doesn't land it. Oh, the second face does though. What a manic pistol again.
And that entire round started to almost shape from Aurora to Rebels to Aurora, then back to Rebels. I mean, look at what happens there. Out of the gate, 2 immediate entries from both Palace and from Rab, and then SNX stands up and feels as if he's done enough. Then it's Flay to step up from CT to also put a lot of damage up on the board. Didn't know who was going to win that round, but in the end, it's a 1v2 clutch to go the way of Nori, and whew, okay, that sets a bit of a precedent to how Mirage is going to go down.
I mean, as if Ancient didn't set the precedent into himself. Absolutely manic opening half there, and this seems to be the exact same case. Aurora up against the Zeuses of the Rebels camp. You got SNX posting his aggressive over at Palace. And Olymp his over in the apartments entrance. So both entryways being covered off by the CT forces, hoping they can get some rifles out of the T-side hands. Very slow approach though. Aurora think there might be something up, and they do catch SNX in the end.
I am wondering how consistently is Belchanok going to offer up kills in from Palace, especially in the rifle rounds. He's 2 from 2 so far. Flay Got to be careful about trying to get in towards that murder hole. Kenzie looking to try and make it uncomfortable for the short players.
Damage against them. They do lose Flay. Casey's taken Nori back to a 4-on-3. So a small loss in terms of their weapons, but nothing major that should affect the T-side line unless a second player goes down. And Kenzie's a little bit in danger of doing so. Well, okay. Rebels, USPs, they suffered a lot to USPs to Aurora in the CT half of Ancient. Now maybe they can do the exact same thing right here. Will be a second round on the T-side board nonetheless.
Hashtag bring back the multicolored hairs. What do you think about that, Jay? Did you like that when Aurora went through that little stage? I thought their pictures looked cracking.
As an emo, yes, I did. I really enjoyed it. Well, nice standard colours on their profile pictures for now. And the standard round coming in from the Aurora camp. Again, maybe a little bit too much being gained by Rebels. They get a Galil out of Kisarek. And the Zeus even gets one on Olim. AK turns on to Lucky as well. They got so much out of that eco.
That's a very good round from Rebels. It didn't look like it, but towards the tail end, they will be very satisfied with that. Now, it's intriguing that they're actually going class cannon with Flay on the AWP. It felt like in that map of Ancient, we saw some good rounds from Flay, but overall didn't feel as if he had a lot of power moves when it came to multi-kills and just raw impact. So surprising to see that they want him on the AWP so early. But for Aurora's standpoint, their economy, it could be in a very difficult position, especially against this mid-aggression.
Very fast in from 2 CTs, 3 Ts to meet them. Lucky's going to get one of those kills. Is Casey accounted for? He will be soon. He's going to fade the smoke, and Deco is going to catch him.
Well, all of the advantage they've just worked after that last round is basically disappeared within the first 20 seconds. Aggressive maneuvers up from top mid, both of them just not even really doing damage.
Just tickling away the HP bars, but the kills are going the way of Aurora. Nice and effective. Belchanok dealing with SNX. Trying to be a thorn in their side once again, but unsuccessful in these early few rounds. Olimp and Flay, two very different positions. At least Flay does pick up that first kill, but Olimp's overwhelmed by Deco, so bombs in apps will commit. This round is over.
And you mentioned that a couple of the series is going 2-1 out in the Melbourne close qualifier. One thing to note was they were actually fairly inconsistent with their map picks. I mean, that opening game against Forza, they lost their map pick of Overpass, in which they got 2-0'd in the series. They then go into the lower bracket round 1 game against Exanita and lose their map pick of Inferno against Koi in the lower bracket final. They also lost their map pick of Overpass. So while there's been a fairly good streak and it's been quite consistent with the results, the actual map picks for Aurora have been quite shaky in the recent games.
Well, 3-0 on the start. This map pick thus far is going well enough for the Russian squad. They've got plenty of map to play, though. The Rebels, however, will not be able to do much in this next round. They have once again got upgrade pistols and are hoping that they can take some picks out. That Hero M4, of course, on Olymp the same. Hence, he's just evaded that mid-walk from Kisarek. He'll go down underpass. How much is he going to find here?
I mean, it's long range with that sort of weapon, especially if you make an info play even further up. Might be able to catch off Kenzie. It's one, but unfortunately, Olymp falls out towards mid, so get an advantage one direction, lose it elsewhere.
Lose it overall when Kisarek is refragged. Good adjustments there from Aurora. Unlucky for Kenzie, he had utility in his hand at that time. And you talk about dealing with him in the overall here for the Rebels side. I mean, they have been doing that. Not yet to get a frag in this matchup. The economy hasn't lined up to any rounds yet for the CT forces, and Belchanok's going to ensure that there's not going to be a change to the plans here and now. SNX 1-on-4. Trying to go back for that weapon. Grab it and run.
Another decent eco. Not as good as the last one, but they'll still be happy with it. Aurora, though, 4-0 start. Looking stable at the moment. Again, we've only seen really one rifle round, so an opportunity to kind of offer more with, of course, the AWP to be in the hands of Flay with at least armor and a bit of utility, and for everyone else to be stacked up. And that late lurk from Deco out towards Palace cuts that position down. So in the end, they can't save onto the extra rifle. Can this be the testing point now for Rebels? And if it isn't, could this be a very flawless performance in the first half? Could we be looking at maybe 8-4, 9-3, that sort of scoreline if Aurora can win round number 5?
Well, have guns to test that. Rebels bringing the AWP back on play this time, not the glass cannon.
I mean, something to add as well for Rebels, especially if we look back at that game against Sangul that they had in their opening matchup in Group C, is that they were always on the front foot. You look at their Ancient map, they were up 11-3. You look at their performance on Nuke, they had kind of a back and forth affair. They had a lead at 11-10 and just couldn't quite close it out moving into that CT half. And then out on Anubis, they were up 8-2. So it kind of showed for the majority of that series that they always had a bit of a lead. They always had a good scoreline perspective. Seeing yourself down 0-4 is obviously not the best of stances to be in.
Especially considering that that tracked with map 1 of this series as well. They were the ones that pulled ahead at 5-2 and a bit of 6-6 half. Aurora got ahead only slightly at the start of the T side, and then, of course, Rebels ran away with it. So is that early momentum going to hinder, or lack thereof rather, of early momentum going to hinder the Rebels side? Aurora still have Galils in play, but plenty of cash in the savings. More of a bonus round than a true rifle round here. Take it slow, Rebels, not opting to press the mid position or any sort of aggressive plays like that. They are waiting for Aurora to make the move.
Kenzie just making sure that he clears up that aggressive short angle before looking into connector. Belchanok playing the more passive lurk rounds in this T-side default. We saw him in Palace previously. We're now seeing him out to the apartments. Casey might look to try and take a contact in here at window, and when that smoke clears, he will have to fight.
AK just holds the T's, make their moves. Distraction, of course, with his head turned towards the ladder entrance. Kenzie can strike back a sniper's nest. Olim suddenly left alone, surrounded. Backup's been cut off, and he's cut down. Kisarek and SNX just got to save their weapons here. This will be a 5-0 start for Aurora.
Man, they're getting farmed right now. I mean, even that round, really good timing and just communication there from Kenzie. So he obviously knows how much time is left on that smoke. A lot of players have got that internal clock, right? That you can just start ticking it down. You know when the smoke's going to start to disappear. And you can see, what, maybe 2 seconds before that smoke disappears, the short players start running in. And if you are Casey, there's no way, as soon as you start hearing those short players, that you're still going to be keeping your eyes on window. It's just not going to happen. And that just allows such an easy pick in there from Kenzie. And then not only does he get that first, but then he squeezes himself through Murder Hole towards CT to car rotate.
SNX even caught back at Palace. No man alive for the CT side. Even a 4K for Kenzie in that round. Real good start for him. His first 4 kills in the game thus far. The Rebels side now will look to continue the struggles here. As money's not exactly tight. Would have loved to have held on to at least one of those guns. Instead, it's a half buy.
And for Rebels, unfortunately, hasn't felt as if they've had many competitive rounds outside of what the pistol. The moment in which SNX gets 2 kills and then Flay gets 2 and they lose a 2v1 to Nori, outside of that one pistol round, it just felt as if impact has been there and they've done a little bit of economical damage, but they've never been in convincing positions. They've never positioned themselves in winnable stances. And that is concerning when you're down 0-5, you're desperate for a response, you know you can't buy in the next round. It just feels as if all of that good work that you did in the second half of Ancient is now just disappearing and that you're just struggling to even contest against Aurora now in Mirage.
It's in contrast to when Aurora were on the back foot over on Ancient. They were consistently continuing to do damage against the Rebels. They were allowed a 6 apiece half because those USPs turned up mass amounts of damage and the half buys were working out to at least get them down to 2 or 1 player alive. Rebels can't say the same thing about their anti-eco or eco basis, and well, proof in the pudding right there. Lackey with his 2 picks. Casey caught down by Belchanok. 2 left standing of the SMGs. Kenzie could get sandwiched. He does find that one frag on. Kisarek from range just doesn't win the fight. The AK turns it back on him. All 5 alive for Aurora. Minimum 6 in the first quarter.
And I kind of mentioned too, getting into the start of Mirage, is that you got to silence Kenzie. And I know obviously that's just an eco round, but think about that previous rifle. Think about that insertion point out there to window, creating opportunities. Kenzie is playing well right now. and he is a lot of the time a winning condition for Aurora. He's their most consistent rifler. He's in the best shape right now, and he's been a reason why they've had so much success in the recent officials.
Slow approach from the AWP, trying to get involved in mid, trying to find an opening pick. Lackeys has other ideas. He does get Kisarek and Flayers at least allow that trade. It's a 1-for-1. Once again, the mid control will be abandoned for a straight up A take, and only SNX is here on the defense. Backup's going to be slow to get here. Molotovs and smokes will suppress many of the entry and rotation positions. The flashes will be evaded. Slow down CT. He swings back at box, but Nori will get the kill anyway. CT still making their way up to site, but Casey's caught off. The individual fights won so well. Players might be low, and Deco could get caught, as could Nori. Olymp trying to save the round for the Rebels. 2-on-2.
Where do they position and where do they feel as if Kenzie is? Because obviously, working through out here from mid, he's got a lot of options. He can get in towards window. He can try and make it very uncomfortable for these CTs. But at the same time, he's got to help out Belchanok because he's low HP in Palace.
Yeah, Kenzie's got to do a lot here. Molly sent flashes over, unaccounting for Olymp in his flank. He'll get that kill in. Now Kenzie knows where the first port of call is. He might not be aware of that AWP, and he does get caught by Flay in the end. Olymp, he's been providing extra support just in case. Triple for him in the round. And the first round on the board of Rebels.
Well, it had to happen at some point. Otherwise, it would have been an utter embarrassment. So for Rebels, they can be happy that they've started on the CT line. I actually feel as if that round looked done. I mean, this kill here from Nori, to me, is all right. They've got the site. They've kind of got the man advantage, 4v2. But Olymp, I mean, you have to make a play, I suppose, when you're in that sort of scenario. But work around that CT smoke, deny the bomb from going down, ends up with a 3K. That was the only reason that that round was recoverable. Good old Olymp.
Belchanok isolates Flayer, missed orb shot. He's going full send here. At least initially, he was forced back by that Molotov. Still a hell of a start against the AWP, and it throws the complete disarray on the Rebels side. 2 players per bomb site trying to push forward, trying to catch off angles in mid. Kissarek's going to get caught by Lackey next. And now SNX, the lone defender of the A bomb site, isn't even on the bomb site.
Ah, lovely sequence. Break open that smoke with a HE to work up top connector. This is Aurora at their very best. Just when you give them a chance, just when you give them their first round, look at the way they respond. A fantastic opening pick out there to the apartments. The AWPer struggling for Flay. And then it just feels as if as soon as they get that first kill, the CTs don't know what's happening. Belchanok is kind of selling the B play, is putting some util out, it's over-rotating them. They come back in underpass, they work up connector, and Olymp, SNX, and Casey just feel as if, how? Within, what, the first 20, 25 seconds, the round's just finished?
Maybe an exit or two available, or the gun barrel scene. Belchanok's going to check all his corners, and Olymp will be able to get that frag, so at least SNX can also get Kenzie, so they'll turn back a couple of casualties, a couple of AKs for Rebels in the next round. Round itself, of course, is going the way of Aurora. At this stage, it's the best you can hope for on the CT side, but 7 takes the half. That's what Aurora have just got. Can't get the players over at Kitchen. Lackey's still trying to rush it down. The AWP's a corner, as it's the second and third players. Lackey got them with the last possible tick, and he's still got one of them.
Oh my.
Oh dear, that one really fell apart.
Oh, Aurora just all over them. They have just made it so uncomfortable for Rebels to even get small advantages, to even try and hold on to those last couple of weapons. Here it is, not even 30 seconds into the round, and it's a 5v3. And then this is just frustrating. This is just trying to stay alive right at the end, and he's just ripping what could have actually been a good-looking half by. At least Olymp has somehow got a kill completely blinded, but Nori is so quickly to trade outside of B.
Belchanok might get an advantage back against the next player up from COD. Casey caught. Kisarek gets a deagle shot. Not quite the same against Deco, though. The AWP goes one better. 2 versus 3. Rebels have those deagles on SNX and Flay hoping for headshots, and SNX does catch Lackey on the jump, so once again, aim is thrown off. Once again, they find themselves at evens.
Yeah, this is where Aurora need to freeze up, and they're actually quite separated from one another. SNX is known out towards connector, and Deco is still trying to peer down for a fight. eventually gives it up, and Flay has got to tuck and got to get this kill to drop the bomb.
Plant should be secured, but he's waiting for backup. Flay checking the bomb site. Engagement of the second AK actually goes down to SNX. His Deagle lands his 2. Flay now seen. Nori had the bomb pulled out, couldn't defend himself. Nades and flashes will try and force this player out into a winnable duel, but HP differential so ridiculous, and Flay needs to go down to the headshot above all else. Backup has now arrived. It's not needed though. Flay with his pick and Rebels with the steal.
Well, SNX is just the king, isn't he? He's had another great round there. 2 kills, in with the dig, out from Connector. A very good shot up against the short player, and then of course dealing with Deco. Olimp starts it off, but that hero rifle only gets away with 1. SNX has been an impactful player across this series, and that's just 1 round of it.
Beautiful Deagle shots. Making the difference for the CT side. Aurora right back on the buy though. Facing a double AWP setup of the Rebels. Olymp and Flay bringing in the big greens. 1 set towards apartments, 1 was in mid in the sniper's nest. The M4 of Kisselrek takes point on the defensive line, but doesn't see anything past these smokes.
And Lackey might try and look to get Kenzie out there towards window. They've done it previously and they've been very successful with it. Lackey trying to work a timing, Flay rotating away, and he's hearing that. Another hole in the defense.
They can slow it down as well. They got time. Deco's forcing fights out from the mid position. Casey's going to try fight with utility, but ever so slowly and surely. Did that one player go through market and completely miss Lackey? I think he did. Doesn't matter anyway. He's closing in ever so slowly, ever so surely. Trying to look for Flay, trying to look for SNX. They don't know that they're goners. Kill found to the first man. Beltranot can strike at a second. It all falls apart again, dismantled by the hands of Aurora.
And I think it shows for Aurora just how important, especially for some of the higher end tier 2 teams, getting a strong and comfortable map really is. I mean, they look so completely more comfortable here on Mirage in comparison to map number 1. They feel as if that they're hitting their shots. They feel as if they're working really uncomfortable timings. I mean, that round, Lackey should not be able to do that. Obviously, Flay has got a lack of information that was an ability, but as soon as he starts moving away, as soon as he starts that rotation with the AWP, you can see how quickly Lackey is able just to pump that entire opening. And he knows, as soon as he gets in from market, or I should say, in from murder hole and can go market or CT, that round is just over with the distraction that everyone else is pulling.
6 to the good on Aurora. It looked like they're 6 to the good. Forced by back in from Rebels for this round and the next. Of course, plenty of cash to work with the T side. They won't be forcing anything anytime soon here. Rebels desperate to claim a 3rd and a 4th. Because even that's going to be a difficult scoreline to battle back from on T. Aurora know this, and a 10-2 could really make it a quick affair here. Flay, his AWP can land the first player out of the apartments. Olimp's SMG gets caught off, but Casey is there for extra support. That's 3 kills untraded, trying to make it 4. Lackey does get 1 back in return, and Kenzie's picks over on the A site are fantastic, but he's lost the bomb. He's got to go back into the B site and try the 4K on the clutch here.
It feels very unwinnable. AWP has been seen, and I think unfortunately for Aurora, it's just one of those rounds, you're going up against a force buy and you're running into a B stack. It's probably one of the only rounds in this entire first half in which Aurora have run into a B stack. I mean, Rebels have got 3 on B right there. Very unorthodox. So they can take it with just the idea of, okay, we ran into the stack, so what? Get them in the next round, don't worry about it. The Rebels just survive. A good lurk attempt there from Kenzie, but not enough success on the bomb site directly. So back and forth rounds for 5 in a row now.
Shot on from Flay gets Kenzie. Advantage taken by the CT side. And Nori trying to press on against the T's. Or support the T's, rather. Out the smokes are in to suppress those entryways. And Lackey's finally going to get caught by Kisselrek in mid. So 3 players remain for Aurora Rebels. Continuing to try and press on and catch these individuals. Scouts even involved here. Aurora do get the fight back onto one, but Flay still watching that cross. He misses his shot, and they're allowed to escape.
Well, this is on now because there's workability. That shot should have connected there from Flay. That was a necessary connection. A distraction's being pulled. Can Belchnok deal with Kissarak?
Back's turn, so no. Adjustment isn't there either. Casey at Firebox might be next man that could cause some real issues here for Aurora. Keep your eyes on when he starts moving, because Nori's not going to check it. Don't have a Molotov to put down to that position, and Olim just sprays through on Nori. Up now, knowing Casey can finally strike, and Rebels will make it 4 to close out the half, but still 8 monstrous rounds from Aurora on their T side.
And just something to add, in the last 2 officials that were played for Aurora out in the Challenger Melbourne closed qualifier, Mirage was the map that got picked for them. That performance against 9 Pandas was a 13-1. And then the grand final against Forza, a team that they lost to in the very opening game of the entire bracket, was a 13-10. So we've seen in the very recent history, over the last week or so, Aurora have been putting in some good results on Mirage. And I think that first half is a great example of just how threatening they can be. They will be very happy with 8 rounds on their T side.
Now to try close out the rest on CT. Live required for the win. USP's pulled out of the pistol round.
Into a B stack, 3 on B.
Yep. Rebels about to fall for the same thing that Aurora did a couple of rounds ago. Glock straight in for SNX and doesn't quite manage to line up against Nori, who gets 2. Belchnok with one of his own. 2 back on the T side, still an advantage for Aurora, and Deco isn't done. Headshot on the first. Casey revealed as the second. He also falls clinically. It's a pistol again for Aurora.
And it just hurts, because anytime you run into a stack, you just know that it probably isn't even 50-50 at that point. It's basically 30-70. You need to crack those entries in immediately. It's just so tough to recover the scenario, because right there, Nori's been seen, and they just can't deal with him. They know where he is. They know that they're trying to send bodies towards him. But if you're not dropping that player at jail instantly, it's just going to keep driving in even more of a deadly crossfire.
Aurora are now 4 for 4 in pistols in this series. Fast rush out from the Rebels. Nori's going to hear it, understand what's going on here. Incendiaries are going to chip away. Well, actually do quite a lot more damage than just chips against the HP bars. Nori and Kenzie with their frags. Even Olim goes down. SNX trying to hold on, but ultimately the plant bonus is all they're going to get out of this one. Probably the best you could ask for in a full eco. Cash bonus for the gun round in round 15. Aurora up to 10 to face some resistance. It worked out like this in the second half as well. Got those 2 before Rebels returned. But this is a completely different beast.
And again, we kind of spoke about Nuke in the veto, in which Rebels have been quite happy to play into it. Again, they've picked a lot of Nuke recently. They picked it against Sangul, and they probably should have won that map and closed in 2, and they didn't. The same sort of thing can be said for Aurora. It's been quite strong for them recently. 7 wins, 4 losses since sort of the last 3 months, and since Belchnok's come in, Nuke's definitely looked more successful. I mean, who's been more convincing on their map picks? I mean, right now, I kind of want to say Aurora.
I mean, just compare again how Aurora are doing on the back foot against Rebels in their map pick by comparison to how Rebels are doing on the back foot in this one.
I mean, at least that first half was competitive of Ancient. At
Exactly.
least it felt as if there was some back and forth, that it wasn't just a round streak. I mean, here on Mirage, there has been very few opportunities for Rebels.
And on T's side, they have to make the best of this setup to create opportunities, to force them out over Aurora. Incendiaries will send SNX right back. Counteraction utility is still there from the one player in at Sniper's Nest. In at the ladder room, the HE sent down against SNX. Surely he should be a goner soon. Indeed he is. Deco caught the first pick on Casey out of ramp. So advantage is extended by Aurora to 2.
Quite defensive. A little bit of an opening kill actually presents onto Kenzie and now onto Deco. Lucky's got to be there to try and reassure the situation.
AK leaning, sprays a bit awkward, does come through against Kisarek. Olim struggles to get one back to return. The SMG at range can deal with Flay, and Olim will come easy. Aurora to 11 now, continuing to stack on these rounds. Should get to map point, should take us to our 3rd.
And imagine being SNX, right? You're trying to call that round. You're trying to work a solo play in bottom mid while the rest of your team's out to A, and you're getting mollied con, you're getting mollied underpass, you're getting hate cheat at the bench, and you're being flashed, and you're being beat towards connector. It's like, Brev, what can I do? I'm trying to reposition. I'm trying to find a different angle of attack, and no matter where he goes, he's just being suffocated. That was a fantastic sequence there from Aurora to deal with SNX. And again, he was a guy that I think last map was crucial to the second half success. Yeah. He was also very good in the opening pistol round to get 2 kills to try and recover it. Outside of that, he has not been able to find that individual impact. Aurora have been all over Rebels.
Not giving him a chance to top frag the board like he did over on Ancient. And a round like that is just kind of just the ultimate concoction of exactly what you can do to deal with one of your top fraggers again on the enemy team. Overwhelming. Nothing SNX could do. And Rebels. Perhaps there's nothing else they can do here for Mirage. Pistols have to be bought in, have to be a half invest, go for the guns into round 17 and try and work to overtime. As impossible as that sounds, it's really the only option that they've got. Aurora have been too strong. Casey does try and look for an angle here on the A bomb site. SNX does get caught by Belchanok. Lucky utility in hand, so that's one frag. Bomb will try commit. No, Deco still has the defense.
Now Belchanok's got to be careful in case he falls down. Don't want to drop that AK. Low HP, still fighting aggressively. I mean, we can even take a moment to talk about the kill distribution spread of Aurora. It is tight, right? There's no one dropping 30s. There's no one that's also on 4 kills going into round 17. Everyone's held their weight. Everyone is providing impact. And when you see Aurora's numbers like that, that's when you know that they are slapping teams. That's when you know that they're putting down one-sided performances. This has been a great showing and a great recovery after, again, that second half of Ancient looked really flat. Felt like they were not competitive whatsoever.
Sometimes in matches you don't have a star, and sometimes your entire team is the star. That's the case for Aurora today. Shown in the scoreline, 8 match points or map points to work. We've still got the third. Rebels have this rifle round to try and hold on against their opponent's map pick, to try and show that they have some decency out them, because they have not shown that in my eyes so far here on Mirage.
I mean, I don't even remember Deco picking up the AWP. He's been rifling so much in the first half and the second half.
Doesn't need to. So look at his numbers, look at the rest of the team, and look at the scoreline. M4s across him and 2 others, and 2 AKs for Nori and Belchanok, both of which are on this B site, which is about to receive some utility. Fake execution because the bomb's still out towards top mid. Can they get a kill? Yes, they can. Nori to fall. Belchanok is still in the middle of this smoke on the back of the bomb site. Lackey also involved back at market is going to draw attention towards him. That bomb's yet to commit though, and Belchanok will call that here. Olymp will get caught, but Lackey's gone falling. Belchanok still working in against SNX. Needs to find this frag soon because the other T's are pressing in towards Connector. He thinks he might be completely alone here. He's going to walk his back around. The bomb's going to commit. There's a backstab involved by default, essentially. Flays strikes, Deco hears footsteps, Kisserate core, second player seen, the AWP unscopes, but rescopes to catch his man. He's low HP though for the rest of this round.
Belchanok might be able to cut off this rotation. No, the timing. They know he's out towards CT. Do they expect Belchanok to now reposition and come in through murder hole?
10 seconds needs to be a plant. Belchanok. All eyes on him. Slow pushing. Flay sees him but doesn't line up the shot in time. The damage counting up for the AK. Now he's got to find SNX, but where is he? He doesn't have a clue. He's backed up all the way towards Palace, in fact. Belchanok back on the diffuser, going to tap it. He's got the kit. His back's turned towards the site defender, though. SNX taking his sweet time with this, calling Belchanok's bluff. He's got a smoke as well, but he's not going to use. His back will continue to get turned, giving SNX an easy kill and a survival round for the Rebels.
Just about. Just holding on. It felt as if that entire round, quite similar to maybe how some of the T-side rounds went on Ancient, very chaotic. You've got a B lean. You've also got a little bit of an info play. I mean, Deco had pressed all the way aggressively into Palace while they were exiting B. So really felt like B was the call there. SNX providing quite a bit. I mean, a tough angle there against Lackey and a very good shot from Flay with that AWP. Just see this one here. I mean, if Deco wins that fight, different round. I think that round is over if that AWP falls to Deco.
one bullet made the difference, perhaps. Aurora still have a overwhelming lead to the Rebels camp, so it's one round out of many, many more. One match point out of 8 exhausted. Another rifle round will return from the Aurora camp, who are ready to receive the Rebels. Limited utility sets for the execution here.
Now Olim still trying to work out from underpass, gets mollied, so has to cancel. And Aurora just taking mid. They have got a lot of players out from connector and short right now.
Lackey engages Olymp down at underpass. Now the real execution comes in out of Palace. Lackey leans up. How much is he going to get? C2 players get one of them. Advantage maintained by Aurora as a result. Smoke involved. Does block off vision from both sides. Mackenzie gets around the outside. Flay and SNX get a couple of kills in. Nori sees one of them. He dives back in. Just getting the sandwich as SNX. Flay on site with that bomb. Has time to plant. Both CTs coming in from the same position. They're going to try and force out blind kills. 19 HP between the two defenders of the Rebels side. That incendiary is going to burn SNX and Flay with it all to do. AK in hand. Does get a shot back on the first, but doesn't line up the kill on the second. Aurora have finally done it. 13-5. Still felt like a completely dominant affair, and they take us to a third.
I think realistically, if you're any team in this competition up against Aurora, you don't want to play them on Mirage. I mean, they've shown it in the results now. This was really convincing. This was really threatening here for Aurora. They are slapping teams about on this map.
Yeah, I mean, look, you pretty much bang on the money there. Don't play Aurora or Mirage. You might not have a choice in some capacities. Again, it was their map pick, and even though you have got some good Tier 1 results for the Rebels side, it just pales in comparison to the consistency that this team brings on this map in the Tier 2 environment. I'm not shocked that it went down that particular direction, but now it just throws that extra element. Again, that veto, we talked about the idea of Rebels picking into that nuke. The tail end of the veto is now going to be nuke as our third map up, so I understand that obviously momentum's been completely crushed by that Mirage map, but if they've got those fundamentals, then maybe this could still be a bit of a barn burner.
Well, you got to expect map 3 to be the most competitive out of the two so far. I mean, Nuke is a map that gets played fairly frequently for both of these teams. They're both teams that don't mind picking Nuke in best of threes as well. So I actually think we could have a very exciting final map decider.
I certainly am looking forward to it. Aurora have indeed made their way back into this series as we expected they were going to do so. Now it's on them to try and close it out against the Rebels on one of their home territories of Nuke. We're heading towards a break, and it's our third map of the best of 3 when we return.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
Certainly not a shock that it looks so good for Aurora on Mirage, their home territory, their best map in the pool, and by quite a margin, as you just saw. The Rebels unable to make it a 2-0, unable to springboard their map victory over on Ancient, but now we go towards Nuke, which again, traditionally, is sort of kind of within territory within both teams. I do have to look at recent form, though, Dweck. We've been talking so much about the 6-match win streaks on the Aurora side and how well they've been doing in their last handful of matches. I take a look back at Rebels in their opening game against Sangul. What map did they play? It was Nuke. I think we both looked at that map saying that they should have won it and closed out the series from there, but it was the choke of a lifetime. So now you're coming up against a team that, in my eyes, certainly are a lot more stronger than Sangul, and it's like, well, now suddenly that result is a much bigger concern.
It's very true. I mean, the one factor I will say for Rebels is they picked Nuke against M80, FaZe, and Sangul, and they've only played the map 4 times in the last 3 months. It shows that they do pick into it, and they have held their weight, but you are right. I mean, if you just compare the performance against Sangul and the recent run of form, it looks very good for Aurora. I mean, they beat Koi on this map. They beat Havu in their opening game very convincingly. Now, they did start on the City side, so that could be a factor, but they got a 9-3 half, and then they just closed it down quite easily. So, Aurora are certainly going to be the favourites going into Nuke, but I do feel as if this could be the most competitive map out of the 3 so far.
Yeah, I am hoping so. I mean, look, we've seen some competitiveness in the first half of Ancient, where Aurora are really clapping back, even with the ecos that were doing damage to the Rebels side. If they could continue doing that across the entire map itself, then I imagine that they're still going to hold dominion over the Rebels camp. I do think that early momentum starts are going to be important to the polls, as we just saw how they weren't able to get started on Mirage. They weren't able to get any economical advantages over Aurora, so you're not going to win the firepower battles for certain, and well, that map went down the way that it did. So important certainly in the pistols and potentially even the knife round itself, Dwayne. So as we see who gets a choice this side, is there anything you're looking out for the most in this final map?
Not particularly. I am personally looking out for SNX. Very good performance out in map number 1, dipped off in map number 2. And I think quite similar for Aurora. Kenzie dipped off in map number 1, came back in map number 2. I think what we need to look at is consistency across the map. I feel like for either team, if we see some of those more impactful individuals drop off and not create those same opportunities, it's going to be a struggle. So for me, I think Aurora should close, but I'm going to be thrilled to see if it's more competitive than map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, I'm also joining you on the Aurora should win this map hype train. Again, I am, as always, hoping that it's going to be a close map because that's just the most exciting level of CS. However, whether that actually ends up becoming reality is about to be discovered. Rebels take on Aurora. Rebels will be on the CT side start of our final map of Nuke. Can they make it a solid one? Can Aurora stomp them again? Let's get into it all and find out very quickly with the first pistol round. The Glock set in against the Julies. Default set by Aurora. They get Casey. Does that springboard them in? No, they're going to hold for more utility and eventually make their way to that upper bomb site. Kisarek held back. Olim did get one. Kisarek not even given a chance to take contact. Kenzie cuts him down. Olim still at lobby, becoming a major thorn in their backs. Triple in for him. Looking for another USP shot back in the back lines. Beltranok is caught, and now it's all left to Nori. Down to the stray headshots of Olim, who starts things off wonderfully for Rebels.
Well, for Aurora, they do everything right in that round. They have topside util, they have Deco to crack open the opening entry through Squeak Door, and then Kenzie just gets a doming shot towards Kisarek, towards Top Heart. In terms of the upper take, it's perfect. The issue is, what about Olymp? Gets himself into lobby, makes it very uncomfortable, dealing with some of those players out from the door, dealing with a T-Roof individual as well. Olymp has just had a sick round with 4 kills.
Rightfully on the M4 for the follow-up. Aurora forcing the issue right back. Got no bomb plant bonus, but still have the Deagles and Scouts in. The Deagle of Lackey already fallen to Flay. And this is the kind of fight that we need to see Rebels bring to try and have a chance in this kind of a map. Advantage held, aggression on full display.
Yeah, we certainly saw a weak T side from Rebels up against Sangle, so they need to give themselves that breathing room. They need to give themselves a good scoreline differential going into that second half if they want to threaten the series and they want to try and close in that third map decider. Aurora had opening pressure towards ramp, but now losing Lackey, they have to look elsewhere. And this scout towards outside might try and see if they can get that heaven pick. Kenzie getting closer and closer to that spam in main towards SNX.
Belchnok tagged to 17. Not really much going right now for the T-side line, as you would expect against the automatics. Deco's got a right shot onto Flay. Straight to the head with the scout. Fortunately, the man advantage does not get gained by Aurora with a follow-up kill. Nori traded back by Olymp as they hold control on the Rebels' side. 30 seconds for the hit, and they are going up towards upper here. 2 players on the site defense.
Kisserek just needs to try and waste time, set up this crossfire. I mean, even the closed vent corner. This is pretty much done for Aurora. They've got to try and keep fighting, but this round is completely over. Good shot from Deco to start things off, but overall, it just fell apart when they had 20 seconds trying to commit into A. Rebels can get off to that 2-0 beginning and should be 3-0.
Yeah, Force Buy got nada. No extra cash. Eco for the follow-up. Good shooting from Deco. That's about the only positive that came out of that round for the Aurora side. Rebels will still face the upgrade pistols here, so we'll see whether any heads will roll.
And realistically, both of these teams should still be making the playoffs. I mean, whoever loses this game goes up against Sangle. I think for Rebels, they'll be fairly happy to get that rematch and kind of prove that they're a lot stronger than what that head-to-head was the first time around. And for Aurora, I mean, you'd think that they would slap a team like Sangle around.
Well, it's certainly to be expected if they do end up that matchup. Of course, loser of this goes down to that decider game, and all the decider games for the final matches of the group stage are played out tomorrow. So no rest for the defeated. In this case, Aurora defeated in the third round. Good start for the Rebels, as you mentioned, converting upon that pistol win against the Force Buy, against the Eco, all 5 alive in that round. And now the guns come in for the T's. Even a Krieg for Kenzie.
We've seen a lot of nuke getting played from Aurora recently. You think about Belchanok only just getting in with his 3rd event of the team. This is now his 8th time playing nuke with Aurora, and I think it shows that they've pretty much played it in the majority of series. You look at a lot of the matchups in the Challenger Closed Qualifier, their opening game against Harvu in this tournament, playing a lot of nuke in the recent history, and it's now his highest played map in the pool.
Aurora trying to take map control. M4 of Olymp has seen a couple of players crossing, expected to put those nades out and do some damage, but just slight amounts done to Nori. Initial starts have not been all that prevalent. Very careful approach from Aurora.
Kenzie outside can just be there to almost lean around this Africa position just to see if any of the CTs get aggressive, trying to make an info play outside, or eventually cut a rotation down from Secret, or even allow himself to split into main for a topside play. Belchanok. I wonder if he smokes off main here and almost drives more attention away from Kenzie. Yes, Kenzie's going to come main, but it's smoked off.
Burning somewhat on Belchanok. That HE is going to land a lot closer, though. Decent advantage now forced out by Rebels, and a kill for the SMG could come in pretty easy, but Olymp has fallen to Lackey as he presses on to Hell. Kenzie has caught SNX, now 5-on-3. They're going to make their way downstairs. Kisserek tries to give chase, and his MP9 is able to get some damage, but not quite the kill. The AWP of Flay now pressured heavily. Shots missing. Lackey's going to dome him in, and Kisserek makes his move in alongside the sandwich play of Casey. Tried to deny that bomb plant, not happening against Deco. Casey's got no chance.
And this is what I love about Nuke, right? Is that you can be an entire minute into the round, and it feels like not a lot's been achieved, and then in the space of 10 seconds, the round has just crumbled. Right there, you can see they freeze on the default, they've got a lurk outside, Belchanok is pulling distraction in there from door, and there's just a little bit of upper util. You had, what was it, Casey that was towards top heart. I think he got pushed away because of that molly to top heart, and then instantly, as soon as Lucky gets that one kill towards ramp, everything falls apart. Kenzie gets a kill outside. They're cutting rotations on the top side. They're bringing that bomb down to lower. Aurora just working one kill into a massive amount of success.
Nicely done on their part. Start for the T side. Now in full effect. Can they convert it upon even more rounds? Can they get a streak going? You mentioned before that Rebels had a very awkward T side in their opening game against Sangul, so the number of rounds could be pretty devastating to them in this first half. Aurora still rated as the favourites of 1xBet, so credit to them. Rebels, though, still contesting with a gun round here. A double AWP setup is in play.
They're going for the 1-2-3 smokes outside and going very quickly in from Kenzie making noise. Everybody else is being silent about this. They're still walking outside. And Kenzie is just searching to see what's going on. No breakage of the smoke outside, so still a lack of info that basically the entire team outside of the one lobby lurker, Belchnok, is down here at lower.
Those nades went pretty deep. Going to catch damage above you information. AWP is going to catch information on a kill. Kenzie, first to fall.
Yeah, very unorthodox to see double AWPing on Nuke. Olymp, can he get swung in from Lucky? Can Lucky find the trade to open up this B sites?
Absolutely not on that T side line. Deco does turn it back up upstairs, but unable to deal with Casey. Maintains a 4-on-2 for the Rebels side. They picked apart Aurora. Nori and Belchnok, very different positions as well. Maybe Belchnok makes noise upstairs, draws attention away from the lower bomb site. I mean, it could still be planted down mostly for free, especially if that AWP moves away from ramp. Time to work with. It will start to tick away, though. Belchnok's been caught off guard by Kisarek, and now any chance of the round may have been negated. Nori actually might sneak in the plant.
Yeah, it's not going to mean a massive amount. He needs damage. Look to try and take a fight in instantly, and Olymp's going to rotate into ramp and get another shot off with that AWP. Again, double AWPing on CT side is so rare. I mean, we see it across the majority of maps in the pool. In CS2, double AWPing is not like it was in CSGO. But yeah, that's a crazy round. Flay didn't even feel as if he had a chance to go and get a pick. Olymp downstairs with another great round, and maybe Olymp is going to be a difference maker here. Remember, he had 4 kills in the pistol round. He sort of locked out what looked to be a fairly easy A take. Then you consider what he's done in the rifle round in round number 5. He's putting in some good work.
Even forcing Aurora to a tactical. First one of Nuke for them. Bomb plant bonus does enable more rifles to come in so they can keep contesting, but so much has been gained by Rebels in that last round. The double AWP stay, the 2 AKs are now out for Kisarek and Casey. A lot of punch on that CT side. Aurora should be understanding of that much. At least they've got the loss bonus in their backing. The Rebels, though, savings should stack up, especially if they save those weapons. And for Aurora, it's not going to be so easy as to win one swing. They at least have the best chance to win round 6.
The Rebels know they're in a very good position right now. This is a good scoreline. This is a good chokehold. Aurora have not been able to show that clinical T-side consistently. We saw a very good rifle round from them, but that's been it so far. Outside smokes on the diag. SNX just going to put an incendiary down to the back of T-Red. This does look to be the upper take, though.
Oh, that body block would have been heard, but then more attention drawn towards the site here itself, which is just ripped apart by the CT forces. There is nothing in that round for Aurora so quickly as well.
I remember Kisarek having some really good rounds on the city side of Nuke versus Sangul. Being that hard A anchor is never an easy position to play, especially when you're getting molly default and you're getting double flashed. You're up against a lot of util. He actually held his weight very nicely in that half. So to see him now coming through with 2 is no surprise whatsoever. Deco being drawn in. This could be Kisarek actually finding his 3rd. Very good defensive towards the top side there from Rebels. Aurora struggling to get started here. And if you are Rebels, you think about 5-1, lack of bomb plant, there's no buy again. We could legitimately put up a very good scoreline. We've got to be looking from this position at 8 or more. That's got to be the target now in this first half.
Yeah, the Aurora camp really struggling. And Rebels will be feeling that. Minimum 6 up to play for here. The Force Buy will still be in effect for Aurora. Still quite respectable in terms of what weaponry they're bringing to the table. Still got those AKs on 3 individuals. Lacking the utility department. Their smokes have already been used on outside. 1 left on Lackey here. Beltranok, Deagle in first. Shot missing out from Olim. That's not encouraging. Second flick also doesn't connect. Nori starts it off.
They've got another AWP out here towards Hell, but no one peeking wide enough to be able to take a contact. Rotations down towards lower have been fairly quick. SNX is already down here in secret.
Hearing those footsteps and backing away, expecting there to be a mass number of T-side players. And Rebels still held towards their entry positions, but nothing is getting gained here. Finally, they will look to fall out of position. Lackey is giving chase towards Casey. He's got a Galil, so he can sacrifice that for the sake of an exit, because, again, money's not exactly amazing. There's quite a bit of savings for this round, but investment into the next, it will be a swing. Rebels would really need to hold on to these weapons here, and they're not going to hold on to an AWP.
Double AWP's falling, very uncomfortable. This is where Kisarek and Casey want to try and maintain at least one of them out there to help. Kenzie, though, finds a good timing. Kisarek's going to fall. Casey might also be in a position to overextend to try and pick up that AWP. But look at the way the T-side players have positioned themselves. Double ramp, double secret. There's no way you're getting back to that big green.
I actually got blown outside of the Hell area, so they did get it. Very lucky in that respect, though, because it was super duper deep.
I wonder if they double AWP again, because we've had one good round from Olim. We've also had one round where they rushed ramp and he missed 2 easy shots. And yes, they will not bring the double AWPs back out.
Straight up on Flay, and Flay alone. No AWPs required for the T side. You mentioned how they haven't really needed it over the course of this series. Happy with the AKs on T. Rebels press on, very aggressive. The lobby crunch here. Beltranok's in a very awkward spot as a result. Back up towards Trophy. Is he going to get sprayed down? He will have to try and fight back, but being alone and isolated and probably hearing a lot of those footsteps is not going to cause any major action out of Aurora. They might have to leave him for dead and focus on the rest of the round.
Yeah, Flay just keeping his eyes on that main walk just to try and see if anyone gets on the other side of the diag smokes. Beltranok is basically dead. I mean, he is alone. So the only thing that he can do is just keep fighting from this position. If he just gets one, that would be looked at as a success right now.
Doesn't get any, though. Olymp, Frag, and Flay with a follow-up on outside. Nori gives himself up at the garage entrance. Down by 2. M4 of SNX holding his position as well. Deco gets caught off upstairs as well, and Kenzie just doesn't have anything to do. Nothing found by Aurora. Overwhelming round by the Rebels. Lackey should get seen soon enough. Doesn't get adjusted towards on Casey's part. But everything else is borderline impossible.
This has been a very underwhelming T-side from Aurora. The Rebels will be very happy with what they've achieved. And, I mean, look at Beltranok, right? I mean, you have to point at it. 10 ADR. We're going into round number 9. He's done a total of 80 damage across the first 8 rounds. That's just not good enough. Individually, they're not there. And for Rebels, you'll take that any day of the week.
Especially in the decider map in the upper bracket of the group. Again, this is a winner's game. Playoff spot on the line. Rebels at minimum 6. Aurora, maximum 2. Need to get a whole lot more out of this. They need to do so soon. Need to find those individual players, and they need to get them basically bolstered up here. Casey finding Lackey already. Beltranok still unable to frag in this map. Casey with a double. Rifles removed on the T side.
Yeah, outside's not successful either. AWP might be able to find 2. Already spotted the silo individual and dropped Deco. Nori, try and get a bomb plant towards lower and actually fake it out for a little bit, which provides more time for Olim to rotate down. So yeah, there's 0 chance of a bomb plant lower now.
Had to commit to it. At least the cash bonus will be a little something for Aurora here. Olim doesn't go down. P250 not strong enough against the M4. Not many bullets put out. 7 on the board of the Rebels side. They output a CT side of success. Have won the half. How much further can they take it? Possible scoreline of 10-2 available for the CT forces.
Very much could be as well, Jay. Moments like this where you need a head coach. Remember, they've only got an assistant coach right now, and not having that ability of, again, we don't know what the situation is like. I'm sure Brain, their assistant coach, is maybe helping out in a head coaching role, but doesn't have experience in that role. He was a previous analyst for OneWin and more on sort of the analyst side here for Aurora as well. In these kind of moments, in these situations, I mean, their first gun round they won was excellent. It felt as if they were all on the same page on how they want to work the default, how they kind of want to disrupt some of the repositions on the CT side, but consistently they've been outclassed. Consistently they haven't looked in the game here. And for Rebels, it doesn't feel like they're slowing down anytime soon. They're keeping AKs alive on the CT line. They're making sure that their economy is in a really good state, so it's really tough to reset them, especially with only a handful of rounds left. Aurora are struggling.
Rebels succeeding on CT's side. At least Nori can open up one pick out towards upper, looking for the second player outside. Lucky's going to catch him. Finally, a little bit of confidence here for the T's. Need to convert number 3, and Kisarek wants to try and avoid that. Might well can still conversion against Belchanok, who is out lobby. Meanwhile, Olymp drops it secret in Kenzie's part. Kisarek and Flay can at least form up together. Belchanok still has his lock on, and finally, that's his first frag of the game. One to just certainly seal the deal for Aurora.
Well, good work outside. I mean, you could see both of those players striking almost immediately, getting in with the main wrap, looking to put pressure towards Icebox, and then even out towards Secret. You see that multi-frag. Rebels will be able to buy back in the next round. Aurora will be very happy with getting their third, and I suppose there is a very little amount of room to have success at the tail end of the half. And for Aurora, I want to say 40 rounds is workable. It's obviously not ideal, but if you can get to 4, even 5, you can look at that half as a recovery out of what could have been a much worse situation.
Well, again, we've talked about how Rebels haven't really had the best of T sides in this group stage thus far, especially on a map like Nuke. So certainly you look at the way that Aurora could mount up a decent scoreline and something with a 2-round deficit. Go to that stronger half, go to, well, statistically the better half of both teams, in fact. And then run away with it from there. So it's still positives available for them, even if it doesn't seem like it is right now, especially as they start really getting their kills together. Lackey is opened up again, this time on Flay. Olymp falls back.
Working behind a Molly or an Incendiary could always be tough, and that's where the spacing and the timing worked out for Lackey. Rebels are desperate. Kisarek getting aggressive, but Belchanok's watching it.
Cuts him down for his trouble. 5 on 3, Aurora. Not giving anything more away to the CT forces, working their way up to the upper bomb site. KC does see Belchanok, but Nori peeks in alongside him to cover off that position in the open. The AWPs are firing away to ensure that no one's going to find anything on the CT side. SNX could get caught by their player over at Secret. The bomb is opened up and does get denied for the moment. Secondary kill, and not quite the third one either. Lackey will close out on Olymp, 2 kills to his name. And a 4th round for Aurora.
It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent these last couple of rounds, because look at what that's done to the economy state as well. Money's not in the best of positions. They invested into that AWP from Flay. Very good default. I mean, even this kill here onto SNX, look at how they swing together. There's no way that he's going to get individual fights there. Man, if they get 5 T rounds, that would just be a position where I really didn't think it would be possible.
Last of the half, and the Rebels and their economy whittled away. Constant work there from the Aurora side to hang in, get their kills and get their rounds. Stacked up 4, maximum 8-4 for the Rebels camp. Press on from Olymp, trying to force out an advantage alongside the Deagle that stands right behind him. There's AKs on the other side though.
Yeah, this is all a matter of just patience. Olymp gets aggressive, and look at the way the T's just back off. Straight into the crossfire. Lucky's got to try and stay alive, get some assistance in there from Lobby, and it is falling apart on the Lobby crunch right now.
3-on-2 ending up for Aurora. We're almost won, in fact, with Flay being at 14 points of health. SNX is 5-7, not even on the upper bomb site. We'll try and make his way back up from the vent. Needs to get so much out of this. That's a second drive-by. And Kenzie well known about. Oh, what a beautiful pistol play to recover one more for the Rebels.
And we've seen it so many times over the course of this entire best of 3. Map 1, Map 2, and Map 3. Somehow, someway, SNX is able to bring out magic. Normally it's in 1vx situations, but that one there, you'd almost say that's a 1vx. You mentioned it, Flay was so low on HP. It really is just a 1v3 in the end there. Close range, in from door. Nice work from the 5-7. Great round for the in-game leader.
Well, man has been so impactful over various bits in this series as well. One of the bottom men of the board of the Rebels side let his teammates really take control, but in that round when they needed him most, he stepped up. 8 on the CT side. Was that enough for the Rebels here? Aurora, now's their chance to really get some rounds on the board here. Pistols fighting very quickly into this. Deco does get one pick in a second. Is he going to get overwhelmed here? Not with Belchanok providing support. Flay drops as the rest of his teammates on outside go. Lucky takes 2 quick kills in a ramp, and that round is over as quickly as it started.
You can even feel that for Lucky, he's kind of working range game there, which is not ideal with the Julies. You want it up close and personal. You want it to be very tight. Deco outside 2. Very clean shots. And then look at this from Lucky. That range with the Julies, very crispy.
Straight heads rolling. Aurora. Really to make up left against the Rebels side. Should be easy enough with the Biko pistols here. Nori on 3, Belchanok on 1. SNX, all that remains overwhelmed the same. 6 on the board of the Aurora camp, and now the guns will return from the Rebels to try and stop them in their tracks here. Momentum is shifted. Will it continue?
Well, when you consider that this was a 7-2 scoreline, I think Aurora can be very happy with how the last handful of rounds have gone down for them and how they've got breathing room to actually show what they can offer here on the CT line. Take this as a heavy bonus round. You might expect a little bit of a lobby crunch potential just to try and get those sort of SMGs and at least the FAMASas more extended.
Slow approach from Rebels here. Right approach to me, Aurora. Still playing bonus weapons, but still a major threat to them. They've sprung into life. Tail end of that half, the start of this one with the pistol looking as confident as it was. The rifle, or bonus rifle, whatever you want to call it. If it looks just as good, then Rebels may be back in trouble.
Yeah, Kenzie and Lucky have got a slight bait set up here. Lucky to take first contact, try and draw them in. Kenzie playing anti-flash. You two on the outside means that maybe Lucky or Belchanok's going to have to go down vent and towards lower. There is a lack of info right now. Only Deco sort of jiggling from heaven just to try and spot across those smokes. Well, it's a good position for Belchanok, actually. He's going to probably clear out lobby to be completely clear.
Ready for the outside tape. They're not really facing it on the CT side. Rebels walk their way down, stroll their way down through secret position. Kenzie, SMG versus many. About to take a fight, and in fact, Kissarek's going to win it out and out. Here come the T's now, make their way to the bomb site. Down by a man as the Aurora camp. Olymp trying to work a pick upstairs. Belchanok swing spray goes very awkwardly for both players, but Nori wins that fight to bring it back to a 3-on-3. Make it 2. Oh my god. Ooh. No, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time.
Oh, there was a little bit of a prod down there to the lower bomb site. For a moment, it feels like it might not just come in. Aurora. I mean, they were pretty much out of that round as soon as Kenzie gets nothing. I mean, right there, it didn't... I mean, I'm surprised that Nori's even in a position as far forward as he actually is right there. But yeah, very good entry onto Kenzie down towards, what was it, the double doors where he had that MP9? That was a difference maker into the rounds.
Seemed like it extended out quite far. Ultimately, it will not be Aurora with their 7th for now. Rebels will make their way up to 9. They're going into Nori's position as well. If he drops his AK, that could prove to be quite impactful to the Rebels, but just that one frag. No more than that. Nori keeps himself hidden. That's a weapon all important to the CT side. Need as much as you can get out of this. They will be back on the buy.
And he can drop AWP to Deco. If Nori went down there, they wouldn't have AWP this round. So it actually shows how much of an importance that save really was. Olin to just even get that 1 kill. And then you can see there the 2 ramp players. I mean, there's 9 seconds on the clock. 1 kill onto the bomb carrier probably ends that round. Probably just nails it entirely.
A 3 to the good on the Rebels. Money, of course, invested from both sides. Key swing opportunity. One for Aurora that would keep them alive here. For Rebels, it could be closing in on closing time. Very slow approach again. So careful because any mistake could be their last.
Yeah, this is the triple HEs towards default. Unfortunately, right now, Belchenok is not actually in that default position. So if those nades come in, they are not going to be able to get a kill.
The wait for a moment. He is making his way back there, so... No, he does creep forward towards a much more advanced angle, so those HEs do nothing. Does it trigger the execution? Not quite. Still play the outside defaults here. Set up more utility.
Belchenok, we've seen him previously light those info prods in from door. Does he have the guts to make a move like this time around? Kisarek towards outside. Rebels have enjoyed running the clock. That last round, they went down to lower and actually took the secret about, what, 30 seconds?
Now Rebels are suppressed. 30 seconds on the clock itself. Deco gets Casey. That outside challenge still trying to work an angle into that B-bomb site, so perhaps upper is the right take. They make their way in from Squeak. So many lines of Belchenok. He only gets damaged. Kenzie is the man to finish off the jobs against all 3 individuals. Lackey there for Kisarek's last frag of the round. And Aurora clap back.
And I do wonder there for Rebels. I mean, they tried running the clock in the previous. They try running the clock again. There's not really much adaptation in terms of pace. I mean, for Kenzie, they all line up out there towards door. Very good contact from Belchenok. Yeah, he might have only been able to get damage, but as soon as he sees just how many players are out towards a door, that just sets up Kenzie for success. And now, when you look at where the economy state is, this could very quickly be Aurora taking the leads.
Up straight in for Deco, trying to land that first pick. Olympus dived right down to that B-bomb site, trying to see if he can secure a bomb plant. The AK's right here, though, for Lackey. He cuts him out of the round and cuts out any plant bonus, any cash bonus, and any chance in the round itself for the Rebels side. 4 down, no trades. Flay, all that remains.
Aurora clean that up nicely. Rebels try and provide a lot of distraction, try and get that bomb down towards lower. But Lucky, the ramp player, just drops instantly, gets himself out to an off angle, and there's just no way that you're getting that bomb plant in. So an 8th getting gained for Aurora, and again, when you consider that it was 7-2, it's a bit wild to see this scoreline as close as it is.
CT side return. Aurora did enough to recover the half advantage. The Rebels were so far ahead, but Aurora... At one point we were talking about them being down 2-10 to the Rebels. Extra little boost, plus that CT side bias. Flay. Oh, caught off by Kenzie. Unlucky. Not to be. All good for the CTs. Rebels back on the guns.
And this is where I do wonder if we get a change of pace. Do we get a little bit of a quicker topside play? Do we maybe get an outside maneuver where maybe it's not accelerated, but at least quicker than trying to work a bomb site with 30 seconds on the clock? The Rebels have been very slow on their gun rounds in this second half. I think a pace change might be nice.
Rebels. Outside control on one lurker. The main T-side force wants to try their hand at ramp. Lucky Crosshair trained on one man. He has absolutely no idea that flashbang comes in. Sees two, does damage, tries to dive out of the way. Back up, he's trying to make his way in from the hell position. The entrance of Kenzie is able to get some damage, and the HE will also land close towards Casey, but the T's successfully make their way downstairs into Lucky's hands, but there's so many players to get. That one headshot and a half a kill. Deco can finish off SNX and look back into Casey's position, but doesn't quite have an angle here. Dangerous to go. Kisarek finally strikes upstairs. Could be rotation room of Belchanok in a decon. I think he's been detected here. Kenzie's dropped as well. 3-on-2 for the Rebels, and they're making their way forward. Belchanok making noise. Sees where Casey is. Thinks it was just going to be an easy check, but no. Looked away and may have cost them the round.
Well, Kisarek's kills have won them the round. That's how I'm going to base it. 2 kills on top site just provides so much distraction. It puts more emphasis on the B players to be worried about the drop-in from Secret and from Vent. Kisarek struggled over the course of Nuke, but that round right there was clinical. Because Aurora, I mean, they're actually shaped up really nicely down towards lower. You've got 2 on B, Lucky to take first contact out from Astralis. You've got Deco to try and take contact out from the double doors. When you just look at where Aurora are positioned, they're on to win that round. But it's the cutting of the rotates towards top side, and that honestly might just be enough to win this game. I'm not going to say that for Rebels, they're just going to win at 13-8. It's going to take a while to close, and I think we've seen that over the course of what we've seen from them on T-side. But sometimes all you need is that one good round, and that is a very important one to win.
Aurora recognize that importance. Tactical has been called. Money has been saved towards a buy, so they will be investing. Wow. What a shot. Imagine if Kisarek goes down, perhaps that frag in a different direction would have gone to the favor of Aurora instead. Taking the round back. Maintain number 8 Rebels. Still 2 to the good. And still Aurora battle back. Still they need to hold on to this next round. Losing this would lead to a reset. That would lead to Rebels making it at least a 12-8, if not more. More likely more, to be honest. Defensive needs to hull in there.
Yeah, Belchanok watching out for that vent drop, trying to see if anyone comes in quickly from door. Default Molly being lined up for Flay. This actually could just be a fake topside hit. It probably will be an A-lean with a double swing in from main of these outside individuals.
SNX providing support with the smoke. Did he seen there? He was just seen at the transition. Belchanok's going to turn his attention towards that man, get a pretty easy kill. Casey has also been dropped low as Kisarek will try and lead the charge into the ramp control. The Orb of Deco fires back 2 shots. 1 connects. The M4 of Kenzie holding the other side of the entryway. Casey is going to grab him.
And the issue is here for Rebels. What do? Time on the clock. Casey down low. You've got ramp and that's about it. You slow it down. Belchanok's even pressing in from door.
Olymp waiting for a moment behind that smoke. Lucky's also going in for the backstab, but as this smoke fades, M4 is going to fight AK. AK is going to win. And now the upper site held by Nori is 3K spray! Holds strong and true. Aurora win the 9th.
Well, Belchanok's turning this entire game around for him. Remember, he was 0-10 out at one point in that first half, and he's now putting up impactful fights. This 1 kill in from main denies the A split. It cancels the take. Rebels then press themselves out towards ramp, and then he makes the info play. He gets out there from door, realizes what's going on. They try and go in for the vent drop. They try and come in quickly, but when you're all on low HP, that's an easy spray down for Nori.
Half invest. All that Rebels can afford to gain here in round 20. Aurora on track to equalize. Have let players slip past the cracks. At least one man will escape downstairs. Known, of course, by the CT forces. They are setting up for some sort of A split, player out towards Mini, and 3, of course, in lobby, ready to go for the hit whenever they have the presence of mind. No utility to support it, so just straight dry or wait for this backstab to close in instead.
Yeah, they're watching it. They had the idea that that was the case. SNX has been lurking outside almost every round, so always keep the awareness on. And even towards ramp, there was, for a moment, a complete hole. Now there's 2 CTs here.
Deco covering it off. Shot to connect on Casey. 5 on 3. Orp continues leaning forward. Does not see Flay. Does now, to his demise. Kenzie also gets overwhelmed by Olim, so now there's a gun, and that bomb's still on his back. A player also working downstairs, but Lackey's also there to receive it. Just wait for that bomb to get tapped tonight at the right moment. Kisarek working in from double doors actually might force Lackey to reveal himself. He's been seen now. Aurora going to have to make their way in. Plant could still be protected and could still get some cash injections here for the Rebel side. It's safer behind the pillar, behind the silo. And the kills still come in. 3 players will fall the CT side, and Kisarek is still fighting. But this defuse probably can get stuck from here.
Yeah, Belchnok just to get on it. Kisarek can try his absolute best, but it's just never going to happen. Try and see if you can get them off of the bomb, not to be. It's a decent eco. At the same time, though, when you get to this sort of scoreline, you're not really looking to do economical damage. You're not really looking to get the extra bomb plan. You're looking to steal the round. And it felt like, for a moment, there was an opportunity, but just not to be. I mean, right now from Rebels, they've been very inconsistent in this second half. They've only won a total of 2 rounds, and it's hurting them. Aurora have had to work hard to grind this back, and now they're in a really powerful position to close this series out.
Yeah, both teams will be in for the buy. Money's at least a little bit limited on the CT forces, so it's not a fully swing, but kind of a chance for Rebels to cripple the buy state and potentially take back control of this matchup. Deco burning to 18. Kenzie has got Casey, though. Kisarek trying to deal with him. The AK sprays of Nori. That HE goes right past Deco, so he's still not dead. Kenzie has been caught for that smoke at least, and Kisarek is looking for more. Still engaging upon that AWPer. That AK of Nori leans forward into the AK's demise. Rebels have a 4-on-2.
That's Kisarek again. Feels like he's the only danger man right now in the second half. The only person on Rebels that can actually win a round. 2 impactful kills again, but now they've got to close. And now you just pack up. You play together. You make sure you're trading. You got Belchnok on the top side, Lackey outside. This feels impossible for Aurora to recover.
Belchnok stands alone. Lackey was pressing on the outside. The M4 bearing down upon Squeaky. SNX has been seen. That's an all-important kill. Bait and switch with Lackey. Could line up a couple of kills. It's a 2 versus 2. They're playing so well. Playing distraction. 1 player's dived, but the bomb has just been recovered. I thought it fell outside of the vent, but instead the plant is down. It's a 1-on-2 for Rebels, though.
Yeah, Flay's got to try and reposition, get out towards safety. Both of the vent players are making noise, so info will be.
Econ open. AK watching Valaki burst fire. Needs a shot on Belchnok. Sprays good, but Belchnok wins the kill, and Aurora have stolen that round from a 2v4 situation. You can't play that more perfectly if you tried.
Yeah, that's the troll of all trolls right there for Rebels. I mean, that wipes all of the smiles off of your face. That just wipes all of the positiveness of that last round. Kisarek's going to be fuming. Everyone's going to be tilt. You've just got so much of an opportunity outside. SNX to get 1 kill Africa. Kisarek to get 2 from T-Red and to deal with the secret player. This should be it. This should be a done deal, and yet somehow they've unfortunately run into the trap. They try and go in for the vent drop. They're losing so much off of the back of it. That was your round. That was yours, and you've just blown it completely.
They can get more rifles out. Money from Aurora is still in tatters. Maybe there's still a workability for position, and indeed, Kenzie is going to drop. That's a frag. That's an advantage now for the Rebels, but well, we saw them have a much bigger advantage in the last round and still not close it out. Make their way down secret. They stay together as a unit.
Yeah, Kisarek getting another opening kill. Another opportunity for the young man to strike. Deco in from lockers. SNX in from main making noise. A lot of outside map presence been taken.
Belchnok Incendiary is thrown. Outside is so compromised. Aurora not accounting for it as of yet. They've got that player over at ramp that could turn his attention towards Hell, but they're focused on going in towards lobby, maybe find the likes of Olymp. Kisarek could be a major issue for them, though. Deco continues pressing with the plan.
Yeah, they're making a lot of info plays, and Lucky for a moment's been able to catch off Casey. This kill is everything, and Lucky recovers it for a moment. Belchanok needs to strike, and Deco gets another.
They're doing it again, Dweg. Another man advantage for the T side. Belchanok's turned, and Kisarek can try and bail them out. 3 on 3. Bomb is on site and will get planted.
Deco can try and fight in from the door. Lucky can try and come up from secret. Flay gets the bomb down. They've still got Kisarek in a good position.
Concern about that closed vent corner. Kisarek on the rafters, though, starting to sneak forward. Is Deco going to be ready for this? The jump face has seen him now. Engagement on Lucky, though, wasn't ready coming out of the vents. 3 on 2. The Rebels hold the advantage. The nades are sent. The damage is done. Nori trying to prod, and they're just not moving at all. Flay doesn't need to move. Neither does SNX, and Aurora get nothing on the entries. They're going to escape, run with their guns, and save him into the next round because, again, loss bonus is not. Economy in ruin, and the Rebels are going to equalize.
Kisarek has just got 5 kills in the span of the last 2 rounds. He is the only reason the Rebels are still here. The only reason why they're still hanging in. He has been a madman in these last couple of rounds. He has held them in this game. And I just want to know if he can keep it up. He's had 2 very impactful rounds. Can he do it again? Can he do it to close?
Massive player. 2 massive rounds from him. And Aurora weakened on the buy state. This is blood in the water. The Rebels need to turn into the Sharks and strike. While Aurora are weakened when they're at their most vulnerable in this matchup, and that would turn it to their favor. This 23rd round could decide all. And look at how fast the T's are playing here. Down into secret. Deco, M4, so many players to gain. We'll just land that first. Smoke off the entry. 2 more to finally seize them both. Gets damaged, but no second kill.
Repositions are quick. Lucky's got a crossfire. The MP9's helping there from Kenzie. And now it gets very uncomfortable. Olim's on the top side. SNX is down towards lower. Nori tries to strike and a lot of damage is coming through. Olim gets 2 kills on A.
2 1v1s on A. Bomb in the open, though. Known to the CT crossfire. Olim trying to work it. They understand he might be coming in from Decon. SNX wins that fight. Lackey down to 11 HP. Olymp on 10. The clutch of clutches that could well decide this series. And Lackey plays for time. May well allow that plant to come in. Knows that Olimp's going to have to give away information at some point. He's going to go in for the swing, and the shoulder's just barely seen. Lackey with a triple. He finds his own impactful round that gets Aurora on map, match, and group points.
A fantastic start in there for the double doors from Deco. That first kill sets up the round because it rotates bodies in. It gets them out from Rab. Good effort here from Olim to try and cut the rotations. Very good work to try and isolate both of those 8 players. But in the end, it's Lackey, the in-game leader, to make this play happen. Peek his advantage. Right eye peek. Deal with the final. Get yourself 1 round to close.
Aurora still broken. Still have FAMASas and SMGs as do the Galils come out on the T side. Kenzie is caught by the quick swing of Kisarek. Again, the man has done so much for the T side, but they run right into Lackey, who mows them all down. It's not a secret why you lost. Aurora are just better. 13-11, the 2-1 series. They're in the playoffs.
What a result. A fantastic end. And it's crazy to think, Jay, that we had 5 kills from Kisarek in 2 rounds in a row, and then Lackey gets 6 kills in 2 rounds to close. Back-to-back triples for Lackey to close that game.
Unbelievable. That was such a sick end from him, and what a way for Aurora to gain control. That was a battle and a half on Nuke, and we hoped it would be, Dwayne. We were really hoping that map was going to be epic. That's exactly what it was. You thought for a bit that maybe Rebels were really going to pull ahead, especially after that first half, but the CT bias of that map for both teams eventually came to fruition as Aurora found a momentum. God, what a game. What a game.
Yeah, it was. I think if I'm going to be critical here, though, it should have been Rebels' game. Again,
Yeah.
7-2 up, 8-4 at the half. That second half wasn't good enough. Those were 3 individual T-side rounds that were being won. And I said it, the only reason that they were hanging in there was because of Kisarek. He was the only guy that was putting up impact in that second half. There was a couple of kills here and there for the rest of the guys. But if we're talking about legitimate playmakers, he was the only one. And that's a scary sign, especially if you're going into a nuke game where you picked it against Sangle, you picked it against FaZe, you picked it against M80. This is a map that they're picking into in best of threes. And if that's the T side that we're getting, I think it could be tough, even with that final result, for them to make the playoffs and to beat Sangle again.
Yeah, it's an old adage I've heard for years and years in Counter-Strike, is that nuke is won and lost on the T half. And you can see it right there, right? That was still a 13-11 result. 1 extra round on that T side for Rebels, 1 lesser round there for the Aurora side, and it would have been a very different result. So, I mean, look, that's the way that the cards fall, and that is the way that Aurora will press on from this group stage, out of Group C as the first team into the playoffs, and rightfully so above the Rebels side. They will still have a chance, of course, against Sangle in tomorrow's side of games, but 3D Max and Monty will headline the night. This is going to be the match of the Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, indeed it will be. I think Monty have got a lot to prove with the 2 stand-in players. For 3D Max, they showed a lot of consistency. They went into that game against Ecstatic and had to play map number 1 as a coach, and they still closed in 2. They know that they're a very strong team in Tier 2, and what best way to try and prove it against one of the very successful teams in Tier 2?
This is going to be an absolute battle, Dwayne. I know that obviously Monty is still going to be at the deficit because of those mitigating factors, but still, these are 2 teams that have been dominant in Tier 2 CS over the course of CS2 thus far. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be that first place team out of the group. But before we do that, though, we have to head towards our extended break. When we return, it's our final match of the day, our final match of the winners' games for the group stage here in the West European Series.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. It's our final match of the day and our final of the winners' games in the group stage. We're not quite ready to close the stage just yet with tomorrow's decider matches, but this one will decide the final team that will make their way forward in the last couple of days to the playoffs themselves. Once again, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for this one. And this certainly is, on name brand paper, the match of the day by far.
Yeah, and honestly, for 3D Max, I think they're going into this matchup and kind of looking at themselves being favorites, which probably would not have been the case for, the last 6 months or so, I want to say. I think it really shows that 3D Max have got a very good opportunity in this series today.
Indeed, they do. A key opportunity to join the likes of Bleed, BetBoom, and now Aurora in the playoffs themselves. And they've got to go through Monty, who have historically been one of the best teams, the best team, in my personal opinion, in the Tier 2 scene. I would personally say that they're a Tier 1 team, or at least they were a Tier 1 team. Maybe some issues may have infected them in terms of their overall position in the world of CS. Obviously, in the group, they got their opening win pretty nicely against Parivision. Given the fact that they went out to Ecstatic a little bit earlier on today, I don't think that's as big of a victory for them anymore.
Yeah, I really don't think that result matters anything. Parivision are basically losing to everyone. They're finding it really rough with results. You might say it was a CIS derby as well, which adds something. But for my just sake overall, that result doesn't mean anything now going up against 3D Max. I think for Monty, this is going to be very tough for them to try and get a result and as a positive result under their belt. And for 3D Max, I mean, the way that they played against Ecstatic, it was very close. It was very competitive. But Maka was having a great game. And the team overall had to fight through the roster hell of having their coach stand in on map number 1 and still come away with an entire 2-0 victory.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of persistence, a hell of a lot of persistence on Anubis in that opening matchup, of course, for the 3D Max side. So if they can continue to persist against the Monty squad with their full lineup in tow, then certainly, in my eyes, they are walking into this one as the favourites. And again, the key reason for Monty and the reason why they're not the favourites in this matchup is because of the lineup. Losing SDY, losing Bro, those are going to be some major issues and major losses for the lineup, no matter who you get in. And that's not a disrespect to Gizmi or to them, but those guys were such key individuals for the Monty side before.
And they can't be replaced. It's as simple as that. I mean, one thing that I will say is that Monty are very familiar, at least in previous iterations, of having players coming in and coming out. I mean, look at the first ever iterations that we saw in Monty. We had Joel in there, we had Red Star in there, we had Fessor in there, I mean, Boris was there. The first few months, about the first 6 months that Monty were actually together as a team, there was a lot of moving pieces. So for guys like Waro and guys like Demka, they'll be familiar with playing with some newer faces and maybe not playing with the same 5. The issue is they've played with the same 5 for a long time now, and that's going to affect things in the short term. I think it's very difficult for Gizmi and Vem to get them back to the level where they can compete in Tier 1. I think the next few months we will see Monty get less opportunities in Tier 1, and we'll probably have to go back to that grinding mentality and just mindset of what they were before they were able to reach that target.
Yeah, certainly very different to losing the likes of Boros, for instance. That was one player, and Bro was, of course, a much more permanent addition. We don't know whether Gizmi or Vem are going to stay in the roster as of yet. Certainly exciting stuff from the likes of Vem, especially in terms of his impact that he's had for the roster. But again, we don't know if he's going to leave Ikla or if Ikla won't even let go of him in that respect. So for the Monty squad, there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the future. For 3D Max, I mean, there's not a lot of uncertainty for these guys. They have been strong and consistent over the course of CS2. Yes, they were a little bit disappointed in the RMR. Yes, they'll be a bit upset about not going to the major. But look, they're one of the best teams we have in the division.
Yeah, and again, I think these guys come from an entire situation in which they were playing without an organization for a very long time on Double Pony and looking for org. So now that they're here and now they've got backing, they just kind of want to show that they can take it to that next boundary, that with that extra assistance, they can go further. And they've already, again, since CS2's come out, had a lot of accolades. They've qualified to quite a lot of those higher-end events, and they've shown a lot of consistency, which is really tough to do in Tier 2. What 3D Max are looking for in this year is to keep that consistency and push themselves more involved in the LAN atmosphere, push themselves to be more involved in and around the Tier 1 teams, because we know they can win events at this level. We know that they can go deep, and now it's just about being able to do that consistently throughout the year.
Well, a prime example of an event that they've won probably at the tail end of the 3-month window was ECL, right? That was that season where I think a lot of people were probably looking at, actually, funny enough, Monty as being a team that would have been in a position to take that championship. But actually, it was looking for org at the time that actually knocked them out of the upper bracket of the second group stage. So, like, they've already got their legs up in terms of the head-to-heads between these two teams. I don't know how much the intricacies will matter because of the nature of the lineup differences on Monty's side, but the idea that the last head-to-head between the two cores goes the way of the Frenchman is probably encouraging stuff.
Well, I mean, even to add about that ECL run, they beat Monty at the time, they beat Nine at the time, they beat Apex. Mate, that's like 3 back-to-back matches in which you're playing teams that are better than you, teams that have more experience at that higher end. So we know that they can quote-unquote upset. We know that they can hang with the higher end of Tier 2 teams. And now looking at Monty with stand-ins, 3D Max are in a position now where they no longer have to upset. They are just the favorites going into the matchup.
Yeah, again, they're going to have Tier 1 opportunities. They will be in Pro League because of that ECL victory. And that's a similar story, of course, for the likes of Monty as well. They will also be in Pro League. They'll also be in Intel Extreme Masters events. And they may well also, of course, be going deep in terms of rest. But right now, 3D Max feel like they're the team that have the more consistent basis to work from because they aren't marred by changing rosters and 5-man units that don't quite exist as of yet. They are a squad that are solidified in terms of their group position. So regardless of how the veto looks, Dwayne, I do feel like 3D Max are on to take this series, honestly.
It's very true. Again, I think they proved that in that Ecstatic matchup. Ecstatic went all the way to qualify to the major, and they too owed them. Mirage being banned is always the ban. Inferno too. Both teams like their Anubis. So I actually think it could come through as a pick. Actually, it doesn't. It will probably get floated to right at the end.
Yeah, that makes probably the most amount of sense here, I think, on the part of the Monty side. Yep, Anubis, the third map in terms of the veto process. And we do see that that opportunity again to sort of carry it all the way towards the tail end of the veto and possibly see, much like in the last matchup, an absolute barn burner of a third map. But the question is, Dwayne, do we get there? Are Monty too unstable to take us to a third?
Well, it's funny, right? Because Monty's best map in the pool is Mirage. It's the insta-ban for 3D Max. 3D Max's best map in the pool is your Inferno. It's the perma-ban of Monty. So anytime we've had previous head-to-heads between these teams, and obviously what we're seeing today, we're never getting the strongest maps in the veto. We're still getting comfortable maps. We're still getting strong maps, but it's never the go-to. And I just think with that in mind, and the way that we've seen 3D Max perform recently, I think for Monty, they should be able to at least hold their own to take a map. They should be able to at least contest the series, but everything's going to point to 3D Max in this matchup.
Yeah, certainly so. Again, they are the squad that haven't made moves. They haven't been forced. They haven't had their hand forced, and therefore they have the consistent basis to play from. Perhaps you could say that Monty might be able to use Gizmi or them and put them in star role positions and throw a curveball into the mix in that respect. I mean, look, we saw Young Ninjas create a lot of chaos and manage to make it into an unlikely victory against Amcal. So maybe Monty's approach might be of a similar caliber. I mean, that's definitely like a hell of a comparison to make, and some that's a little bit far off because this is still like a team that I don't even know if it's going to exist in the next couple months or so. Like, again, there's so many question marks around Monty, and that's why I'm predicting 3D Max.
Yeah, I am as well. I mean, for Monty, they haven't really shown a lot with the newer additions. I mean, Gizmi played day one of the RMR. They lost to Ecstatic in a best of one and then beat Nexus, right? It doesn't mean much. Beating Nexus is one of the weakest teams at that RMR. You then play Perivision in your opening game where Vem even comes through. You're not playing tough competition yet. This is going to be the toughest matchup with the stand-ins for Monty, and is an opportunity to kind of see where they sit against some of the very best teams in Tier 2.
And for a team as well that must be hungry and fired up to make it back to a decent position, right? They've got all this time before Pro League. They didn't make the major, and we talked about this before as well. I don't think 3D Max are going to be too thrilled about not making the major when they have been one of those best tier 2 teams. Similar story for Monty, but at least 3D Max have kept it all together. So now it's a case of rebuilding your markers and trying to establish what went wrong and that breakthrough, or that opportunity to break through into the next level, into the next division, and of course working on that consistency in events like Res.
Yeah, and I mean, for Monty as well, I mean, this is just a very good opportunity to maybe see them one event at a time. For Gizmy, he played at the RMR. For Vem, he played that one best of 3 against Perivision, and that's it, right? I mean, we've seen some of the statements coming through from Monty where it says Vem is playing this one event, right? So when you kind of are in that position for both Vem and for Gizmy, you want to show as much as you can. You want to try and get yourself a permanent contract here on Monty.
Especially in the case of Gizmy, who's on that Monty Jeden Academy roster. So he could see himself with a call-up if he wants to. If the team want to agree towards it, of course. It's all question marks around the Monty side. We're both predicting 3D Max to take the series. Are you going 2-0 or 2-1, Dweg?
2-1, I think, to 3D Max.
All right, fair play in that respect. Here we go. Pistols for the final match of the day, the decider of the Group D proceedings. Jocko is already going to strike first on Tawaro. Outside control established here on our first map of the series. They'll dive themselves right down into Secret.
Yeah, Nuke is a map that doesn't often get picked from 3D Max, but they've picked it once before against Monty. Always looking towards that second end of the wave when you start having your instabans being not the picks. Haji looking to cut a rotate from the top side and might be able to get quite a lot onto Ven.
Does find Gizmy. Vem does take it right back. Maka, meanwhile, at the Ven entrance downstairs, is going to cut Krasnal away from the round. And from here, Vem and Demku don't really have a lot of breathing room. They're actually going to back off and hold on to the Kevlar, hold on to the dualies in the case of one man, and 3D Max will take the pistol.
And when you look at Nuke across the board, this is obviously the first time we're seeing both Gizmy and Vem play it here for the Monty side. So don't really know what to expect. One thing that we do know is that Waro is very sustainable on the CT side. Very impactful as an AWPer. He'll play that heaven rotate. He'll be looking for opening man advantages. But for everyone else, we're not really sure what to expect. Again, 0 and 3 across the last 3 months of Nuke. It's the least played map in the pool, or one of the least played maps in the pool in recent history. Don't get a lot of game time on Nuke for Monty.
We'll be seeing them forced back into the second round. Understanding it's not exactly a home territory in any stretch. Try to see if they can return fire against the 3D Max squad. At least try to make the opening rounds here a little bit more back and forth and competitive. 3D Max pressed on. Outside control trying to be taken by Jocko ahead of these smokes that have been put into place by both sides. Doesn't see anyone being aggressive here. Monty are pretty held back. He's so ready for a forward face.
They're just searching right now, pulling a lot of distraction towards outside. Good shot there from Gizmy to go and get that first, but it's going to be the top side play, and it will be in through hut and through door for 3D Max.
And a starting kill has not found a response nor a follow-up. Both Monty and 3D Max being careful about their positions because Monty still will have a bit of a firepower deficit and 3D Max still have themselves a man disadvantage. The slow walks will move up into the yard. Maka will lead the charge.
A good cancel there from 3D Max. Looked like they wanted to go towards upper, but instead it's trying to work the outside. They've already spotted Krasnal rotating down from vent. This could be a play in through main to A.
Molly's up. Haji, players right behind him and flashes coming in. Make his way out. Jump face. Adjustment there against Gizmy. His deagle's good for the one frag. That's 2 for 1 overall to the favour of the CT side. Lucky checking all his corners and should be able to secure the plant.
And Waro coming quickly in from Hart, and Maka actually taking some damage outside. 40 points of health for Demka comes up in heaven.
Leaned in, Maka sees him, fights from range, does lose Lucky in that exchange, but doubles up towards Vem, back to a 2 versus 2. Waro's deagle doesn't hit the first shot and won't get a chance at the second. Last man of Krasnal caught off by Maka. 3 kills to his name in the second round for 3D Max.
It certainly wasn't an easy round there for 3D Max. Two very impactful kills come through from Gizmy on the top side with the dig, but Mac is able to sustain it in an uncomfortable position where you're fighting both Heaven and from Garage. But the one caveat is look at the way that Maka played against Ecstatic. He was fundamentally owning them. He was on their tail always, whether it was with the AWP, whether it was out with the rifle. He finished that best of 3 series in the 2-0 fashion at 40 kills and just 22 deaths. He was a difference maker for sure.
Yeah, good start for the Frenchman. But Monty, of course, still looking to show that the individual prowess is still certainly there. Won't be able to post much resistance in this next round. I've still got that upgrade on them and the Zeus also for Krasnil, seeing if they can get any more casualties on 3D Max. The damage done to the economy in the last round will be lovely to follow up on when you go to the next set of guns. Let's see what they can do in round 3.
We saw that Gizmy was able to strike with a Deagle shot outside. And this time around, Jocko is still maintaining that top silo and into main position with the MAC-10. Almost the exact same position of what he found himself in the last round.
Dive in, MAC-10 with 1 pick, only 1 pick.
That's good info, though. You know that it's a heavy stack outside, so take ramp and head lower.
What 3D Max are going to do. Good info, $600 bonus kill as well. Negating some of the costs of losing the Kevlar and the like. The double doors just in case Krasnil is going to be a bit more advanced. The smokes will also come in to extinguish the flames and keep them at bay. No real entry room here for Monty.
You have to back off. Have to look to try and see if they can maybe find an exit or two. But across the board for 3D Max, they'll be happy with the start of maybe not so much how the rounds have gone down, but how the scoreline looks and going up against the Eco, only dropping Jocko and that's it.
Being that third for 3D Max. Exits against Maka would be lovely to take, of course, for Monty's side. Is looking for whatever they can get out of a round like this. Forced to stand and fight across the entire T-side line. Lucky's the man to get those kills. Morrow doesn't... Okay, just about forced to Hadji. I thought for a second he was going to get an exit, but not to be. Anyway, standard 3-0. Round streak for 3D Max now to the first gun round of the game.
And it's nice to see some nostalgia names in the CS landscape coming back. I mean, 3D Max is one of them. I think Eyeballers bringing that back from the 1.6 days. And then most recently, I've seen that Copenhagen Wolves has started up again. So I wonder, over the next couple of years or so, do we see any more of those proper nostalgic names that everyone remembers?
Certain success is being found by 3D Max. A return with a solid roster. Spray is awkward for Gizmy. Does find Maka at least. The start is there only for the 1 pick. Exercise able to respond.
Now, Warrior trying to see if he can break the smoke on the outside, but a lot of heavy utility for 3D Max allows them to cross out from Secret. Now, there is Demka playing out towards single door, so looking to try and see if he can put up a defensive towards lower.
Sees them crossing. Here's the footsteps, but Exercise is in with a double. Straight headshot, and that should seal the round. They've got no presence back on this B bomb site. Ramp control being established, but you can see that Krasnil and Woro don't really want to have anything, or Krasnil and Vem rather, don't really want to have anything to do with rotating to Woro's position. Stick around for the exits, maybe look for this lurker outside, but ultimately this round should be 3D Max's.
Oh, this is so much patience as well from Lucky, not even peering down towards lobby. And now he hears Vem. Oh, man, that's so annoying. It's so annoying, because you've literally cleared lobby for, what, a good 15, 20 seconds, and he's still there. He's still somehow there.
They still get a third pick in the end as Exercise is caught off.
Now, 3D Max are playing well. They are working these defaults real nice right now.
It's costing Monty big time. At least they'll take as much expense as possible, hold on to those 2 weapons for the next. But the scoreboard speaks very loud and very clear. 3D Max are in full control for now.
And we know that Gizmy's played on some very good nuke teams in the past. I think back to, especially when he was in the UK days, playing with Eco and Viperio, Artist & Co. That was always their #1 map in the pool. and try and see if he can get some of that comfortability towards outside. And I mean, even for his sake, I mean, a homegrown rifler in the UK scene has now made a little bit of dabble in the international scene. I played out with, obviously, the Prodigies before joining up with Monty Gen. And now made the journey over here to Monty, trying to help them out, try and see if he can secure himself a position on the lineup. And that would be really nice for him. Especially for them too. And I mean, the Ukrainian connection, I'm sure it helps.
Also helps the fact that he can be a sick player sometimes.
Sometimes, mate, I have rated them for the last 18 months or so. Anyone that watched good old Iron Branch or EC Kiev or even Ikla for 2022 and 2023, he is a super underrated rifler.
And that was his chance to absolutely pop heads on the Monty side. Unfortunately for him, he's yet to really get going in this map up. No one from Monty is really going at the moment. Warrow, first port of call against Exercise down in the corridors. The headshot comes in for the AK just about. And Jocko will also drop to Krasnal. So decent starts again on the CT side. But that one trade of Hadji is responded to all the same. And indeed, Vem does get his 2K. Nothing left for Maka.
Well, I think, unfortunately, both of the rifles strike outside. It's obviously a lack of knowledge right there for 3D Max, but you're working with two safed-in rifles and mainly upgrades around it. You've got one rifle down there at the lower bomb site and another rifle deep in garage. So both of the rifles are kind of impacting on an outside take, and that's where the majority of first kills come in from. Them can then start working on a contact, start getting that MP9 into close range in towards ramp and lobby. So Monty have got a pretty good lifeline, and honestly, if they can keep 4 alive here, this will really stabilize their economy float for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah? You're going to get some sort of groundwork laid to the CT side going. Maka's still leaning in here, though. I mean, they've got some cash reserves on the 3D Max side. 20 seconds to go ahead and get the bomb down, though. It's not exactly like he's acting with the most amount of urgency in the world. Finally, Warriors spotted. The kill comes in, and he's forced to make moves once again, but right into the hands of Krasnal, who's already got that main cross locked. No bomb plant for Maka, no clutch for Maka. No round for 3D Max. It goes the way of Monty to kickstart their CT side.
And this is now a chance for Monty just to offer a little bit more. Now that they've got that AWP in play, try and see what Warrior can find out of it. Again, Krasnal and Warrior were the two guys to start off. And them, very good assistance out there from ramp to be able to multi up. 3D Max will not be happy with how that last round went down. They'll be looking to respond in quickly.
3D Max. A gun set in, damage to the utility, quite heavy on Jocko, 68 HP, but much less than damage done to Demka here. 15 points of health. And Lucky's also found his way down into the vents. Demka's going to give chase, and he's also just as silent, but he doesn't go all the way. Lucky, no footsteps heard. I think he's just been seen, checks the vents, but he doesn't know the wraparound's coming in. He's a dead man.
Easy kill there from Demka, even on low HP. Bit of an odd situation there for Monty that two CT side players actually find themselves doubled up towards main. In the end, it works out for the success as they drop into the vent. But right there for 3D Max, that was just all about timing.
Advantage Monty. 3D Max continue to play slow. Continue to hold themselves inside of that lobby position and just wait for Monty. Wait for them to set up some sort of hit into bomb site or the ramp control. Seems to be the ramp control prod from Hadji, but they're so non-committant here.
It's very passive, and Gizmi might just give up a little bit of an opener. Maka, oh, good entry there onto Gizmi.
Now I've got to deal with Krasnal in the rafters. Check out sight, and Jocko in the center of the site gets that frag. Molly sends the AWP pack in. The plant can be secured. 4 versus 3. 3D Max have a couple of low HP players, though, chief of which is Jocko, and Maka, maybe first man out of Squeak.
I don't know if they're actually going to go for this. They might prod themselves around, see if a kill presents, but they don't look keen. Jeez, that's a very good freeze again from 3D Max. Anytime they slow the clock, that's where it looks like they're at their best.
Worked it together in the end. Them fighting on Hadji does take a little bit of a shot back. Not that much damage, even though it was a dink. That kill found, looking for more exits. Warrior's going to get exercised. Next double up, not quite as secure against Maka. Jocko might not even escape the bomb blast here. Shots ringing out. Maka does deal with that AWP, and them and Demko will also drop. So more expensive for the CT side. They still have some money they can invest in as 3D Max will get to number 5. Very, very expensive round.
And again, for 3D Max, you kind of consider the position where the first vent drop gets caught off guard here. There isn't much to work with. Very good entries, though. Jocko and Maka clean. That's what you want when you're going in towards the A side. And for Monty, you give over a free AWP, everyone goes down. That just wrecks the economy state. The buy is going to look okay. What about the next round, though? And 3D Max, they're in a really good position right now. 5-1 up with the economy on the ropes for Monty. You feel as if just another couple of rifle rounds and the game's just set. The game's just up there ready for you to get a one-sided scoreline in the first half and just close in the second.
Equally, though, they've got no loss bonus. So chance for Monty to swing back towards their favour. Of course, it rests on this rifle being successful. Key round for both teams' campaigns, and Monty especially need to start making up some groundwork here. 3D Max are 1 away from minimum 6. And 2 away from winning the half out and out. AWPs are in for Maka and Woro. It's them that will look to take first contact outside of the ramp entrance. The AK of Haji indeed lands that pick, but Gizmi on outside does get exercises low. They're charging right down ramp.
Yeah, Ven was a liability in this round, giving up ramp for free, allowing them to take lower. You've already got a reposition from Krasnul, but no one's there to try and crossfire off of the back of him. He's the only player towards lower right now.
Jocko sees that Molotov, puts it in towards the window, and Krasnul will take dink down damage. Molotov sent, finally Jocko gets that kill and clears out any potential danger to the bomb plant. Should come down almost relatively easy. Gizmi actually has some flash support. He's considering the peak. The second one does come in. The AK of Haji, though, with the 3-man crossfire, even spots out the offer of Woro, forcing him back into a fight, in fact. And now Demka is all that remains, 1 on 4. 3D Max overwhelming that B bomb site off the back of that one kill. You're right, Vem was indeed a liability.
Yeah, well, I think this map is literally over. They are getting pumped. They are getting absolutely destroyed right here in the first half. 3D Max, it's not what I was expecting. Again, they're a very good tactical team. They have very good fundamentals, and I think it shows that when you've got a core of players, a core 4 of players that have been together for over a year, when you've got a core 5 that's, I think, 11 months, it's a seriously long time together. And fundamentally, they're just on it. I mean, look at Jocko with that jiggle. They know that Krasnul is out there towards the observation window. They're not even giving him an easy fight. They're not even giving him a bit of a freebie. The first molly goes in. Jocko's jiggling. The second molly comes in. And it's just making all of these individual fights so difficult right now for Monty.
Yeah, 3D Max just looks so comfortable. T side of Nuke. Can see why they picked it. Monty cannot seem to find an answer. They'll try. Toward their second tactical timeout. But just
I was going to say, we actually saw Nuke, because obviously we were talking about the RMR, right? Like both of these teams went to the RMR, both teams were unsuccessful. We saw Nuke come through as a map pick for 3D Max in their last series against 9 Pandas, and even that's a bit of a curveball. Again, they like their Inferno, they like their Anubis. I would say in just the landscape of their map pool, Nuke is probably their 3rd to 4th best map. And again, they've only come into it recently with success. They know against Monty, it's a good map, it's weak on their opposition, they can't get their Inferno out, and you don't want to play Anubis because you know you can float it to the end.
Demka at least starts off the pick counts against Maka, but that AWP still landed a leg shot. 15 HP for the man. That Molotov, that HE. It doesn't catch him. How is he alive? I don't understand. I don't understand. Demka is the luckiest player in the server at the moment. Advantage stays with Monty.
It's a bit surprising, isn't it? The issue is, we've seen this before. Gizmi gets an opening kill, and yet 3D Max still at least pressure. I mean, this round, I think Monty need a little bit more when you consider that you're working with an MP9 and a lack of util. An opening man advantage is not going to be enough. Haji. Does he just walk out from door? I mean, they've been successful from door previously.
Warriors looking in, a squeaky, the aim punch throws the Orb's aim off, and Hadji can get the kill. Jocko and his MAC-10 and SMG battle against Krasnal, that Krasnal is going to lose. Advantage 3D Max, 2 players are low HP though, there are some trades available, but none of this A bomb site, there's no defensive here whatsoever.
And this is where I'm questioning my judgment, Jay. Did I give too much, not so much hope, but belief in Monty because of the core 3? I mean, this lineup of 5 has played Perivision, and that's it. You're going up against one of the proper threats in Tier 2 right now.
They're at least making these rounds as expensive as possible, with them finding exercise, and Gizmi getting Hadji. Just went back to Jocko. Hang on, this round's back on! Or is it? No luck in that 2K. Maybe even a 3K for Lucky himself. Nah, Demka's out of there. Don't feed in the stats. At least hold on to the M4. Got dicey for a second. It's still going to be the round for 3D Max. 7-1 on the board. And I don't blame you for giving credit to the Monty core. Again, they've suffered losing key players in the past. It's just not quite to this kind of scale. 6 that are good to their opponents. And just the struggles will continue for the CT side.
I actually think that was a false sense of security going in for that retake. That never looked on to me. Now, you can sit here and say, oh, well, the 2 kills from Heaven kind of brings them in. At the same time, with where the loss bonus was, if you save onto 3 rifles, you buy next round. Now, you kind of come in and it's just hurting the economy. It felt like there was belief in the round. There isn't really. It's another half buy when this actually could have been a rifle round.
No, I'm with you there. I think they should have just saved their weapons. One of those cases where if they were able to get that final pick, then yeah, it would have turned the tide, but
sure thing.
Just too much risk, far too much risk. And the end result may not just be only this half buy, but also by extension an 8th round for 3D Max on the T side of Nuke.
And I think another thing to consider as well for Monty is that they've never really had harsh changes when they were doing well. Like, I mean, obviously when Boris came in for the likes of SDY, that was at a period where the team was very successful. This time around, as well, or I should say for Bro, but like this time around, it's only kind of happened when they weren't doing well. When you kind of look back at that previous iteration, which probably looks back at, what, the late 2022 days or early 2023?
Yeah, times certainly have changed. Is it crippling for Monty, though? Are these losses going to take one of the best Tier 2 teams we've ever seen and just wipe them off the face of the earth and take them away from any real potential of a Tier 1.5, Tier 1 event or position in terms of the general scene? Certainly looks like they're not a Tier 2 team at the moment. 3D Max just schooling them. Couple of picks back from them, and Warrow and them turns the AWP into an advantage. So Monty showing more signs of that life, but Gizmi gives himself up to Hadji. The plant's got to come in, and they're both coming in from Squeak. The AK gets its frag. The AWP reveals himself the same. The plant can come down. Both players can try and deal with it. Scary stuff for 3D Max, but they might just hold on. Them needs to go in with the clutch, in with the 4K in this round. 1v2, isolates the first. Transfer is again doing a lot of damage, but not the kill to Lucky. It is 8 on the board of 3D Max.
Well, fundamentally, they've played that 2v1 to perfection. They know that Vem is door, and they've got Hadji to take first contact. They don't have Lucky to take first contact there. That's what's so important. You've got to draw him out into the open. You've got to draw him into open space. And as soon as that contact comes through from Hadji, Lucky can swing, and it's an easy kill. I would say 9 times out of 10, you're winning that 2v1 from that position. Very well played from 3D Max.
Well, Monty with a half buy can at least take some credit in the fact that they did what they did. Can still, at best case, make 4 rounds at the turn of the half. Warrow's found the opening kill. It's at least a start in the round. 3D Max, though, have been great at trading back their advantages. With that one pick involved, no responsives, no follow-ups. It goes back to quietness as they play around the defaults, particularly over on the lower bomb site. Hadji to find a frag on Gizmi. That could turn everything back towards the 3D Max favor. And it's a fight that goes his way.
Yeah, just start selling distraction down towards a lower bomb site. Bring that bomb in. They've still got top site players. Jocko's working outside. Oh, look at the space. Warrow is so deep, but Jocko could still catch him off here.
He'll have to reveal himself as he makes his way into hell. The plant's going down in the meantime, and Lucky's caught Krasnal, so this round might already be sent into the save. Oh, Warrow! Unscoped at the wrong moment. Jocko, perfect timing. You just can't catch a break if you're Monty.
And they look like nuke gods right now. And it shows you're taking lower with 2 people and you've still got a lurk outside and a lurk top site. Really good fundamentals being shown here from 3D Max. Demka been seen towards the outside, and Jocko's just kind of toying around with him. Finally, Vem can get him with the kill, so they know where both of those players are. But that actually looked like a very good chance. And there's no denying that Monty have had chances. I mean, they've had quite a lot of what I would say are successful openings. The first sort of, 20, 30 seconds of the round, they're getting opening picks, they're working 5v4s, but they're just being outclassed. And right there for Warrow, you can't hold that position forever, can you? The bomb's down at lower. You need to start moving eventually.
Just the timing on it was so unfortunate. How quickly and clinically Jocko got that frag, and in general, all of his frags have been clinical and accurate, and he's not even at the top of the board. Like, no one from 3D Max is standing out as being the guy of the team. Like, it's just, as a team, they are outclassing Monty in every regard. Fast plays out towards ramp. Vem holds on to 2 kills and almost a third against Exercise. So again, advantage to start off the round itself, but can they keep it this time?
Yeah, he's done very well there. Now, they've still got a lurk towards the top side of Lucky, and he's been very successful in the past. Krasnal out towards the double doors. Exercise is so damn low.
He needs support from his teammates, because that's what's going to happen. Easy frag for the FAMAS. Haji on the rafters. Lucky caught off on the backstab. They're going to be well aware of this easy pick, and this may well look to be Monty's second round. Lucky doesn't turn around, and Haji is left alone to do it all.
Okay, you can sit here and say for 3D Max, well, Vem pretty much got nearly 3 kills. I mean, you go for a ramp rush, you lose 2 players instantly, and he drops a third down to red points of health. That's a very good hold there from Vem. Good utility usage of the HE, not to go in immediately, and of course, just that M4 chipping off.
Now Haji's going to get flanked from several positions here, opening up those double doors, seeing the player of Warrow, isolating each of these fights here. It's getting a little bit dicey for Monty. Third player's seen, pick off the contact. He's found a spray, taps, desperate to get the kills, but you can see where that was going, Dwayne. I think we could all see it. Fortunately, Monty shut it down. They get their second round after 5 in a row for 3D Max. Still 9, and it will be at least 9 at the turn of the half. Still could be 10 at the turn of the half. Monty need to follow up this round.
That's a superb effort there from Haji, because that round legitimately looks on for a moment. Gets the info of both of those players. If he just gets that headshot in a bit quicker towards Gizmi, that round is on completely. Monty would have been sweating it at the end there. That was way too close.
Now 3D Max still set to their buy. Gizmi going to try and take an outside position. Molotov's against him, not going to drive him completely out. Demka and Lucky go blow for blow in the HP bars. Nades also sent to that outside position. Gizmi starts leaning as Warrow's AWP takes the first pick, turning attention away from the M4, who looks to strike onto Jocko. The AK of Haji can get a responsive. Blind sprays back against the next rifle, and the AWP unable to find his men. Maka drops it on Demka, caught on the reload, but where is Warrow? He's still out here somewhere. The T's haven't found him. They're not sure if he's rotated back. They're going to try and check garage. Those nades sent into some of the other side entrances, but he's in the bomb site itself, or into the garage control rather itself. Haji caught, then deals with Maka, and Lucky 1-on-3.
This is winnable, just very difficult. I think if he deals with one of the high HP players first, then it gives him more lifeline into the round. Vem's already rotated down from ramp towards lower, so here those double doors coming up. Vem's already been seen. Lucky trying to commit to the fight. That's a lot of damage down to Lucky now.
Tapping the bomb, still trying to force out more engagements. All 3 CTs coming in from the exact same position. Bomb will get planted. It'll force them to make a move. Time against, tap first, see that second individual, but not get the headshot on Krasnal. You need that at the HP difference. It will be a third for Monty, a consolation prize to close out the half, but I wouldn't call it a half recovery. It's still 9-3, 6 rounds to the good on 3D Max.
Yeah, I feel like I need to even hold myself back saying it's disappointing they didn't get 11-1. Like, this is T-side nuke we're talking about right now. That's a very good performance in 3D Max. They will be overly pleased with what they achieved there. They completely outclassed Monty. And I truly believe that this map is going to be over soon. There should be no way back for Monty to even keep it competitive. Yeah, they might show us a couple of rounds here or there, But as an overall picture, 9 rounds on the T side is just superb.
Only chance for Monty is pistol conversion, rifle conversion. That's the only way back in. Disrupted at any point, 3D Max will pounce. And even with that, that's only a 9-7. You've still got to make up 2 more after the fact. 3D Max, plenty of chances to close out these last 4 or so. Julie set in for Exercise and Haji as part of the pistol default.
Jocko trying to get into position quickly. Maka to spot towards outside, and Jocko can try and strike now.
Maka's going to try and look for a pick. The P250 caught off on Gizmi, eventually goes down. Waro still known about towards outside. Exercise has caught Demka in the meantime at Squeak, so advantage has been gained by 3D Max. Meanwhile, the main T-Force tries to get out towards the ramp control and get down on the B-bomb site plant. Waro has been caught outside in the meantime, so it's a 4 versus 2, trying to make it 1 and none. Jocko with Exercise's support denies even the bomb plant for Monty. Pistol for 3D Max.
And right there for Monty, just like it was in the first half, they won the opening pick, and then it collapsed completely. Yes, it's a bit of a struggle from Jocko, but what I like there is the press in from Lobby. So you kind of have the outside distraction being pulled, Exercise then moves in towards Lobby, and then they all fight outside together. And look at what they're doing towards lower out the double doors, fighting together, playing the fundamentals correctly for 3D Max.
And now just to fundamentalize the end of the map. Ecos for Monty. This should be 11 for 3D Max, unless the Zeus does something very silly alongside the Deagle combination of Waro. He plays towards outside. Them set in over at the hut entrance. Lucky and Exercise are also on the outside positions as Waro is making quite a hefty amount of noise, trying to draw their attention to him. But no action yet from 3D Max. Finally, that flashbang will come in, and actually that will cost Exercise.
A decent start there for Warwick. If he can make it 2, there'll be some threats in the round, that's for sure. Haji maintaining this A-bomb site, making sure there's no walkout potential. And for 3D Max, you just don't want to be giving away too much this. Again, a single Deagle upgrade and a Zeus is insanely light in round 14.
.45 on the clock. Jocko holding around the corner, going to run straight out, and does eventually line up 2 kills, but still 2 for 2 on those trades. Low HP across most of the Monty board here, at least half or lower. CT's waiting for a wrap around. They're trying to account for whatever Monty are going to throw at them. Make their way down into that B-bomb site. M4's holding for Lucky. Moves through 2. Krasnal, nothing he can do. Oh, maybe there is something he can do. Get a decent Deagle shot. And another. But the bomb's been dropped all the way back at ramp. He's got to pick it up and plant it. Is Maka going to try and take a fight? Is he going to wait? Tapped, held, slow walk in. Denies it at the last second. And keep the round together for 3D Max. Again, expensive for Monty, but not good enough for the steal.
And another thing to note there is that because Maka swings out just before the bomb goes down, Warrior can't afford the AWP. If that bomb plant goes in, he gets an AWP out for the opening rifle round, and you'd expect more impact to come from the big man. A couple of good shots, some decent trades. And in the end, Monty can be happy with the economical damage, but you're not happy about the scoreline. And 3D Max can still close this 13-3 quite easily for me.
Yeah, economy damage only really counts if you can actually convert upon it, and for Monty, they haven't shown me enough to convince me that they can.
Yeah, they haven't convinced me a lot, even for map number 2, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, we can sit here and say some of the rounds have been close, but it just doesn't feel as if there's enough behind Monty to even challenge 3D Max today. I mean, Vertigo is obviously a strong map in the pool for Monty and has been for a little while. It's an okay to average map for 3D Max, but just the way that Nuke has gone down, I really don't have a lot of belief in map 2 right now.
I mean, I'm a little bit more optimistic about Vertigo, but honestly, to concur with your point, like, I haven't seen Monty look this weak in a very, very long time. 3D Max have outclassed them from the word go right up until the word stop. And that word is coming very, very soon. XM for Exercise. Sat in a hut. Monty hold their positions and work the outside control. Nades from Warrow. Nice onto Lucky. A lot of damage done there.
And Lucky's still searching, and Exercise has made a little bit of a prod into lobby and see nothing. Now the ramp players can take a contact, and Demka, even with the Pika's advantage, has that first fight on lock but cannot win it. Monty lose one early.
Shoot to kill. Kill been found. 3D Max just back away. No need to continue fighting. They have the advantage. Monty are going to have to form up and try run into the CT side here.
The issue is it's taking so much time to clear lobby back out because Vem doesn't want to go alone. He needs to go with teammates, and this is just running the clock. Gizmy's down here on lower. This looks very uncomfortable for Monty.
"37 seconds. Gizmy about to get flanked in by Maka. Exercise holds on to that back line of the site. You've got the smokes and the flashes coming in. It's all a ruse, though. They continue walking their way out of the bomb site. Got one man in the back still holding 20 seconds. All he has to do is deny the bomb, and it's back up to the right-hand side. He looks, oh my goodness, they are taking some sweet time with this. Finally, Krasnal is seeing the XM strikes towards 1 and 2. Not quite 3, but that's what Lucky's there for. Warrow, no chance of the round now. Map point for 3D Max.
A very good hold there from Exercise. You can see for Monty, there's a bit of distraction down towards the lower bomb site. They've got Gizmy opening up the double doors, throwing some util down, and to an extent, it has over-rotated 3D Max. There was actually 3 players there on B. You had Lucky outside towards Garage. You had Exercise in there at inner. But when you get 2 kills and waste this time with the auto shotgun, you just know the round's done. You just know there's no way that Monty are even going to get a plant in.
9 map points for 3D Max now. Monty. Nothing they can do from here. Surely this is over. I mean, it's probably been over for a very long time. Jocko's found the first. Them to fall all the way out at ramp. The outside position, meanwhile, accounted for by 2 CTs. Several T-side players. Krasnal will continue fighting as best he can. Get 2 frags for it. So advantage tips the way of the T's as they continue feeding him his triple. And 3D Max are down by 2.
A very good individual effort there from Krasnal. A lot of impact towards outside, but being met head-on out here in secret.
Exercise going to wait. Not look to fight for the man advantage again. Just hold their positions on the B side defense. Gamble stack. But Monty is starting to get smarter about this. Back up through secret. To the outside. To the upper side, it seems.
And Krasnal with a lot of individual fights towards outside. It's made a difference. A 3D Max. Probably look at this one and just saving. Gambles towards lower. If it doesn't go lower, just hold on to your weapons. Monty still taking so long to clear out the majority of these positions before they start making a move.
Oh, they hear the footsteps. So no qualms made about the 3D Max. They know exactly what's going on. It's a case of what they can do to avoid it. And in this case, as you mentioned, the best call is just to save. Both players backing up towards, well, one's backing up towards ramp, another one up towards the window. I don't know if Exercise can make his way over to that position. Holding nerve, expecting there to be some exit attempts and hunts from the Monty side. Hasn't happened just yet. Doesn't look like it'll happen at all.
And for Monty, it's survival for the moment. I mean, come even the next rounds, Jocko can drop 1. Hadji can buy himself. Lucky can probably buy himself, so only Maka needs that 1 extra rifle. I mean, even Exercise can drop an MP9. Monty have got 1 lifeline. I can't imagine there'll be many more lifelines.
No. 1 out of 9 in a row is required for Monty to bring us to overtime. It's quite literally 1 more round for the 3D Max camp, so any 1 round will close this one. You don't decide when you go, it just happens in 3D Max's case. Still got their guns as best they can. The XM on Exercise still not fully up to the rifles, but automatics and everyone else, thanks to the save weapons in the previous. The AK was staying for Jocko. Initial prods again going to be supported by utility. No contact established yet.
And that XM was very strong last time around. Now, Exercisers just holding a crack angle out there from Hut. Take a contact, put that incendiary down, try and waste time. One thing that 3D Max know is that Monty have liked slowing down these rounds in the last couple. And the lack of util is here for the CT line as well. So hold on to that incendiary and that smoke for Hadji for as long as possible.
Exercise. Mentioned that crack angle a moment ago. There it is on display. Waro not going to give him what he wants here. Those prods, that information, that noise being made to sell towards outside and squeak. Finally, Exercise sees what's going on. Incendiary will come back out. Both sides putting fire down. And it will stop the hit for now.
And Monty have to make a decision, up or a ramp. It's got to be a quick decision. Jocko's not saying anything. And now it's an opportunity for Hadji to go back up heaven and help out the A players.
Exercise is looking to engage. He's done some damage. The XM does not quite find it, though, and now the T's will execute. Hadji with a pick and a double and a triple foul over the dink on Demka. He's done so much, and that should be enough for 3D Max. Man advantage, HP advantage, positional advantage, all the advantages except for Waro, who takes Jocko out of the fold. Lucky deals with him, and Demka needs to be absolutely magical right here and now. He can't get it done. Lucky with the closer, but man alive, Hadji, what a player and what a play. 13-4, 3D Max just backhand Monty on Nuke.
And very underwhelming from Monty. I mean, it's not often that you can say they've come into a series and literally showed nothing. No competitiveness whatsoever on Nuke. And we can sit here and give excuses that it is Nuke, it's not their map pick, it's one of their weaker maps in the pool. To not even hold your weight is surprising. And I think for 3D Max, you'll take it any day of the week. You'll feel as if you're in a really good position to close this in two.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of confidence. It gives them a lot of momentum. Certainly in the case of Monty, I mean, that probably might deflate them quite a lot. Again, I've not seen them be that anti-competitive in any capacity in a very, very, very long time. So the fact it's come out on that, I mean, look, I'm still a little bit optimistic about Vertigo, but there's not many encouraging signs going into map 2.
No, there isn't. I mean, 3D Max are all over them. I mean, you just look at some of those anchor holds. We saw Exercise getting 2, nearly even 3 with that XM, and then Hadji in that final round. I mean, it just felt as if 3D Max were all over them, round by round, half by half. That was a clinical performance in the French. They didn't give many opportunities and didn't give many rounds in the end there.
Confidence on their backyard, their map pick confidently going their way, and no real contest from Monty now needs to go to Vertigo. It is their pick of the series. Can they make it happen, or have they really run out of steam? We'll find out after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. 1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Well, not exactly a great time to be Monty, I have to say, Dwayne. Not a good map at all for them. 13 for Decimation from 3D Max on 3D Max's map pick. Now we move to Vertigo, and before the break, you definitely seemed very out on Monty. I am very much more encouraged by this second map because the previous results have been victories over G2 and Astralis, but I think a lot of whether or not they can find success comes down to how much faith you have in the core of this team, because it's only the core that had the victories in those Tier 1 environments. And look, if that last map is anything to go off of, it's not very encouraging to say the least.
It's very disappointing. Again, you look at the performance that Monty had against Perivision, and map number 1, they were up 11-1. Map number 2, they were up 7-2. They were just rolling over them. And again, you're going up against a team that is well outside of the top 200 on HLTV. Now you're going up against a team that's legitimately in and around the top 30 position for basically the life cycle of this core. You're going up against a tough Tier 2 contender and a team that they're familiar with. Again, Monty aren't going to underestimate 3D Max, but I just think with the stand-in situation and the way they played on map 1, this looks dire. This looks really rough for Monty.
I mean, look, typically I would be saying, oh, they understand each other in the pre-match, because obviously we're speculating on how well they're going to be able to do. But basically seeing what we saw in that last map and comparing it to the last nuke we saw between these two teams, it's night and day. That was a 13-10 win for the Monty side. So just to show how much impact that those roster moves have really had towards this team, there is still a lot of things that need to be cleaned up for the Monty camp. And we don't know if they're going to be able to get it done at all. We don't even know if the roster's going to stay together in this fashion. I certainly have to say it's doubtful, extremely doubtful they're going to get it done in this map as well. Like, again, there's just so many doubts surrounding Monty right now.
Yeah, very, very true. And I think for 3D Max, again, they haven't played a lot of Vertigo since joining under 3D Max, but even when they were under looking for Org, it was a comfortable map in the pool. I think previous iterations of this team used to pick Vertigo quite a lot. So while it certainly hasn't been seen a massive amount recently, I know that the backbones of the team are comfortable in Vertigo. And I think for that reason, for 3D Max, it's not as if they're going to be out of their depth here. This is a very good opportunity. I mean, we saw them play Fnatic just over a month ago, get away with a 13-9 victory. They had a really consistent CT side as well. So for me, I legitimately think 3D Max are going to close in 2.
I mean, look, I don't blame you for having that assessment. It truly was dire. And I certainly don't think that if Monty are going to pick up this map, it's going to be a 13-4 in the other direction. That's pretty much impossible with the way that they're playing at the moment. Like, it was an outclassing. That much you cannot deny on that first map. So if it's going to be the case that they're going to win out on this one, then it's going to have to be a bit of a brawl in my eyes. And then that even has further doubts for whether map 3 is going to come together. I mean, I know that you were riding the 2-1 hype train at the start of the series. And I mean, it feels so difficult to sort of look towards Monty as having any chance to bring it back into one of their own favor. Again, there is just too much standing against them. I can see a world in which this does go to 2-0. Again, I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out the chance, and I'm at least holding the place in my heart for Monty, if nothing else here, that they can try and make this good, because very little else has been in this series. So let's see how far they go. 3D Max on the CT start of Vertigo, our second map of the best of 3.
And it's not as if we can just sit here and say, oh, we need individuals to step up. Fundamentally, they were outclassed. And I think we're going to see a fundamental collapse once again. I think for 3D Max, the team play and the protocols is what's going to push them for the win in this direction.
Monty move on to the T start. Pistol of Warrior being the first port of call towards stairs. You got flashes that Ready Forgives Me back at spawn. And they have left Exercise back as the only player here on the defense for 3D Max. Playing Guardian, watch out, both mid and the bomb site. Stacking over on A is now going to have to rotate into the retake. Exercise somehow not getting affected by that Molotov, finding the only pixel we can stand on to get 2 frags and still get the advantage.
He's done very well there. Very well to get to. Now, Jocko is watching out for this late lurk in from mid, which was Gizmy, but he's actually dropped off and got out towards the B stairs now.
Mental start. Let's see if it converts now for 3D Max, making their way into the site. Monty, counter flashes, catching players just as blinded on their T side. Second one comes in, them's completely whited out, and Gizby desperate to get as many picks as possible. They wrap the corner, he spams away, he gets only 1 kill for it. Retake successful for 3D Max. And even the start was successful for them. Pistol win.
And isn't it just incredible to think how much of a great find Exercise really was? Because when he first
Yeah.
joined up with this core, no one had any clue who he was. All of his previous French teams were in the low divisions. They weren't on HLTV. He wasn't frequently playing at a high competitive level whatsoever. And mechanically, he's probably the most gifted on this team, and that's why he's in anchor roles. He plays difficult roles, hard lurk, hard anchor, but that sequence right there, I think, shows exactly why he's on this team and what he could offer for 3D Max.
He's been part of the team since Double Pony. All the way back in 2021, like just mental how long it's been since he's been broken out, and it's just history ever since. 3D Max, look at that nade against the Monty side. So bunched up there over at ramp. No kills found just yet, but they are damn close to getting him.
Boost is actually being watched, so this could be a good opener for Demka. Yeah, straight away watching out for it. The return damage is in quite heavy, and it might force that rotation from Haji in from mid to try and assist the A players.
A couple of very low HP players with the scout to try act again. They are just spamming their way through this wall, but Oro doesn't opt to act. Jocko holding for the ramp entryway. So far, so little has been gained here. It's a very slow approach on this default. Monty have every right to want to play slow. Jocko sneaks in at range against Vem, though. Is that an advisable position? The M4 is going to take it instead.
Yeah, Jocko to take first contact. Lucky to actually do it out from gap. Players looking all over the place. Waro finally strikes in from the sandbag, but traded there from Maka. And for Monty, I don't know if that was the most telegraphed round that we are going to see in the entirety of that group stage. So much ramp presence shown, so much spam, and then what, just a freeze? I don't know. It feels like nothing is happening right there for Monty. And obviously, it's not a strong enough crossfire to deal with the repeat towards ramp, because as soon as Lucky took gap space, and as soon as Jocko and the M4 started to swing in with Haji, they just crushed them.
I've just got no words. Like, it just felt like such a weird round. Felt like easy pickings in the end. I really had hoped that Waro was going to do something with that sandbag position, but just Scout couldn't line up, couldn't stabilize against the players that were escaping from that top ramp position. Onto the bomb site, the swing came through, nothing that you could do about it. Maybe it would have been better to put an automatic weapon up there.
It was just better to do anything than freezing right there. I mean, they had no mid lurk, they had no B lurk. They're running out of util. They basically just took top ramp and that was it. They just didn't have anything off of the back of it. And for 3D Max, that just looked so comfortable. It looked so readable. They had the 3A players. And then as soon as Haji comes over from mid and starts repositioning out to elevators, you just know they're going to take space. You know that if they're playing 4A on the CT line, they're not going to hang back and play passive. They're not going to give you the respect of playing retake. No, they're going to come up and hunt you. They're going to get and maximize the distance that can be brought. Just an easy round right there from 3D Max.
Yeah, just to add to the concerns for Monty here. T-side not off to the best of starts and not off to a start at the moment. 3D Max looking just as good as they did in the first map.
And to be honest, I mean, for Monty, you get a bit of a free pass, I want to say, with Perivision in that opening game. The other teams are 3D Max and Ecstatic. Now, if we get, obviously this is talking in the future, but if Monty get 2-0'd in this series and go up against Ecstatic, I legitimately don't even think they've got a chance in that series. You're going up against two high-end Tier 2 squads back-to-back that play very good fundamentals, and this is what's happened the first time around.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't see them holding a candle to Ecstatic either. A lot of work needs to be done. And it does feel like we are like really kicking the boot in at the moment, but we have high expectations for Monty. I think the whole scene has high expectations for Monty.
You can't say that. There's no way you can say that. I know that, again, it's still the core. I mean, I don't have high expectations for Monty right now. You have to change your expectations when you lose two players. This is the harshest roster move that Monty have faced in terms of an organization's history.
Well, I see them, they're obviously going to be going to things like the Showdown and IEMs and EPLs, so it's not going to get any easier from here.
That's very true.
Bounce back certainly has not been seen thus far. 60 seconds on the clock, and the T's will just keep themselves held away. 3D Max is suppressed with U2. Exercise going to catch off Demka first and foremost. Spray onto Krasnal will also drop. 5-on-3 gained by 3D Max, and Monty still not even in position to get a trade off of this.
Yeah, they're just trying to walk on a contact up here towards the top of the B stairs. Hope that there's a little bit of an overextension, but you can even see they're just jiggling. No one's wide-facing. No one's giving up too much. Finally, one kill comes through, but there's still so many players on B to defend.
Gizmi next to drop. Warro does get one back of his own, but it just doesn't go any further than that. And Jocko is there for the final responsive. 3-0 for 3D Max on the start. Guns can start to come back in for the Monty side. They will need to apply them, though. They will need to get some rounds here because, I mean, look, the streak we saw at the first half of that nuke could very easily be replicated by 3D Max here and now, and we're already starting to see the foundations of that streak. Monty need to shut it down, and soon.
Yeah, 3D Max will feel very comfortable if they're able to win that next rifle round. And Maka on the AWP. Felt like we didn't even see a lot of AWPing from him out on Nuke, but remember back to that Ecstatic series, he is incredible when he's on form with the big green.
Damage done. More to Demka. 41 HP down ramp. Molly's up to try and clear away some common flight positions from 3D Max, but they are just not really looking for the peaks. Fading that utility, backing away. Demka caught by the AWP Maka. There's your start.
A very good beginning. Monty have got Warro in a pretty advanced position, but seen already from Exercise. Out towards a double stack, they line up for a moment. Good hold there from Exercise.
Krasnal took very little damage, though, so he can maintain control of the B bomb site. Still man advantage for 3D Max, and Gizmi could still get caught off here over in mid. Gonna get checked by Jocko, and Jocko will win the fight. Krasnal and Vem get the plant down, but the retake, this should be pretty easy for 3D Max, honestly.
Yeah, you've got to expect this. I mean, it's really passive from the City side because they're expecting aggression. They're expecting Krasnal and Vem to maybe get on the front side of these smokes, try and see if they can extend an opening pick because they're desperate. That's what they need in a 2v4 right now.
Lucky peeking in ahead of the util. Molly sent to backside. Another flash in from the CT forces. Seeing the one of them, just barely seeing him pop his head above that smoke. Krasnal does get one trade, but that's as far as he will go. There it is. Retake successful for 3D Max.
They're comfortable. Very comfortable from 3D Max right now. Monty haven't shown a massive amount. I mean, unfortunately there for Gizmi, maybe if he gets one kill against Jocko down from bottom ramp, then it looks like a bit of a different round. But so far, hasn't felt like there's much of a threat. And a 4-0 start for 3D Max. They'll be very happy about it. And recover a couple of those AKs from the last round too.
AKs will return from the T's thanks to the bomb plant bonus. Monty again needing to try and get a start here on T's side. Needing to try and get a start on this map in general. 3D Max. Aggressive peaks thanks to flashbangs. Lucky and Jocko and Haji, in fact, will all combine to get that frag on Warro. Damage done to Jocko at one point in FL, so he might not be all that much solid from here. His teammates might have to do the rest of the work. Either way, 5-on-4.
Yeah, fundamentally, they're just being outclassed again. I mean, look at the players up on the trading. Easy kill there from Lucky. It's a HE kill that does actually open up a chance right now, but 3D Max can quickly rotate players into position.
And that's what they'll do to hold their positions and try to hold the bomb site. 3 players are basically reading exactly what Monty are doing. Standoff for now. When do the T's act?
Well, they'll already be up on site, so they'll look to try and either tap that bomb or stick it down. First tap, does it draw the HEs in? It draws in a couple of them, yes.
Only 2 smokes and 2 flashes now to go for the retake here. The plant will be secured. 1 cent exercise with a kill, trying to transfer back towards the open, but then reveals himself also at alley and Gizmi hiding himself away. Blind sprays on the defuse, they'll tap. Gizmi Doesn't fire. Seeing them. What a shot from Hadji. Gizmi gets involved against Maka. 1-on-1. M4 v AK, and Gizmi gets out of the smoke as it starts to clear. Hadji still on the bomb site. Has a kit. Has a smoke for the ninja diffuser. He wants to try and land it, and Gizmi tries to wait. Swing from Hadji. Just wins the fight outright. Well played from him. A 5th on the trot of 3D Max.
It's another round to add to the tally. Nicely played there from Hadji. Good impact from him. A decent recovery there from Monty when you consider the opening advances that they kind of lost out towards ramp. But I think it just shows right now it's very awkward on these T-side defaults. And we were kind of talking about it, actually not even that long ago on broadcast, Jay, that the conversation for SDY joining Monty was probably one of the very best Tier 2 roster moves that we saw in the entirety of last year. Now losing someone like that, it shows the ramifications. It's going to show the effects that not only one of your key pieces is gone, but also Bro.
Who himself was also quite a player of his own right. Like, he wasn't the star, but the fact he kept pace in the wake of someone like Boros, he was still a mainstay entity of the Monty side. Neither player remains now. Even questions as to why SDY let his contract run out, whether or not there was something to do with the health issues that he faced before the RMRs. Some speculation in that respect, but
true.
Monty have to deal with it either way. They have dealt with the opening pick of round 6. Krasnal finding exercise.
Yeah, finally a bit of success going the way of Monty, and now just taking a ramp contact off of the back of it. Now, a resmoke can come down from Lucky towards bottom ramp. Unfortunately, the T's are already sort of on the front side of it, so they'll try and delay as much as they can towards mini ramp. Flash gives a little bit of info. A couple of players actually move off of the back of that.
Into the site, not to the plant, not yet at least. Demka finds Lucky next. 5-on-3 has been gained. There's not a lot of money for 3D Max here. Might not be advisable to go for the retake, and they certainly seem to agree. Might even be a lurk kill out from Krasnal, who's still waiting below those B stairs. So Monty will look to seek the hunt, and honestly, I kind of like the call because you do need to get some more momentum here. The round win's only going to do so much. Take all the weapons out on top of that would certainly be a major positive for the Monty side. No retake for 3D Max. This will most certainly be a burst on the board of the T's. How much are they going to get in this hunt? Maka holding the AWP play. Backups rotated in towards B stairs. Swing from Waro, shadow seen. Maka doesn't fire. Hadji does get Gizmi. Does go down to Krasnal though.
Yeah, it's a decent couple of kills right towards the tail end there. I mean, another thing that is obviously going to be more difficult for Monty in this entire tournament is that they haven't really shown the depth of both Vem and Gizmi in their map pool. We know that Gizmi and Vem have both played Ancient. We know that they've both played Mirage. We know that Gizmi played Anubis, but we obviously don't really know what they're like on Overpass. We're now only just seeing what they're like on Vertigo, and obviously we just saw what they were like on Nuke before, which was quite poor. So just trying to get more sort of reps in the map pool of different maps under the Monty banner.
Minimal damage done to start. Maka's AWP swinging in to try to look for that first frag down ramp. Waro pressing up at the tops here. Seen at the edge of the smoke. He didn't even know where he was. Jocko credited with the kill.
Now lost in the source, up there towards top ramp, it just completely falls apart. Demka even jumps up high, and that's an easy shot for Maka. Gizmi does get an entry out there towards mid to try and work in for that B-split. Krasnal has got multiple players, and the trades are so solid. Vem, now in a 1v3, should get the bomb down at least.
Well, you hyped him up big time. Only one kill deep in this map out. Now needs to go for the 1-on-3. We're going to try it. Backup coming in from Jocko. He hears those footsteps. Can isolate that one fight. The dink comes in from Jocko, though. So Vem, 2 more to gain. Needs those perfect headshots. The smoke seems to come down on the bomb. So go for that defuse if possible. And Lucky just watching the headshot angle to take the kill pretty quickly and easy. Minimum 6 for 3D Max.
And Monty just felt there that they lost way too much out towards ramp. Again, lost in the smoke there for Warrior, trying to make a play towards the front side of the tops and up towards 51. And then even just a jump that comes through. Oh, good shot there for Maka, actually. Wasn't that much coverage to be seen. Good entry from Gizmi, but look at how quick the trades are. Gizmi gets one, instantly dead. Krasnal gets one, instantly dead. That's something that we could always expect is very strong trading game for 3D Max.
It's worked so well for them so far in this tournament. Seeing it against Monty now. Obviously saw it against Ecstatic in the opening game. Probably one of the key reasons why they did so well in that series. No advantages allowed for the opposition. Monty. No real groundwork allowed in this series. Cannot win the T side half. We'll have to rest pretty much mostly on the CT side, but just the scoreline starting to look very similar to where things were going over on Nuke. Need to see a response, need to see it now. Rifles are back in for them once again. 3D Max, I mean, they've taken damage, right? Monty have done a number onto the economy state of the CT forces, but just the way that they're playing out these entry duels and those trades are just so proficient that Monty can't capitalize upon that reset. 2 for 1, once again down ramp. Even more fire coming in. They'll finally back over the smoke starts to clear. But even so, what a start.
And it just feels as if 3D Max are playing with fun, right? They just keep pressuring them. They keep getting on the front foot. They're always looking to engage early. They're always repositioning. They're always finding info. The playstyle is very entertaining. And for Monty, they might be able to take B and get a bomb plant. The issue is, what can you do after that point is the concern.
Right peek from Krasnal does force exercise off angle. Well read in terms of his position. Loves playing that angle. Played it well in the pistol, but not in this round 8. On plant should also be secured. The nades will get sent to the back and do some damage onto the AWP, but he maintains his composure. And advantage for the retake.
Now we know that 3D Max can just slow this down here. Resmoke towards CT, resmoke to Guardian, wait it out. Gizmy up close and personal will have to be the first man of contact.
Is he going to swing wide? Flashbang doesn't look to do so. Flashbang from the CT forces. Look, he gets right involved with the smoke. Might even body block the CT side. Hadji gets right past the man, and Gizby does get checked. Morrow did find one or pick! And even forcing out another frag back. Close quarters, almost a collateral. 2 versus 2! He makes it a quadra in fact. Ace time against Maka. His AWP is finally forced away. And it looks like Monty will finally find that reset. Second on their board. Manic stuff on the defense. But it comes up good.
That's a fantastic round to come through from Waro, because they need someone to step up. They need someone to bring that X factor just to be able to provide something. That Gizmy is trying to play anti-flash, ends up being completely blinded, and then Waro just gets pick after pick after pick with the big green towards white.
They somehow read Gizmy's position, blocked him off for long enough, stalled for that time. Denied the ace, but I think it won't matter too much. Again, the economy not fantastic for 3D Max. So for Monty, this is their way back into the game.
Yeah, this 100% is their best chance yet. And this allows you to potentially go 4-6 at the deficit and look to try and really pressure that first half, put the economy state in an awkward situation, maybe disallow 3D Max to play with such confidence right now. But at the same time, I mean, we've seen what Exercise can do with an XM. We know what Maka can do in this big green. Even though the buy is weak, it's still threatening.
Where does Exercise place himself here? Straight out mid, it seems, on that boost spot. I actually kind of like that, to be honest. Just boots up Hadji instead. Back into that B side defense and see. Can bait them in a little bit close. Lucky looking to get close to his own right. Flash sent. Adjusted towards Gizmy, ready for it. Kills found.
HE placement's pretty good for some tag damage, but they need a bit more off of this, and there's actually an info play. Watch this out for Exercise. He has been able to get all the way down to the bottom of the B stairs, and they're going to stack A because of it.
That auto shotgun. Even consider looking for the backstab. I mean, if they decide to wrap back over to the B bomb site, then they're going to find themselves in with a bit of a mow down. Only concern then would be the gaps in mid, which is being covered off by Jocko. 3D Max trying to set up the AWP to do the damage on the defense. Minute for Monty to play with.
And Maka just needs to try and get this opening man advantage. Get this first contact with the AWP.
Gets off that boost, unfortunately not able to stabilize it all the way. Seeing Gizby tagging him down, and now they recognize this must be the A hit, so Exercise starts moving, the 5-7 starts firing, doesn't quite get the frag back. Maka aware that them is on top of those boxes, gets his frag together as fire continues in from the automatic of Jocko. The shotgun closing in way too slow on this backstab means that 3D Max don't have a basis for a retake. They'll back away, they'll hold on to these guns. Exercise will look for exits, and Monty will find 3.
Yeah, how different that whole round could have been if Maka doesn't fall off of the boost the first time around, or in fact just get that pure connection onto Gizmi out towards the sandbag. One kill could have actually sent them into the retake, not to be. I tell you what, Gizmi's going to fall here. This is going to be an AK to get picked up. This is actually a pretty good end to the round for 3D Max.
$900 for exercise and a free rifle. How can you complain? A little bit of cash, but not enough to get the other players up on decent guns themselves. 3D Max. Bringing a third back to the Monty side. Best case scenarios from here on, 9-3 and 6-6. Price and perfection, most certainly. And 3D Max don't really fancy themselves as the perfect 3 in a row, with the buy-up being where it is. So just Julie's out to Haji, passed off to him, seeing him and Lucky with the upgrade pistols and just those 3 safe weapons straight in against Haji, mowed down by them. AWP does fire away itself, known towards the CT side. Maka is dealt with. The SMG and the 5.7 actually do fight back on Warrior, get that one frag, a rifle that they can play with. And the SMG hoping to find the fight at the right moment. Indeed, he gets Krasnal to a 3v3. Demka not seeing the edge of the smoke. Lucky swings wide enough, and them is super duper low. The AK loses to close in the backstab of Gizmi, but he's way too late. The T's have fallen entirely, and Exercise is watching him. 3D Max are on for the steal here, and for Monty, it's another setback. Unless Gizmi has found the right position, the right angle of the moment, Lucky will be seen adjusted towards the Orpus core. Transfer back, but the last man still has not been found, and Exercise will claim the half.
And this is where I'm going to rip in slightly, Jay, and say, why is Monty on what they know is an eco round playing so aggressively? Why are they getting up ramps so fast? Look at the chip damage. The last thing you want to do against pistols and an SMG is to bring this kind of pace. They've got themselves a 5v3 and they just continue to keep fighting and fighting and fighting and don't slow that round down at all. Good trigger discipline there from Gizmi, but anytime the Exercise was unknown towards Sniper's Nest, you know that he was going to finish off the job. That was such a good chance to start spiraling. At least some success in the first half, and they've bottled it once again.
Just nothing's going right. Start to finish in this whole best of 3. Warrior and Gizmi do get something right on the opening kills in this round. Does it continue on from there, though? Lucky still playing around the smoke, hoping to catch a man off. 51 is his position. The smoke player towards the edge. Neither man sees each other. Utility in hand. Player at the far range is going to get challenged first and foremost, and Lucky just barely gets away dead to rights. Warrior on 2 points of health. Exercise now back at quad to hold on to the B defense, because that seems to be where the bomb's going.
Oh, Demka going to try and clear out quad and does it well. Good entries here from Monty. You have a look at that kill out from Warrior towards ramp. Makes it 2. You look at Gizmi's opening kill towards mid. All you can say is individually, they created opportunities in that round. Worked the opening man advantage and claimed it from there.
Yeah, 4 on the board. Another important round for Monty to try and look to close the half on a semi-decent high. Way that 3D Max have been playing, 7-5 would certainly be a recovery half for the Monty camp, and it could well be the case that they get it here. Again, 3D Max are broken on the economy state. So just that one M4, again with that auto shotgun. SMGs on Jocko. Nice nades landing pretty well onto Demka, but Gizmi is the man that finds Maka, trying to make his way down the ladder. Jocko does find the trade, though.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and pounce top ramp again, and it seems as if the T's are actually backing off. They're quite passive on this.
Swing comes in. Jocko drops Demka as he drops out of position. Warrior and Krasnal get those 2 trades back, though, so they maintain control for now.
Now, Haji is still trying to see if he can upgrade and get himself out towards that AK. It's dropped him down to about 60 points, and he is still holding ramp. Now, they know that Exercise is the B player. Haji really needs 2 here. 1 just won't be enough.
Can't afford to lose his own life here, so wants to play a slightly more passive position. Unorthodox behind the railings. They're going to go back up towards ramp. This is a one-and-done position, though. Need to line up, peek together. Warrow, walk in, headshot not gained. And now Exercise's auto shotgun was closing in the pincers of the backstab, was down at that B stairs angle. Now looking for a rifle. I think one might have been dropped out there ahead of the bridge. M4 versus 3. Krasnal's watching it with the AWP. Crack angle held, and Monty will claim 5 to close the end of the T side. 3D Max, though, 7 on CT. Still looking stellar.
And Monty will be happy with the recovery there. I mean, unfortunately for Maka, he goes super aggressive with the M4 and just loses the fight. If Gizmi gets a little bit of an odd timing, I think Maka gets a lot more success in that round. And Warrow, I mean, Warrow's looked individually very impactful. I mean, this is the kill right here. Not an easy fight against Haji. Yeah, 5 rounds at the end. I'm very surprised. I really didn't think they'd get 5.
Certainly not the cleanest 5. Next concern then becomes, will it carry forward from there? It's T side, the 3D Max. Pistols set in for them. Monty have one man to hear them all coming out towards Ali. Krasnal with the smokes down. Also has Demka in the back of the site. Maka finding Gizmi first out towards the B site. 2 kills found for him. Vem shuts him down, but the real hit comes in with the Julie trying to stand to attention. Demka's caught in the back, and Lucky doubles up. That's round done. That's another pistol for 3D Max.
And Maka's just the king, isn't he? All he's doing is selling a B fake. All he's doing is showing B presence. He gets 2 kills. If you're the A players, you're thinking, geez, this is quite good for us, isn't it? All we need to trade is get off the back of one another, and that's basically it. 3D Max jumps straight into that second half with instant success.
Yeah, nothing Vem can do. Might try and look for these frags, might try and look for these individuals. Caught 1 headshot. No more. 8 on the board of 3D Max, and for Monty, it's another setback, just one that's going to continue to add to what is increasingly becoming a 3D Max 2-0. Yes, they have time to recover, and they will force buy for this next round here, but potential risk can leave you down 10-5. Rifle win for 3D Max is going to leave you at the match point. Down by a margin of 7 to come back to. Like, there's a lot of risk carried with this, and for Monty, they still haven't shown me enough to indicate that they're going to carry this force buy win into a return, if they even get the force buy win in the first place.
This is clever from 3D Max. Anticipate that you're up against a force buy, slow it down. Take round with util, not just accelerate with pace. Great utility usage to get Jocko into gap. Look at those mollies forcing the CTs away.
Very far away. Smokes down across. SMGs look to engage. The AK has it marked. The AKs have them marked. And Jocko's there just to add that cherry on top with a Mach 10 bonus kill. Gizmi alone, overwhelming a 3D Max, 9-5.
And this is such a statement for 3D Max to kind of be like, we want to be where Monty were before the roster changes. The team that keep getting those invitations to the LAN events. The team that keep getting opportunities to play Tier 1 teams. We've had our chances. You know, we've proved it in qualifying to Pro League. We proved it at the RMR. But we want to be there more consistently. I mean, you look across the last, 2-3 years in the Tier 2 scene, there is less than a handful of teams that can honestly say that they are consistently playing Tier 1 teams. It just doesn't happen. Those opportunities are so thin. They just don't come around.
And that's why Monty look up to the most. The benchmark for this division. And just not playing like the yardsticks that they typically were before their moves. Nade set. HE is coming back on the T side line. Them has caught a decent deagle back on Jocko, but he's low, as is Gizmi. Dead on Lucky's part. Pistol still stand to attention, but now at a 4-on-4 even man stance.
Demka's going to look to try and fight again here from default. A lot of util got used up there towards B. And 3D Max again, just relax. They've got a late lurk out mid. They've got 3 players up towards the stairs. Quite happy to run the clock.
Maka kill on Gizmi. Advantage again for the T's. Deagle, Demka desperate to dink someone and dome in a headshot or 2. Preferably 3 and 4 if he can get it, but suppressed so heavily he might not even get past 1. Krasnal certainly isn't. How the hell did they win that fight? Doesn't matter. It's elementary. 3D Max cover it off. 10-5. Guns return for Monty. They will need to work this round, else it's a done deal.
And it makes you wonder for both the coach of LMBT and the assistant coach of Christen, who's played at a very high level when he was a pro, what are they offering in these kind of events? Because, again, you know that you're standing in, you may be trialing Gizmy, you may be trialing them, just to see if they can hang, just to see if there is a fit for them to be part of the organization. It's going to be up to the tactical masterminds of the team to try and see what they can find over these next few tournaments.
Well, fast plays to see what 3D Max can find in terms of these entries, and they're finding everything they could possibly want. Good night, goodbye, good luck, Monty. This one's done.
Yeah, GG's in that rematch against the likes of Ecstatic, right? There's just no way that this is even going to a third map.
Yeah.
For that to be one of the first rifle rounds in the second half, and you see that, it's a statement. It really is. 3D Max, I think, again, in that conversation, that they can go very deep. There's a few teams, I'd actually say quite a lot of teams in the playoffs that in their own perspective, your Auroras, your Bet Booms, maybe your Ecstatics as well, your 3D Max, where they can all look at one another and say, we can win this event. We can go all the way.
Maybe a couple of months ago, you could have put Monty in that bracket, but at this very moment, nah. And I know what you said about reassessing them after their roster positions and where Monty sort of stand in light of their changes, but the bottom line is still that they hold a ranked 15 place in the world. They are still going to those tier 1 events in the near future. This does not look like a team that is the top 15 in the world, that is going to do damage in Chengdu, in Dallas, during the showdown. And maybe it's a case that they have to reassess. I mean, obviously, it's still very early doors for them and for Gizmy in terms of their stand-in scenario with Monty. Have to go to reassess something on this Monty camp, though, because this is just not working out. 3D Max have outclassed them in every respect. 2 more entries in round 17. They're going to close out this map point, match point, group point very soon. Warrior at least gives it a decent fight. Still wants to cling on for dear life. But ultimately, it's still a 1v3.
And I think, again, the priorities change for certain teams. I think for Monty, they're probably using this event as practice. Probably using this event to be as ready as possible in the Tier 1 landscape. Because they know if they get to the Tier 1 events and they get slammed, they're just not going to get invited back. Their ranking's going to drop. It's going to be so much more difficult for them to qualify.
Yeah.
So while there's a lot of teams here in this event that are looking to win it and to look to try and obviously get the points and try and get themselves to the land circuit at the end, for Monty, their perspective has got to be getting officials under their belt, getting Gizmy and them more involved in the system, more officials, more maps to play. So the perspective for Monty is going to be very different than what the perspective of other teams are going to be in this tournament.
And look, they were a team that were always known to grind. Even when they were making those moves up to the Tier 1 environment, they were still playing in all the online cups. So, I mean, look, there's plenty more West European series to come, so you hope that they'll be appearing in the next group stage and the one after that to really trial themselves and try and build back up to a good basis.
I think they'll be playing in every single event they get invited to. Every single event they're going to be playing for the next few months. 100%.
We'll see exactly what those events are going to end up being and whether or not they can continue even in this one. Fortunately for them, this is a winner's match. They still have that match against Ecstatic, which I know that you've already called it early, Dweg, but it's at least an extra day to reassess where you stand, try and figure out what went wrong in this matchup and go again. Another day's worth of life here on Res. Another round's worth of kills here for Warrior. He's got exercise first and foremost down mid. Jocko missed the flick. Reface on the second cross and the crack angle goes his way.
FM gets overwhelmed out towards B though, so pressure point builds. Now they don't just accelerate off of the back of that. They've still got Hadji in from mid and Gizmy could drop. Oh man, this is a 5v3. This is 2 opening picks from Warrior in mids.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Minute to play with and 3D Max have slowed this down a little bit. Warrior's trying to regress and trying to continue his multi-frag in this round. In the last couple of rounds, he really has fought hard for himself to stay alive, to do damage, to try and bring something back for Monty. holding his position, desperate for someone to pop up.
And Maka's going to get that smoke down towards the generators. They've got a single flash. Warrior needs to find a connection, and he needs help from Krasnal as quickly as possible from Guardian.
Good incendiary, that'll block him. Have to run right through it, have to get some damage against him. Smoke has been picked up by Lucky, but he's already made his way past it. Flashbang sent, he extends out to the back of the site. Needs to prioritize that plant though. Pass it back to his teammate as Krasnal sprays at the right moment. Advantage now for the CT side as Warrior gets Maka and Haji, keeping his head tucked away, can only last so long. Krasnal secures the retake and keeps Monty alive for now.
Well, Warrior's actually been kind of keeping them in the map and keeping them surviving for as long as you can. Remember, he had that quadra with the AWP in the post plan in the first half. He's now had another triple kill sequence round. The two very good opening picks out from mid and in towards Zigzag. 3D Max, though, I mean, it's only a matter of a couple of rounds. You got to expect, right? It's either this one or the next one or probably the one after that. It's not going to be long. They're definitely not getting to double digits.
Look, they need to win one out of 6. Not 1 in 6 or like 6 in a row. Look, just 1 any out of 6. That's all they need to get. Like,
seems easy on paper.
Well, I mean, it's looked easy in the server, so Monty still need to elevate. Still need to go far back on the comeback. Still need to make 6 in a row on the contrary. Of course, buys we received on both teams. 3D Max will have a little bit in reserve. And Monty, just wait for the 3D Max default to take shape. They are playing passive once again, just like they were on Nuke and just like they have been for this entire half.
Yeah, Exercise going to try and see if he can work a timing out here from mid. Flash around the corner. Demka will be smoked off, but information's been seen as he gets out towards CT, and Krasnal gets caught on the edge of the smoke.
One pick to start for 3D Max. The incendiary will burn away. Then catches Exercise a little bit lower than the crosshair placement. He was so focused on the backlines. Advantage to A4 versus 4. Will it extend? No. 3D Max gets back control. Vem makes it back to Haji, and Warriors Orb can strike back to Jocko on ramp. The bomb is trying to commit here. They've got smokes in the way. They just see Warrior peek ahead of its Bloom, and the second player in the backside known about, but he has found Lucky, so Maka is all that remains. Versus 2 gets the 1 frag, 1v1 against Gizmi. Standing and Monty Gen, the academy player of this org, seeing the incendiaries come down ahead of the smoke, but Maka standing inside of the smoke, and he's seen as it starts to fade. Gizmi will hold control.
Oh, that was close. Very close. I mean, right there for them, towards the top of headshot, peaks without even a teammate. Doesn't even have Gizmi in sight, so that nearly got very out of order. A very good effort from Maka and co. Not to be in the end. The buy rounds are just going to keep coming, though, for 3D Max. And unfortunately for Monty, if you keep coming away with these rounds of just scraping it by, you're not going to be able to get many AKs forward.
Yeah.
And that's going to hurt when you try and bring in a comeback. You want to try and have 2-3 AKs in the majority of gun rounds because they're obviously helping hands.
You just need everything you can get your hands on in general. And the more you have, the merrier things are.
And just think about it from 3D Max's point of view, right? The start has been excellent in the first half and the second half. They went, what, 5-0 up in the first half? And now they're 5-0 up in the second half. So that's 10 unanswered rounds from Monty from the beginning of the halves. That's what makes it so tough. That's what really puts such a scoreline difference up on the board, is that they have not been able to slow down 3D Max enough in the opening pistol, couple of opening rifle rounds.
It just means that the situation gets more and more dire. It means that their back foot is pushed even further away. Got a lot of ground to cover. 5 rounds worth of ground. Damage done to Krasnal to start. But leans in. Lucky Gizmi caught dropping off the orange box and caught by Jocko with a casualty. The M4 of them also overwhelmed. 5 on 3. Plant will be secured. Utility to suppress the CT side and stall for extra time as if they need it here on 3D Max. The end is nigh.
A very good entries coming through for Jocko, just ripping up the bomb site. Gizmi just looking lost, looking to try and reposition, trying to turn away from the util. Hadji even gets a spam kill towards CT.
Because why not? Two left standing, Krasnal and Demka to be the heroes. Suppressed by util, suppressed by nades, suppressed by time. Hadji gets Krasnal as the smoke fades. Demka, well known about the entire firing squad, firing on his position. He can get one frag, even that second, but time has run out on him. And Monty have run out of steam in this matchup at 13-7. A decimating 2-0 for 3D Max as they press on to those playoffs of the RES European Series.
It felt easy for 3D Max. 2 series back-to-back in which they've shown us a lot of quality. That 2-0 against Ecstatic, a team that's in the top 30, a team that qualified to the major, and now doing this up against a weakened Monty side. From 3D Max's point of view, this is a clean result in the group stage. Very clean to look to strike in the playoffs now.
And for Monty, it's a disappointment, not because of who they are, not because of their ranking, but because they just really didn't show us much throughout the course of that matchup. It started to come together towards the end, and they started to have some impact, and particularly on Moro's part of things, it really kept them at the tail end of that series. But the reality is that for Nuke, the entirety of Nuke, for the first 3 quarters of that Vertigo, there was just nothing. There really was nothing there for the Monty side, and it does question: are Gizmi and them the right fits? Does this core still have the strength? Like, what's the future left on Monty? Again, we came into this series and this tournament with a lot of questions about Monty, and we just leave it with a whole lot more, I think.
Well, we need to see more from those two. I mean, I personally feel as if I could see Vem in this roster. I think he proved a lot out on Ikla. He proved a lot on EC Kiev. And when this is your only second official where you're playing a high-end Tier 2 team, it's difficult to judge. I think realistically, we need to give them at least 10 to 15 officials until we can make a judgment. At least. Because we need to see more from them. We need to see them in the system. I mean, for Vem, we know that he hasn't been playing on many English-speaking teams. Like Ikla, the first iteration was Ukrainian. Only towards the tail end when Lekro and that came in did it start becoming and transitioning into English. That wasn't a huge amount of time. So I think time is required here for Monty. I don't think they've got enough to qualify to the playoffs. I think Ecstatic will look at this matchup from Monty and look at how they played them at the RMR. Again, it will be a rematch between the two and say, yeah, we should be making it into the playoffs and then Monty should be getting grouped.
Yeah, the key thing you said there was 10 to 15 officials. We don't have 10 to 15 officials in this group. We've got one more left for the Monty side. They're up against Ecstatic in the decider games tomorrow. And look, I'm just not convinced. I really am not. They will be in the last match of the day, so they'll have all day to prepare for it at the very least. But again, I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think you think it's going to happen either.
Yeah, I'm quite keen for tomorrow. I mean, Big should really smoke Young Ninjas, if we're talking realistically. Fnatic and Preezy, we obviously saw that matchup in the opening games, and it was actually quite close. It went down to who was going to drop 40 between Roy and Matty, so that could be quite a competitive series. I think for Rebels, they definitely have got what it takes to beat Sangl again. I think they would have been disappointed, right, to get not the 2-0 victory the first time around, so kind of get that revenge, have a bit more of a cleaner performance. And I look at Ecstatic and think they still held their weight against 3D Max. I think they're very consistent online. I think they showed really good form at the RMR. I don't think Monty's going to give them too many challenges tomorrow.
Yeah, usually the last match of the day is the one we call the main event. I don't think that's going to be the case at all, unfortunately. Again, on paper, the name value should say yes. The team that we've seen today says no. So I look forward to seeing what Monty can come up with more just out of morbid curiosity than realistic expectations here. But tomorrow will be the last day of the groups. Those are the deciding matches to see who those second set of teams will be forward towards the playoffs and who, of course, will be eliminated for good for the first European series. I have to say that the week has gone rather quickly, Drake. We're almost near the playoffs, and I just feel like we've only just really gotten started. There's been so much action already.
Yeah, there has, and it gives us more time to reassess, especially the viewers at home, of going into the major cycle, who's actually ready. I mean, Amcal, they qualified to the major. They went out in last place. Bleed have kind of shown some surprises in this group already, making the playoffs. I think as well, you kind of look at your Ecstatics, your 3D Maxes, your Monty's, teams that we know are at the RMR, looking to prove quite a lot. So I think the assessment of the decider games and moving into the playoffs, I just want to see more from these teams and actually get a grasp on who can win this entire thing.
We should be able to do that in tomorrow's matches, and of course we've got 3 days of playoffs after that, so make sure you're tuning back in for even more of the European series. For now, though, we have to bid you all adieu for the good night. It has certainly been an interesting one, to say the least, and we're sure more interest will be ensuing tomorrow. Until then, though, we'll see you back here very soon.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.